So, folks, welcome. This is the closing argument. We are live on Truth FM 96.1, the heart and soul of Liberia. Wherever you are watching us live from, if you are listening to us via radio, this is the closing argument show, your regular show on Truth 96.1. And we are also relay on Kia Radio in Monrovia, outside the nations capital. We are in Pinsville, also the nation's capital, Monrovia. So my name is Myean Torgbean. Welcome to this last day of the month of September 2025. So we are moving gradually tomorrow. As you may be aware, tomorrow is the 1st of October 2025, the 10th month of the year 2025. Just keep sharing the show wherever you are watching us live from. Keep sharing the show and welcome to this edition. As you may be aware, Mr. Jerome Gayman, who is our regular, one of our regular hosts on the closing argument, is on a weekend break, and then he will rejoin up maybe the end of this week or probably next week to start a fresh edition of the show. So I'm always here, your presenter, your producer of the closing argument. So let's see where we can go for this commercial from our commercial file from the closing argument. So this commercial is from the closing argument, and then we have already done with Truth FM commercial. So let's see where we can bring you this commercial from the closing argument, and then after this commercial, then we will dive into our discussion tonight, where some of our panelists will join us on the show. So let's go for this first commercial and then rejoin it back.
This is the time we come together.
Oh, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, Facebook, Instagram, the entire lane of social media, the National Alumni Association of Topoh High School in the Americas invite members of the public to its 2025 annual convention taking place right in the first state of Delaware. The weekend begins with the meet and greet on Friday, October 3rd. Time is from 6 p.m. straight up to 10 p.m. The address is Sawyer House African Grill, 150 South Dopoh Highway in Newcastle, Delaware. On Saturday, October 4th, starts with the business meeting that will include the most talked about national election. It's going down from 8 a.m. straight up to 2 p.m. The address is 100 Wilton Boulevard in Newcastle, Delaware. Then the annual fundraiser gala starts at 6 p.m. This is the most anticipated night of great vibes to keep Topoh High School alive. Come on, come and support the fundraiser. Experience great music, good food and drinks as you interact with great people of your kind. The address is 24 Blavings Drive in Newcastle, Delaware. The ordinary people are set to pay $25 US, VIPs $50 US, and alumni of Topoh High School Alumni Association in the USA gets to pay $100 US flat. Doors open at 6 p.m. For more information, give the organization a call through Rachel Cooper at 302-883-1026. Edmund Washington Door will also be available at 768-843-6817. I'm yours truly, Chief Francis Topa. Hey, please make plans to meet me in Delaware. Hey, Tomalin High School. It's the one and only hope we have is right now, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, the one and only hope we have to save the one-time iconic and powerful symbol of education in Liberia from falling from grace to grass is right now. Come on, get some love and support to Tomalin High School. Meet me in the first state of Delaware and let us support our one and only Tomalin High School.
Love is all we need to make it stand.
William V. Stopman High School, located in the height of Cinco Morovia, once symbolized academic excellence, pride, and progress. Established in the 1960s and named after Liberia's 18th President William V. Stopman, the school welcomed students who aspire to a brighter future. With its well-maintained lawns, proud flagpoles, studded buildings, and well-uniformed students, Tomalin was a crown jewel in Liberia's education system. The school is one of the oldest public schools in Liberia, thanks to the San Francisco school system in the United States, which led the initiative. The construction of the school was funded by the grant through the United States Agency for International Development, which was recently dismantled by US President Donald Trump. The first graduates was its halls in 1968. Among them was Councillor Rose Marie James, a pioneer of the school's legacy.
1968, we moved into Tomalin High, and it was just the best. We were the best in everything at the time.
Through the decades, Tomalin produce leaders, thinkers, and change makers. Aaron Wigan, class of 1983, remembers those golden years.
Each time I go to Tottenham today, I feel very, very bad. The infrastructure, the integrity of the building is no longer sound. The stairs need repairs. The classrooms, the entire building, the bathrooms. We had a lot of bathrooms at Tottenham. So the bathroom need to be repaired, they need reconditioning, so that because the number of students in that school, we will need a very good sanitary environment. The learning environment is not conducive. Okay. So you see the school, the fence are broken behind there, intruder comes in the building, and you go to the gymnasium area, the whole place is dilapidated, and you don't see the kind of spirit that Tomalin had.
Today, the echoes of excellence still remain, but they are faint and buried beneath the weight of crumbling infrastructure. Tomalin is in crisis.
Student uncertainty prevailing present at the 1912 class, 2024-2025. For my 2 years of the shop on the campus in high school from 10th grade to 12th grade. We observed that our building is being filled up. As time we sit in the classroom and then sometimes rain falling, but some students will not be able to move the corridor to once the cafeteria side due to the leakage of the building. Rain while rain falling, some places the students don't pass easily because of the drop of the rain. And the other step on the other side there, you can see the shed is like cracking because students are using the step at all times. And we reached this to the superintendent, the past superintendent, Mr. Sauer. He said that we're going to work on it. And unfortunately, so he was not able to do that. He leave office and we will not take place, but we haven't reached on that issue yet. And then now, the painting of the building, you can see the building is filled up. Not like before. Some of the building is like broken, dust off, and other cleaning to do that. President and other department as well. Please help us at least to beautify our building, and when people enter and see the building, help the campus to show that we are one of the best institutions in the country as well. But Liberia High School is one of those high schools that always produce great scholars and people serve the country as well. So we will not allow the school image to be like dying. We got to come together as one and see what we can do for our own schools. Yeah. So as for the bathroom aspect, I can show you that the bathroom, some of it is not actually bad because we the students government last year worked towards it and renovated some of them by placing new combo and giving them running water. But this time you see the separator is actually affecting the campus due to some part of it, and then you see leakage of toilet places. Some parts are easily because of the scent of the toilet. Yeah, so if they can renovate or give another separator and then close the other side, I think that would be much better.
I'm schooling Anita F2 from the 12th class. We have problem with our bathroom. All this camo setting. We need you guys support by helping us to fix our bathroom, cleaning up the building, fitting, so doing some natural something for the building. Yes, we need good things for our building. Our bathroom will especially because we have the camo issue, then the water problem also because more often we go use the bathroom, no water. We can be permitted to use it. We have to come.
So welcome back. You just listening to some commercial from our TCA file here. So let's see what we can play this last commercial, and then we will cross over to Mr. Sylvester Pewee to bring you the show here.
A mother's heart shines brightest when her child, once sick, is smiling and healthy again. Moments like these remind us that healthcare is more than medicine. It's love, care, and hope restored.
Keep Liberia safe forever.
Annual Healthcare Gala 2025. An evening to celebrate healing, honor those who light the path of compassion, and inspire a brighter tomorrow. Date, November 1st, 2025. Time, 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. Venue, DeVita World HQ, 2016th Street, Denver, CO80202. Theme Lighting the Way Forward tickets. VIP $80, standard $50. Join us for a night filled with love, elegance, and impact, where every story of healing reminds us why we care, and every step forward shines a light for the future. Reserve your place today, and let's walk together toward hope and healing. Care Africa.
So that's it. That's the final commercial there. So, Mr. Pewee, if you are on, you can just come on. We are done. Yeah. So welcome to the show. I hear me. You are muted.
Thank you, Myean. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Okay,
But
so
before you, yeah, go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah.
Go ahead. Go on. Go on.
Okay, yeah. So we were on trying to play our commercial and then trying to get our audience back on. So Mr. George will join us. Chief Money George will join us soon. I'm receiving some weapons. So only month now you join us.
Okay. Thank you. But before, I think we have a lot of very, very major development both from here, but first and foremost from back home in the country. I'm told the president of the Republic of Liberia returned today to a rousing partisan welcome. And I repeat, a rousing partisan welcome, not from the ordinary Liberian people, but from government officials. They all trooped this afternoon. I'm told some of them even went there as early as 7 a.m. So today there was basically nothing done in terms of from the public perspective, in terms of public function, from the public bureaucracy. Everything was almost shut down today because almost all of the government officials, the minister proper, assistant minister, deputy minister, even some directors, I'm told, all converged at the Rawa International Airport this morning, waiting for the president arrival late this afternoon. And then from there, I'm told also there was an intercessory
Service.
service at one of the churches. I wouldn't really recall the name.
It's
To
in Lower
pray.
Margibi.
Okay, Lord, might give it to pray for the safe arrival of the
Life
president.
Center Church.
Okay, the Rock Center Church to pray for the president and his entourage for safe arrival, and that's a regular and normal thing Liberian leader can do, and it's important that we invoke the presence of God during this kind of a time of our country history. But yeah, it's one of the major news today. Also,
So maybe if we go, even if you like for us to play the president's speech at the church, we can also do that.
Exactly, we're gonna do that. And what I'm told also
It's
today,
all said.
what I'm also told today, we're trying to just go over the major headlines that unfolded that I can capture from my end, and I think I will ask that you would do the rest of it, the summary of the headlines in the country. But I'm also told today the chief of staff of the armed forces of Liberia went today to pay his tribute to in respect to the fallen young police officer Briswell. I'm told Briswell was brutally or intentionally killed, as allegedly intentionally killed by a motorist. This guy deliberately and intentionally drove his vehicle directly at the police officer and killed him instantly. And the information we gathering from that incident, that unfortunate incident, is that the police now charge the alleged driver with the charge of murder. So it's no longer going to be a kind of considered an accident investigation. It's now considered a murder by the alleged driver, if you will. So different major issue we are now gathering from time. But Myean, before we can move into this afternoon program, while we are with the arrival of other panelists, I would love for you to take some time and if you can give us some basic news that I didn't talk about that is capturing the headline today on most of the news decks.
Okay, so I'd like to say thank you, Mr. Pewee, for that update. So today we attended a program at firstly the Press Union of Liberia celebrated their anniversary, and then we saw a lot of journalists all around. They were at the program, and then the program went successful. Everyone had a good time. And then we were also at the ministerial complex where today Liberia Maritime Authority had a program where they brought in some experts and other dignitaries from all over to speak on some of the maritime related issues that are affecting our country, most especially when it comes to the sea aspect, because nowadays we see other countries are on our sea, other countries are using our water to be able to get some resources, get some stuff to be able to use it in their country. Like we have Sierra Leone here, and there are a lot of things that were discussed today. So the Liberia Maritime Authority is working closely with the Coast Guard, wherein they have the folks from the AFL who are also on board, and also saw some from the Liberia Immigration, their LIS, and we saw the entire joint security who were also at that program, and the program were all successful. And then later we saw the president arrival, and then people we saw a lot of people were there. And then one of the things that caught public attention was that others were using the caption "We are" and "Bwaka," who still the Liberian people had, while we saw that many Liberians were asking if the former president and that of the president Erabo is a competition, because if the former president comes to Liberia and then he partisan, he's now president, but rather a former president coming to Liberia and then the partisan wants to welcome him, and then coming to the airport because of some other reason, according to the police information that I gathered, was that back then the citizens that went at the airport to await the former president, they had some issue where they dismantled few other things that were at the airport, and then as a result of that, that's why we saw a huge security force at the Rabas International Airport when the former president arrived in Liberia. That's why they told him to use the ordinary route where a normal passenger or someone can be able to use. And that was the place he used to and that day when he came to Liberia. And then we saw the huge crowd, seditions, even though he's now president, but we saw that crowd from Liberians, saw that crowd from seditions who went there to await the former president. And then today, seeing the president come to the country, the report that we gathered today was that the president was coming in country about 2 o'clock, and then the schedule changed again to 4 o'clock, and then later we saw that the president will be in Liberia at 7 o'clock. So it was a difficult time for the media to guess the exact time that the president will be arriving in Liberia. So everyone was stuck at that place waiting to see the arrival of the president. Even the partisans, everyone were all tired, hoping and praying that they were going to see the president. And then one of the things that shocked me when we had an interview, I think I'll see why I can play that interview. When we had an interview with a lady, they asked her, "What's the purpose of you coming here today?" She said, "We came to awake our father for our benefit." What benefit you came for? She don't know the kind of benefit she came for. Who your father you came to awake? She said, "Our president." As of which group you came from, where you came from, she don't even know the place. What's the purpose of you at the airport? She don't even know. And we went to another guy again. It was the same thing. According to the guy said they came there for money. Go asking what benefit you came for. Is it like a money or something else? He said we came for money. So was there or exact amount that was told that if you come at the airport to with the president, you will be able to get that amount? And he said yes, we are in our group, and then they told us that we should be able to get in the bus and then come here after the entire program. We'll be able to get our amount. So I think, and during the former president, that's one of the things I observed during the former president arrival. We did not observe something like that, but rather we're just hearing that, oh, maybe the former president can use the usual route that everyone used. That was the only thing that we're hearing from the other side, but not something that we heard today. So I think it's something like Liberians need to come together to know what's exactly happening within our country, because
Yeah.
because you want to
Okay.
come in?
Yes. That is exactly the point. And you know, there's a lot of things shifting from all angle of the political divide, if you will. And that's it's just going to be this kind of a Caesar battle unfolding. That's correct. Those people, normally government officials, we want to, the reason why I believe the current government officials are engaged into trying to lure people over to welcome the president. They want to. It's in response to the recent arrival of the former president, the fact that many people turned out. So their position is that, hey, we'll find means, we'll get some buses to two people over. And then they told them we probably will get you $10, $10 or $20 per person. That's one of the reasons why they will encourage more people to come and do. And we just have to stop this. For the country to forge on, we have to stop this and to see most of the Unity Party folks at the time openly condemned Mr. Weah that whenever he was arriving in the country, the entire government would move over to the airport. They condemned Mr. Weah. They said he was bad and they were not working. He was too playful and he was doing this, he was doing that, and the rest of that. Today, the entire government, even most of those, I can remember there was a time Josiah Joker even openly stated that. Today you are one of those, almost on his knee, to say like he welcoming, like when Jesus is coming, you know that Jesus is ready around, and you're going for the last blessing. All of them saw him today to the airport, and they abandoned the government function, and all of them trooped to the airport today. These are the same people that openly condemn and criticize Mr. Weah as per their own reasoning of doing what they are now doing openly, even more than what he did. Even for them doing Mr. Weah, they didn't pay people to come on the airport. Now they're asking people to come over and all the things. But before I can bring in Johnny, you struck something very important. I think the Liberia Maritime Program is authority is a very unique authority working around the clock to ensure that different sort of things will happen, particularly protecting not only our maritime space in terms of the airspace, but the land, the water areas. It's important that they will have to, for other people to stop, because we have the Chinese, the Senegalese that are encroaching and even doing some illegal fishing on our territorial waters. And that's part of the reason why we will have to invoke the intervention of the Coast Guard and the military, the armed forces of Liberia to help in that direction. But I think the current maritime boss, on a serious note, is doing some good job in terms of keeping the entity moving very effectively and in a more efficient way, and with a team of lieutenants been on getting the job done. But it's very critical that because the Liberia Maritime Program or the authority will have to also oversee on this issue about encouraging Liberian seafarers to get higher on other international vessels. We have a lot of ships that are flying our flags, the convenient ship thing. So if we will push for that, and that's why we have the Liberian Training Academy, the Liberian Maritime Training Academy we have in Marshall, and that institution is meant to train people into different maritime areas, particularly seafarers, and learn some basic things. So that's a very unique school that was the government of Liberia through the Maritime Authority spent almost $2 to $3 million to build and other things, and they have to keep the institution running. So training seafarers and having them deployed, seeking other interventions from that school. So it's good to hear that they had a special program today in that direction. We're trying to do some revision of their past activity, the current activities, looking into the future as to what they intend to do. But yes, protecting our maritime zone is very important. So let me comment, Commissioner, Councillor Nito Zaza Live for his stewardship. I think it's important that we want to commend those that are doing commendable things and ask those that are dragging along to catch up. So that's some of the things, but we won't be discussing part of that today. And we'll discuss the president arrival versus what is unfolding in the country. But let me say to wonderful good evening to everybody, and welcome to you, Mr. Johnny Nagbe, incoming senatorial hopeful of Lofa County. we started because it, you know, I was telling someone the last time, I say they all think they're coming in with me. We're going to be very progressive in terms of how we're going to go, because there's the men that we often look about. The men understand look for mode, not only look for, but across the country mode, and also he will know he's going to know how to engage the issue. But Johnny, a wonderful good evening to you, and welcome to the closing argument this evening.
Yeah, thank you, Sylvester Pewee. Uh, we're trained by our elders into our culture that those who are by status and higher than you, you have to always give them that respect. Whether you are, it's not by age, but it's by status. So let me say, you are my uncle. Thank you for holding on, and I respect you as an uncle to me based on our status or value we have, in our tradition and culture in Lofa. I'm sure it's the same thing across the other 15 ethnic groups of Liberia. So thank you for holding on. And who's in the studio? Is it what's it?
Myean.
My.
Oh, Maya. Okay, Maya. So you in Morovia, all right. So myself in Morovia. I hope one of these days, we can interface in person, get to know each other. So people, thank you. I mean, thank you for you know setting up the platform this evening for discussion. So what's the topic?
So we're going to start the discussion now. That's why I'm going to then to move on the the president of Liberia RAF returned home today from the United States of America. From both, he attended two major government functions. He left the country almost 25 days ago. He basically returned today, and then to attend the 80th General Assembly of the United Nations, where the global community can meet to deliberate to the security the General Assembly. And then he had some, I want to believe, some side meetings before that. He met some other issue about progress for Liberia, and then move over to Washington, D.C., where the All Liberian Diaspora Conference or Diaspora Investment Conference, he attended that also this past weekend in Washington, D.C., and now I'm told he's safely, by the Almighty God grace, landed home today to a rousing welcome from partisans and government officials. That's what I'm told. So that we will start with that, then we will make some progress into the maritime areas and other discussions about getting update on those rape cases. As we said yesterday, we're going to be very open-minded, very independent in terms of discussing crime against our young our women and young innocent girls in the country. We have to do that, but in the meantime, while we stand for that, to rebuke publicly those that are engaged in those that are maybe linked to pedophile or anything near that allegedly, we're going to push on this platform how to support those innocent children and push for the government to protect them, but at the same time also want the government to be very, very much balanced in terms of how the investigation is. It should not be an investigation. No one should have a privilege or sugar daddy deal and all those things. So, but we'll start with the president Rava today. I want to believe you got some insight about it, so that's what we're starting with. But before we can start with the president, Johnny, quickly, Myean will now play because the president will have to tell Liberian people why he came for here in the U.S. So, Myean, if you got a cue, I think we can listen to an excerpt of that. Then before we go into the detailed discussion.
The members of this community quiet. So thank you for being a part of this. I thank God for our safe trip, safe travel to the United States. Immediately we have friends, family members in the diaspora. It is important to know that there's a God and that He is responsible for all the good. Another thing that people have think about every time we say it's not my time, and I say you need to think it's not your time, so what are the private time? And we eat it. So some people are tired of praying for the private. But you know, God is with the world, the nations, that portion of the country that He gave, that's yours. No matter what you wish for other people, that's your country. Nobody expects to lead their country, lead their villages, to just go except for a reason. So the same way we let our villages in the urban area, we also let go to other countries. And no matter what you do, that portion of the land that God gave you, that's your country. That's the only place nobody can just take you out. So Liberia is our country. The United Nations is an agreement of people to say, look, although we have our separate country, but there are things we have in common. Humanity. There are laws, we share water, we share the atmosphere. So we have to get together to understand that even though we live alone and in our separate country, we have to meet to discuss issues that affect us as human beings. And we are privileged as a small country that we're part of the founding of this agreement. And it has existed for 80 years. But if you listen to the radio, Latin all wars. You can just sit and say, well, it's none of my business, let the people in Sudan die, or let it when Gaza die. It affects you. I think people didn't know the importance of other countries until Ukraine was attacked. You found out that it affected prices of food, prices of everything. You didn't know what they were doing. And so these meetings are important. And they have to be here. We went to represent our country. And we have to go our government officials because their issues are discussed. Think about children who and just a speech aid that those statements. Unfortunately, this time we started thinking about people who live outside Liberia, but none of them here since the Myean crisis. We've been depending on small money that people send from over to build your country. Because all the Ghana and things you see there, they don't run in years. You can have me here. You can just be serious about your country. So we are saying to the people out there, you all love your country. And the United States happens to be the country with the largest number of Nigerians, about 500,000 Nigerians. As a matter of fact, the Liberians have nothing anywhere that they go to the United States. I just took one day for everybody in shipping because can't visit me in the United States, can't stay with me. You can make life better here than go out there and change. And I went to them and I go there and said, if you were America, you shall overcome. If you were Liberia, you shall come over. The job got to go there. You go visit, it's all right. It will take you around. But you decide all have best of the beautiful country. A country that you have everything. All we have to do is to manage it the way it's supposed to be. And to manage the country doesn't mean that you got to own everything. It doesn't mean that you have to know that you lay the orders. But one thing that's happened for all the time I've lived here, every call I received in the state, was I would thank you for our country. I don't need to get that before. That means in fact, you reminded me, I lost my minister of state. You were telling me you graduated your brother's school, and after that was another friend. And another one after that was Sylvester, and after that he. And everybody is yearning to come back. People want to come back. Why do they want to come back? Because they believe something good is happening. Yes. They believe that something better can happen. So as a nation, we've been given the opportunity to serve on the Security Council. What does that mean?
Yeah, Myean, I think
only 5 people in the world.
I think it's okay. So basically, we listen to the president. The audio is not as clear from my end, but I managed to capture most of it. But Johnny, you heard the president. It was just a teaser of that to give the play excerpt of what he said today. What's your take?
No, frankly, Pewee, I did not understand what the president was saying. I think the audio is not good from my end, so I cannot speak to what I can say that I understood from this president's statement. Except if we had a clearer view or clearer listening position, from him, then you can, probably provide the information that we can discuss it. But I didn't understand what he was saying.
I think he didn't speak he was speaking extemporaneously, but so he from there here he spoke of his visit to the United States, that we will start our term on the Security Council, and the rest of that. He also went to say Liberia, America is a beautiful country, but it's just good if you are a Liberian, love to come to this country, but if you came to America and to visit is sweet, then when you can't live with people, when you come, they will take you around. But when you decide to live there, nothing will change. That's all those things. So Liberia is a better place to be, but we have to manage Liberia well and all those things, and the rest of that. So, but I didn't hear him say much about and that's what I expected. And the audio was very poor, and again, the quality of his voice was not also that good from the audio today. But I didn't hear him say anything about the conference. Though cut the speech, but I thought diaspora conference. He would have talked some things about that, but he didn't mention anything whatsoever. But more or less, and I thought also he would have also given some hope to the Liberian people as to where we headed, because he said from the perspective of managing the country Liberia, we got everything, but it have to be properly managed. Granted that, But what's the state? What did it say to us about that? If you were said now to the Liberian people, home is better. It's good for us to be here, and I can assure you guys that we will make sure to create this amount of job for this year. I didn't hear he also talked about that, because if you're trying to tell the Liberian people that home is good, we're going to provide more provision for you to move, but we'll incentivize the citizenry from this perspective, this kind of a line. But then we have to, as a government, we have to have some policy directions that will have to speak to those areas. So that's one of the thing. And but Johnny, what's your own take on the way it's alleged also that certain people were they were transported with the purpose of coming to welcome the president. They said they were anticipating. I don't know. We'll play some later some money. But what's your own role, sort of the way government officials themselves turn up today? And it was first announced that the president were coming by 2 p.m. Then it went to 4 p.m. and then it changed. So some of them, I'm told, went to the airport as early as 7 a.m. this morning.
Pewee, uh, if this is part of the protocol for the president or for our leaders, when they come from such a kind of important visit, they should provide or they should address the nation or provide us a feedback, you know. So I'm wondering what is the purpose of this media engagement or this statement from the president? What's the purpose? Because this thing should be known. If it's just something voluntary, fine. If something that is by way of protocol or by way of the system, when you travel as a leader out of the country, you come back, you do this thing, then your statement should be organized in a way that you be providing up to date information as it relates to your visit or your trip. Because let's get to know that the expense, whatever was spent, financially from our on the trip, the money came from the people's profit, the people's account, taxpayer money. I mean, if you went on your private visit when you're not president, nobody gave you, nobody asking you to get account of your visit. But if you use the state money to go on the kind of missions on behalf of the state, you got to come and provide us a clear and organized report. That's what I'm saying. So, by the way, you know, uh, the president spoke. Like I said, I didn't understand anything because the audio was full from my end, and the president's voice is a little bit, a wholesale or something. But from what you explained, if you understood him, what you explained, I don't see the meat of this conversation, the meat of this media engagement. What he was saying there doesn't have quality for me, in terms of reporting back to your people. Even though you did not play the entire audio or video, but what you just play, I don't see it as being courteous or being respectful to the Liberian people or giving feedback or giving account of your trip. That's my view or that's my position on what you just play, and from your perspective, from your point of listening to him and what you just someone writes to me. I think I don't see anything in it that know that it got any substance. So the other thing is you talk about is the visit of, I mean the welcoming of the president. Pewee, this thing has been happening for the last almost one, and like I can say 5, 6, 7 decades in the country. This has been the protocol. What have we achieved from this? Liberia is in the 21st century. We are to make progress in every manner and form of how we perform, how we govern the country, how we make policies, how we implement policies. So going to the airport, abandoning your work, and even trying to mobilize people, just let mobilize people to go and welcome our leader from this long, almost like 4 weeks. or 5 weeks of visit outside the country. What is wrong with the president, proud of our minister of state, and the security receive the president come home and get the job? I mean, the president's job is not a voluntary job he's doing for us. This is a job that we gave out and he applied for it, and the public gave him the job to perform. So he has to perform in a way that he served the people of Liberia. So people gathering to the airport, we have to change these things. And I don't see why people can be discussing that, oh, it happened John Weir time, it happened Eddie time, it happened Torgbean time, Topoh time, Charles Taylor time, Samuel Doe time, but what do we achieve as a country? Where are we? Where are we as a country? When hygiene is a problem in our country, in our city, where are we when the people we see as future leaders don't have basic, affordable health care, basic affordable education, quality education on the first day they enter the classroom? Where are we, my people? We have to reshape our mind, our thinking, our mindset as people, as Liberians. You know, Pewee, just to digress a bit, I told somebody if I had money, I would hire maybe 5 or 10 bosses, put young Liberians from the age of 20 to 25, 30 that have never left Liberia before, put them on the bus, travel from Monrovia to Abidjan, spend 5 days there, go to Accra, spend 5 days, just do a road trip in the sub region of West Africa. So that the young people will understand why some of us speak the way we speak, and then they will know how to make decisions when it comes to leadership. Because you see, your environment has a lot of impact on your way you think, on your intelligence. You think and act the way the things you see around you impact the way you think and act. So we think that what we have in Monrovia, what we have in Wendema, what we have in Zozo, what we have in Banga, in Ganta, in wherever, all our places in Nigeria, we think that they are so good for all we okay with it, and that in fact it's enough. And that's why I always hear my leader, that the Moniba always say, Liberia is behind those countries that are behind. We are behind Cote d'Ivoire. We are behind Guinea is to a greater extent. We are behind Ghana, you know. And we should be, I mean, I think, look, Sylvester, I mean, for the next 20 years or more, leadership in the country should be about thinking and working, not about flamboyancy, not about wearing shoulders, not about even wearing coats. It's about thinking about how we can transform this country as fast, as quick as possible, so that our citizens will have dignity when they go out there. People, do you know that when we leave this place to go other places, we call our country need, we call people know Liberia, not because we forward, not because we have all these things happen, but just the way we live in the last 15 years in the country, the way our country look like, and people come and see us. Well, what are people doing here? So, I mean, taking 100%, 200%, or 50%, people do their business schedule to go to airport. And people, the other thing also is that we are living in, what you can say, what, abject poverty, right? So everybody is looking for an opportunity to get small $1, $2, $5, $10. So if you open the opportunity, yes. Young men and women here, someone that did will tell you, say, I don't know how my day will start. You know that when people say, I don't know how their day will start, mean they have no hope that they will even have a spoon of rice to eat or a piece of bread to eat. If you see a grown man at the age of 25 tell you, my man, I don't know how the day will start. Our sisters will say, I don't know how the day will start. So of course then, those in leadership who always have been thriving on the ignorance, on the people's poverty condition, to always stay in power and benefit from the national cake. We will always bring the kind of ideas, okay, how do I take, give each person $5 each, find a car for them, put them on the car, you can get 100%, 200%. So, but what's the value in that? What is the value of giving 250% or 200% or 50% to go and welcome a president? What's the value in it? And people, I don't see the value really. I don't. You are a diplomat. You are the one who involved with all these high level diplomats. Say you work with foreign ministry. you guys want to explain from there. But personally, as a Liberian, and as a practical
But you are,
Liberian, the
but
way I see my country,
you are a politician, so that's not the way. Because the value there is,
uh,
I think they're trying to
okay,
score some political points in terms
but
of if the
You
former
see,
president, if the former
Pewee,
president,
this is why, 1 minute, Pewee, this is why I always say people, tell the Liberian people, if you really want to make progress in the country, stop talking about CDC and UP. Let's begin to think about taking out the backs of these two groups. But if the Liberian people really want to see what other people got other skills in them to provide leadership, they have to start thinking about just forgetting about CDC and UP discussion. Since 2005 election to current, these two parties have always been number one, number two. So they have dominated our political space. Where are we? We've gone 20 years as a post-conflict country or more, right? As a post-conflict country. What do we, and in our post-conflict country's condition, we've been in the hands of these two groups. What can we show as a national identity that people outside Liberia will say, I'm going to Liberia because they have this thing there, because they have this kind of activity, or they have the kind of features, or they are good at this. Or we say in 20 years, we had the best brain surgeon in Liberia, for example. Or in 20 years, we have developed the best maternal hospital in Liberia. Or in 20 years, we have the best school system, secondary school system. What can we show? What can we tell the world that, look, as a post-conflict country, this is our success story. But we stay there wasting our time, asking people to go to airport to receive leader. And not just because of work. Even in the past, but I'm just saying we have done these things for many, many years. We have not gotten any result. Then after the war, we go back to the same old thing we've been doing all along. So where are we? We've gone 20 plus years since our armed conflict ended in 2004. We had election 2005. 20 plus years, peaceful, regular election, peaceful transition from UP to CDC, from CDC to UP. What can you mean? What can UP we tell your friends in the US, other US people? So look, this is Liberia's, success story as a post-conflict country. Wait, let me tell you one story. I went with, let me say, I hate to say the word, but Black Americans from the Carter Center in Atlanta. And I've been trying my best, to encourage them to find Liberia, to make Liberia their home. To the extent that one of my supervisors from Atlanta, our little daughter, when Luther County won the trophy recently and got some handband thing, I sent up there to them. I said, look, you are Liberian, and more precise, you are a Lothian. So, and I think the mother said they will be trying. They are trying to make a plan to be here in November or so. So she will bring a little girl to come and see her home Lofa. Every time we talking on the phone, I make them feel that Lofa is their home. You understand? So, but I think if we generally going back to the issue, we should stop wasting our time to trying to rally money to get people to go to airport because Joe came yesterday. We went to the airport and had 20, 15 cars in the convoy. So President come in. And moreover, you are the duty bearer. You have the responsibility.
yeah, yeah.
Mr. Wheeler doesn't have any responsibility in your country anymore. But anyway, that's my view on the topic
Absolutely.
initially regarding the president arrival and the president's statement he made.
Absolutely, and thank you so kindly. And but again, that's part of it. Before, let me say a wonderful good evening and welcome to Saint Chief Tomalin Josh. The fact that Tito is not around, will be brave to continue calling his chief name. Tito is then I will hope I respect the dark man. I don't have to disobey the rule of the dark man. I have to be very mindful. But on a serious note, I thought the president because. And again, it's part of the reason to our leadership, and because we don't pay attention to leaders, and some of the leaders will be brave to say a lot of things that are conflicting, that are not in line with what they want to say. Because he said just not to us that hey, people should not pay too much attention to America. They can't visit, but Liberia is home. But there was no policy discussion immediately after that. There was nothing major he said that encouraging Liberians home to even see the place at home to create more opportunity. And Johnny, he said some things. Sometimes you see 25, 30, 40-year-old men sitting in the morning, they say they'll come. Sometimes when I'm in Liberia, I say, Chief, I was starting the day. I didn't even know how my day was starting. It's true. That's a big senseless statement from a lot of the young people. I don't even know how the day will start. So the president should start telling us that, hey, we're trying to do this. We intend to create this some other jobs because we came to rescue the country. But there's a lot of untold suffering in the country, a lot of destitution in the country, a lot of unemployment in the country, serious problem. And we cannot have this problem in the country and the president just come and you want to pick us out the script, but again, you say nothing to the people that saying to them that there will be light at the end of the tunnel. But I think it's a very serious thing. But Tomalin George, welcome. We discussing and I hope you got a sense of what we're discussing today. We discussed the president of the Republic of Liberia. I think you already aware. Just returned to the country this evening, and other development unfolding. So let's hear from you.
It's a pleasant good evening from my end. Let me welcome Johnny and the new progressive leader Pewee and all our listening audience. Let me also first of all recognize today is the wedding anniversary of our own CEO, Dr. Peabody. Today he's celebrating his wedding anniversary, and tomorrow will be his birthday. He shares birthday with former President George Weah. Tomorrow is the President Weah's birthday too. I think it's 58th birthday, I think. Yes, 58th, 59th, yeah. He was born 66. So he wants to say that 59, right?
No, yeah, 59. Because next year,
so tomorrow, the former president celebrates his 59th birthday, and also that the Peabody celebrate his 16th birthday tomorrow too. But today is wedding anniversary, and also let me also recognize our lead host, the Honorable Jerome Gayman. Honorable Gayman is presently, let me see. Mr. Gayman is presently, he's presently in, let me see. He's presently in.
Is he Haiti?
No. Mr. Gayman is presently with his wife in the Catskills Mountains and to Albany, New York, the capital of New York. And then he just arrived in Connecticut for his son housewarming party. Their son just bought a house in Connecticut, and he's present with his wife in Connecticut to celebrate the purchase of the home of the son. It's a blessing for a parent to witness their kids get married, finish high school, college, then get married and own a home and so forth. And so, Mr. Gayman, on behalf of the crew, we want to congratulate you and your son for his purchase of his new home in Connecticut. The first state I lived when I entered America in 2000, in Connecticut, West Haven. I spent how many months there? February, March, April, May, 4 months, and I was kicked out from my cousin's house and in Rhode Island. But that's an American experience, though. If you come to America, you have those who don't have ever experience.
But I think the president was saying, the president said they can take you around for a ton.
No, it depends. If you come to America and you experience that, most of the people tell you if you come here, especially you come here that like with all these regular status and so forth, you'll definitely
experience that.
Yeah, so
you have to be extreme there.
You have to be strong, yeah. So I spent 4 months in Connecticut. I was in Rhode Island, where I stayed there for 12 years. Had all my kids there, and then I kind of came to Pennsylvania, where I've been there since then. But from here now, I'm going to Nagbe in Doison, where I'm going there. When I talk about Nagbe, the representative of Nagbe can be saying, "Man, what are you doing so? You're not serious." I said, "That's right, wait."
Who they show you in that Jones?
Now, Ava June, the man, one of the renegades, lawmaker who tried to get rid of the speaker. He was citizen man.
That man been there too, and he toppled my uncle.
No, but that man vulnerable right now. He's vulnerable. Imagine if somebody running that district and Joe we are put a person up. Well, the reason why he joined CDC because we are popular in that era.
But even if they were to put his hand upset, we are putting him, he can win again. They put him ready just to win.
But and he one of those who we are calling them to come back on board to support Kofa.
Yeah, he didn't do it.
He answered the phone.
There should be no reason. They got a lot of good people that we will lift their hand.
Yeah, he answered the phone. You know, I one of those there. But anyway, you know, you should pray because he's vulnerable.
But he's not going to win. I said this week, he's not going to win. They might give him in that district.
Imagine I get my campaign team with Pewee, my team, and Johnny, all my guys. Come on, man, that's a landslide. Well, anyway, look, let me congratulate Mr. Gayman and also Peabody. To you and Sange, I want to congratulate you guys on your wedding anniversary. Praise God for you, and we wish you guys God blessing in your union. I know you'll be traveling this weekend to celebrate the anniversary, but I wish you guys all the best, brother. But again, also on the President Robert today. Yeah, Sarah, they will play again, but they play earlier when the show started. They play that video, so they will play it. Yeah. So, but the President Robert today, my only observation was at the presidential lounge at Roberts Field, they had on the floor inscripted with the president name. I don't think it should do that. You know, his launch is not for the president. Yeah, he's the president, sitting president now. But at the same time, too, you shouldn't put it like everyone says for him. You know,
is the name engraved on that or just something that they wrote there?
The way I saw it, I said Myean put it up. Myean put a picture up.
Yeah, the people just put it.
Yeah, because I thought it would have been a banner. A banner would have been preferable. Put a banner up, welcome the president, and so forth. He's the president, so he bear the country since September 8th. So, like he said on Sunday, the longest I ever been out of the country. Then he threw a jab at Jawia. He said, but for a good cause. Come on, Papi. You throw a jab at your predecessor, but you came earlier for what? You know why you came for earlier?
For almost 25
years. Since September 8th.
Yeah.
And you came for you're not doing government where you came for, but again, but the politics now.
And 20 the 25 days he spent in the country, he only spent 2 of the 25 days in Washington, D.C., and spoke to the UN for 1 day. So, and we didn't see no other. And listen, if you pound that to Mr. Weir, you pounded him that Padayam, your man would say, and then you came to do the same, and you came on a rescue matra. The matra, you came as a rescue matra, and you are now doing the same thing. And as a matter of fact, 25 days, there's nothing whatsoever. And it's quite unfortunate for and for Mr. Weir, it was understandable to spend that amount of time because he wanted to see his son play in the tournament. Weir won all of the Akula in football, but he didn't play in the World Cup. As a father and a sport person himself, he's one of the biggest sport fans globally. So a proud father would be part of that to see all. Other father would have stayed to see all of the game of his son. He had all reason to do that. He took some time off. He wrote the legislature that he was leaving to attend function to see his son play. He's the president of Liberia. You have to carry the state machinery. Security apparatus will have to accompany him. It doesn't necessarily mean, but yes, the same happened now. The president ordered the country for 25 days. 25 days. What a good cause.
When I had so Pewee,
what a good cause.
He said for a good cause. Then he comes back and speak to us. So why are you telling us we're not getting the message of the good cause?
Yeah. He said the no good cause is that when you come to America, the people who carry the work up but don't can stay. Then you come back, then the drug group. I mean, honestly,
we're gonna try to pull a bro.
When you do that, you like for instance, even that comment, that statement, it's like almost undermining the conference because the conference was geared towards encouraging diaspora Liberians to invest in the country.
I like that point, Georgie.
Yeah,
because you encourage the people to come, but now you say
doing job and then directly doing job.
They will only show you time to carry you around after the start showing their true color to you.
but again, I know, but so usually, and this thing have been, I think we all are old enough to know that it started. I started seeing it during Dopoh time. Whenever the president traveled the country, they come back. They have the Thanksgiving intercessory service for the civil arrival of the president and his delegation. Yeah, but at that moment, that way you tell the nation the success of that visit
Yeah.
and so forth. But again, I don't know where the only success I think would be you say the conference was held and with a lot of prospect and hope for what will happen from it. But besides that,
Yeah.
I think Liberia didn't secure any kind of a major multilateral
nothing was secure. The
nothing.
Ghanaian foreign minister announced
Yeah.
that the country America reversed their whole visa restriction.
Yeah, they're getting 5 years now.
The Ghanaians, with moving forward, the Ghanaian will now receive 5 years multiple entry into the United States of America. Now that's a contrast from what we just saw unfolding in the country. Now in Liberia, they're giving 10 days visa.
10 days?
Visa. 10 days, 1 month.
Yeah, so some people got 10 days visa to come for the trip. Some people,
That's what I'm told. That's what I'm told.
Some people left Monday.
Yeah, then I'm gonna get a transit visa. You want to renew it in the New York community, the UN community.
What? Somebody travel.
No, you can make it. You can catch a Spirit flight through a cheap Spirit flight. Oh, that guy.
No, I think the next time I come to the US, I will try to Spirit flight because all my time that I've been on Delta, and where all my time being there, I always been on Delta. So I think when I come to the US the next time, I will try Spirit.
But
for me, I didn't flew there. Yeah, normally the one I raised to doing our year before first school. I used to like flying Sun Country. When you were Sun Country before?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, Sun Country. But
you know, I was showing Jabba those who fly Delta and Frontier. No, what time you fly?
Biggest flying flyer is American.
One time you fly, I will fly that if maybe it's a last minute trip. But I tell anybody on a serious note, they are not reliable. They are reliable, but in a sense that they first of all they don't include water on the plane. Everything the plane might pay for it.
They don't get you snack. They don't get you drink.
They give you snack, nothing. And then number two, if you miss your flight, they will even say they will put you in that flight. They want you with pig, all that stuff. But like American Airlines, Delta, so now they'll tell you say we'll put you on the next flight.
But the best carrier now in this country, these other people want American Delta, Southwest got a lot of customer base.
Yeah, that's what you do.
Their business line, the customer friendly trend they have, their flight attendants are very creative. More customer friendly. Other things. Sometimes they stand when they're doing their safety check team. Someone will be rapping. Other things. So Southwest got a very good customer base, also. But yeah, that's it. If we listen back to what the president said again,
you see, my brother-in-law. My brother-in-law. Oh, okay. No, not him.
So,
you see what the guy saying? We'll take advantage of this guy. Y'all read it. If God said next time you come, find some rigs, we'll give you free flight on Delta. What? Hey, my man, when they show finish, I'm calling you straight.
We should find Sam Riggs now. But I can get one next weekend.
Sam Riggs, you're now a special member of the closing argument. Our top fan.
We'll get you honorary membership.
Yeah. The closing airline special flight, the flight will be down the Delta. Yeah. Sam Riggs, my man, we gotta get in touch with you, man. Yeah, who goes up?
Let me find out. Is that not limited to internal flight?
I mean, talk to the man in the main inbox now.
No, but the man said, yeah, no. I just asking, is it limited to internal flight or it can be?
No, I think Delta that worldwide.
No, Delta is worldwide. I'm asking if this service is only for
internal. It's actually for internal. It's for internal.
Or Sam, is it also for continental?
The man in Royal. The man saying in Royal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, in Royal. Okay. Yeah. So basically, Georgie, that's it. But again, we told that other development been unfolding in the country. There was this case about a police officer being killed by a driver in Liberia. That news, we have not been lifting that news very well. And the father of this police officer, very young police officer, is someone that I know very personally. He served as CO8 before. He's been growing the police. Brisbane been growing the police for some time. Very protracted period of time. I've been in the police from the early 2000s, from the late 90s, if you will. He been into the police and all of things. His son followed after him. just came into the shoes, and his son was a very young, well-regimented police officer. He was brutally struck and killed by a vehicle. According to the story, allegedly the vehicle personally targeted him. It said he didn't like police officer or people that engage in law enforcement. That's what I'm hearing allegedly.
As an act of violence there.
And so I spoke to some of my police insider today, and they said that they told me yesterday that the police will have charged him. They during all of the investigation, they will have charged him. They're not considering this as a normal accident. They were going to go for a murder charge, and that's what I'm told that he was charged with murder today of killing a young man. But today also the chief of staff of the General Major Fuller also pay tribute and honor this young police officer that was killed. I think the police inspector general, and some array of other lieutenants of both the police and the AFL also did that today. And as serious, the law enforcement officers in Liberia, particularly Liberia National Police, with the kind of a mingle resources, very little resources they have, they've been contributing towards the safety of the country, despite very, very low logistical support to them from the government of Liberia. I can say this: the past time, even the weird time, the police struggle to have support. The Eddington, the police, Eddington, the support a little bit okay because the Umbil gives a lot of logistic and other things. But now, even this government is struggling. The weird government did far better. Now the logistics is very, very low in terms of that. But despite that, the police officers, particularly the traffic officers, those that are in operation, the PSU, the active unit, the all those other forces, the CRD, the traffic police officers, and all those things, they've been contributing towards the country moving forward. We have a country today, right, to target these people that are working in sacrificing their services to the country. You deliberately target them. It's not only unacceptable, but I think the law should take very, 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 very the echoes on those kind of dangerous people in our society. We don't need those kind of people to be roaming the street of the country that we want to do that. So I just want to say to the family, sorry for the loss, but I think this young man will be remembered for his service, and may his memory be a blessing to the rest of the police forces in the country.
Yes, I mean, it's a sad thing, you know, like you said, whether that police officer even have life insurance, I don't even think so.
There's absolutely, I can speak to that. There's absolutely no life insurance for any of our, any of our security personnel in the country. Nothing whatsoever. There's no life insurance, nothing. And the insurance, the medical insurance, I won't speak to that definitively, but I do know that most of these people don't even have correct medical insurance, or if you will. So, but they just go to work for the pay of $200, sometimes $250, $300 max, depending on your rank, or so will be around $200, $250 a month, and that's it. There's no other incentive for them, and they stay under those kind of strenuous conditions. They sacrificing on behalf of the country, and then you treat them. I mean, it's just appalling, and we will have to. The security sector reform days. There was a time when the security sector reform documentation came out. It was important. So to have a structural security sector reform, there have to be some very good incentive. You have to incentivize the security forces so that you make them to perform their tasks in a more independent way. And that's one of the reasons why people would say the police officer are now doing that kind of a subservient way of behaving. Instead of being loyal to the states, they're loyal to individual officials or the government, and it should not be that way. And sometimes that's one of the reasons why the security sector reform is up to also find some incentives for them, give them the kind of thing that they require, so that they will perform their tasks according to the constitution of our country. Not to do this kind of a thing. So the country is actually in a very difficult and tough spot that we have to stop doing some of these things. You saw the CSA boss today He left his CSA reform thing. He came also to spend more time to the airport.
I do watching that job like crazy. To that job and I go do you watching that job. But you know, I mean, it's sad. On a serious note, these guys they put their lives on the line and they go out every morning, leave their family. And look, I witnessed a situation where the police officer in the street, I think his son or his daughter were waiting for him to get the first money to send him for food. Man, in the traffic. Can you imagine? Yeah, the man. So when I look, by the time I was sitting to the place, waiting for somebody, might will be there. So when I look, the man got it money and he say, then he tell the person to the child, say, wait, I get nothing here. Wait some more. I said, I mean, you don't blame him because I mean, I was looking at the salary today of people. People still making $83 a month. And some people making $71 a month. What I mean, and you think it, and that's money that in America here you would just put in your pocket just to maybe because most of all we don't travel with cash. You will put your own pay maybe a few dollars in your pocket just in case. But most of the you deal with your card, you know. So that money you just have.
That money that you can forget and just spend while you enter.
Yeah, somebody whole salary there. You know, imagine you go wash your car, they check it, they say 29 bucks. And you know, all this stuff there. And the people, somebody whole salary there. So honestly, the police, but that's it brings me to say, the issue about this presidential villa. We'll talk about it. Will be the last topic we discuss today because we work on that topic today.
No, we have to talk about it now.
Well, okay, but let's go straight to it. Okay, yeah, okay, but let's finish the police on it first because that question is serious. MRU, which are fast as the Myean Rural Union office and all, and they're going to get in crossfire because the response they're giving is unacceptable. And the guy who is the Secretary General of the Myean Rural Union now, he was the vice standard bearer to the foreign minister in the last election, Ambassador Simeon Moriba. Okay, now. You can't tell me there was no groundbreaking ceremony for such a structure. There was no where the PPC bid to say who bid for it, and now as we dug further, the contractor is in front of the president, and now the government got to come clear. MRE got to come clear. And I think I put the response they gave through the email in the chat room there. Or people can read it. It would be good for us.
So who actually? I just want to understand, and so that the public will get this side of it also. So who is doing the construction in Foya?
They can't even give any exact information on it. But this guy, the civil society guy, and this guy are taking serious because what I noticed, the American Charge Affairs met this guy, and the very ambassador has been meeting this guy, Eddie Jawolo. So he must be somebody to take serious. The guy who raised the issue, who published this. Okay, hopefully tomorrow we'll get to speak to him and also to bring more light on it. But the government is not coming clear to talk about who owns those villas and expensive stuff. And the question people are raising is that if tomorrow, if we don't get to the bottom of it, tomorrow after the government terms expires, somebody could come and say, this bill is owned by Mr. Joe Bro, John Brown or Peter Paul. You never tell. So it's important that we get to the bottom of it. The Liberian people, the people just said, we're talking about the police people suffering, and then he's painting such a building. Look at that villa. You see the pictures. Myean, put the pictures up for all. The villa pictures. Look at the pictures of those villas. It's not a joke, and that's something that we're not going to let go. I asked somebody today, some top person said, oh, "Man, you say you're not journalist. What you asked me that question for?" I said, "Oh, I know the point. But we can talk on show, but it tells you that something is not right. Something is not right. I think we all should make it clearer. Look at the villas."
So is it really established that those villas they are built in Foya, or these are?
It's in Foya.
Are they not AR generated?
No, these are real struck buildings, and these are real buildings. People
So,
went there.
The reason why I'm saying this,
I come in now because when we're trying to dig deeper today, we're told that if the journalists and I went there, they stopped them. I was told today that they're now being heavily guarded now. They have increased security presence there. So what is it about? So the government, and we need to all pursue it, to dig on it, to ask the government authorities. If you said, why are you hiding this building, these structures? Take a team of journalists there. Let them go on a tour. Let them go on a tour and tell them, be open, be transparent. But we're not going to let it go.
Tomalin, look, let me just say something. I may not have a full duty, but I've been in the company with one of the engineers or one record who is working with our people, our group. And he's working with, or he worked for Thomas Fala's construction company. You know, look, my brothers on the show, we have to be sincere. We are all Liberians. We are all related to each other. We're gonna try and be sincere about what we want for Liberia. That activity that's going on in FOIA has a lot more information that will come out. And when the public get to know what's happening there, it will just be like a joy drop. Like, wow. And we did not expect this from this regime. We did not expect this from these people who came up with all these kind of things. But again, that's Liberia. And these are the things that bring people like. But it's not a fake thing. I know I'll talk to a guy who is part of the construction, who is who is honors Thomas Fala's company that is input and that is transporting the materials on trucks and even responsible to even transport sand and other things and cross roads. So I know for true that there's a massive construction work going on in FOIA. And I'm sure that in the next few weeks, 2 or 3 weeks from now, I will be in Lofa and I will visit FOIA. And I'm sure I will visit and see those construction work going on. And while we are here, I will go up briefly and even call some of our colleagues who work for us there to confirm. But I'm sure that these things are not AI generated. And there are people in government that are not happy with these things that are happening. But again, if you speak out in a way and you lost a job, how you pay your children's school fee? How you will get this and that. So we are quiet about that. But there are individuals in the system now that I know that some things are really going on wrong, but they're finding all necessary way to defend it and provide justification. But it's not good for us. Spending $10 million for that kind of thing for you. So I don't know how do we sit down and plan how to use the country money in the best interest of the brand people. And I always say this, I will repeat it, I will be redundant. We have to look at the young people's priority in terms of health, education, and all those real basic services that will give people dignity, make them feel like, yeah, this is my country. And I think people yesterday, how do you expect to be patriotic when I don't feel the feeling of the feeling that I should make to be patriotic? I don't enjoy, the benefit of being patriotic. You see the Americans that we're all learning from. Americans love America because America is serving them. An American laying down way there in the forest getting the problem. The American are ready to go there and evacuate the American citizen. What do we say American dog? American chicken, American this. The postal has gone so to the extent that anything that is linked to America, it has dignity, it has respect. And that is how I think we should be thinking as Liberians about ourselves, about our country. I mean, that why going on there? Who is it? Government? Is it government money, or
Okay.
is it President? I mean President Borgai, or is
That
somebody probably investment are going on there?
that's what we're going to
Now,
actually.
information we're getting now, yeah, what he's saying about tomorrow, but they had to come out clear. We want to welcome the Truth Inc. editor-in-chief, Ahmed Fofana, the guy who runs the Truth Inc. Platform, the one of Liberia prolific and finest analytical writer. They call him Ahmed Fofana Siddiqui, the friend of the deputy speaker. So he said, and he was evoking me, so he the friend of the deputy speaker. As soon as he spoke about it. That is the best speaker. He came up with a post. But we'll deal with that later on. But welcome, Ahmed Fofana. Welcome. But what we are getting is that they are saying now that the building, the structures in Foya is not for President Bouaka, but rather for the government of Liberia. But so if that's the case, you come out clear, carry team of journalists there. Why you so heavily guarded? There's journalists go there and you're talk about the project, because project of that nature should have been announced, should have been made public. Big,
So if
Very well.
it's
Very well. It should have been announced. It would have been a big program in Lofa that people would turn out. If it's a government initiative for the people of Lofa that is being considered in Foya, it would have been a big program where some of us are here in Morovia, we would have gone there to appreciate and know what's happening. But more besides, we should know what is the objective for that construction work. What is it going to do for Lofa? Okay, granted, it's a Liberian government construction going on the Liberian project. For what purpose? Is it for education, for medical, for research purpose, or for what? My brother, so I'm not going to school outside Liberia to go get master or PhD. But a little boy will learn in Liberia, it gave us opportunity to be thinkers too, to be analytical too in our things. You know, I mean, the emotional thing that all in the country, our here bend down, ink is already part of something. We are thinking too. Just tell us simple. This is a Liberian government project info here. We are doing this for research purpose or for this and this and this and this. But nothing like that. We just people burying how them who talk about it in the public and then become an issue. Why should government things be secret? We have open government, accountability and transparency. You see? But you
Yeah.
know,
So
gentlemen, I mean, for me sometimes when I see the things in my country, it can just make me feel like, I mean, I don't know what to say, but I can just feel the tired. I can just get tired in my body. Like, why am I talking? When will this change? You know?
well, as I said, we all have responsibility. Let us dig deeper. Let us try to inquire. Let us see the people want for you to be going in the cover of darkness or so to be creeping to go and find out and can come and report it how they want to happen, because they should be free. They should be able to say, look, we have nothing to hide. You'll come. But the problem is, the question will be asked: were PBCC involved? Were there a bidding process for the who got the project? Who the person? Who the owner of the who the project engineers? Who are behind it? But because of all of these the things that they're hiding, perhaps they got him scared. But the Minority Union, they are saying that they gave him almost like that statement they issued today. It almost like you opening more box, more room for people to ask more questions. Be clear, So you can't be talking one thing and then saying another thing. But so we have a responsibility to check on it, because there's a lot of money, and nobody gonna just put the people money in a project and we just let it go. No, this country has been ripped off. Look at just looking at a statistic. Our legislature alone, we out of 33 parliament in Africa, we are 25 for the 1.6%. And so Africa is the top in Africa. Then you got Ghana in West Africa, Liberia, where we are. Because the people know that all we do in our legislature, just fight for money all day, fight for money, all we do. But Siliki, where you met us, but it's troubling, though. It's troubling. And make no mistake, 2029, you don't take time, you'll be chopping each other up, because nobody will get it easy. They will be fighting each other. We gotta get ready.
Well, I think the presidency of the country should not be anything given on silver platter to anybody. There should be a fresh competition of ideas and for the votes of the people. That's what we think democracy is about, and we welcome it. With regard to what is unfolding in Foya, I mean, we all know exactly what it is and not even wanting to speculate, but just on the periphery of transparency and some expectancy of government when it comes to open government, it raises serious concern that even the public affairs minister or the deputy minister would not be too certain 100% as to what the project is. And there is
an idea that's evolving. Like everybody in the not. I mean, it's like people in government not aware. So that gives you a concerning. So assuming that project was for research, assuming it was for a military or perhaps some security operation or so, it still does not negate the fact that these kinds of information must be public. I mean, many of you who did project management will know at the project management side of this kind of construction, there are indications of what is unfolding, what who's funding the project, how long those data are collected and placed out there. So when you ignore those fundamentals, regardless of whatever or the intentions are, it still undermines good governance. And I think it's on that basis we're all speculating whether it is like a private home or whether it is somebody who stole government money. No, we're not going to rush to that first. I'm not going to rush to that first, but I'm just going to say fundamentally, the process undermines good governance in terms of being transparent and open. You cannot take 10 million. I don't know. So the next question, that's why sometimes to the journalists, those who are actually need to investigate. There are ways you can conclude, you can go check on the budget. Was there any 10 million allocated on the budget for such construction? It should be on the budget. If you don't see those things, then it's there. Then also I was disappointed today that upon the president arrival, not even a single journalist did not even ask that question. When that is a concerning issue in the country, I thought that
exactly. That was reason that you put forward, right? I agree with you.
Yeah, I was surprised that I thought that would have been some of the question that would have confronted the president upon his arrival today, that this is going for it. But none of the journalists ask those questions except to ask for things that people already know. And so in other words, when people say the press is the watchdog of the society for a purpose, because obviously government everywhere will always strive to be dubious and hard things. It is the independent press that tend to uncover those things. Not sufficient to just show the picture. It's good to go deeper now. When we want to find out before government come and change the narrative, say, oh, it's a government project. Let's find out was that an allocation in a budget? That's one. Two, if there was an allocation, was there a bidding process? Those are public information you can investigate to know. So I think at this point, we just want to call on the media, particularly the journalists, those investigative ones, to peruse those things. Take the national budget. Let's know how much are allocated for such a construction and stuff like that, and see, And I think the opposition lawmakers need to reflect that. If they are not aware of any passage of such amount, then they need to flag that out, because if money was taken from cover from something else to go there, they become misapplication, which of course is criminal. So we wait to see. Hopefully, we will hear what it is. But like I said, nothing now what that project is can justify the steps they took to get it there. So yeah,
we can't give up. And again, to these guys. Yeah, look, I was talking to a journalist today. They challenge the guy. They have a lot of challenges. Honestly, because, like, for instance, let me give an example. To come to America these few days, in October, the president having the American the Liberia Association of Journalists in America, the exiled journalists here, they having an annual event. So they're inviting journalists from Liberia. That's how most journalists from Liberia have an opportunity to come to this U.S. And to get that one, this government got to help them with some letter to us, all kind of stuff. Even though Aja wrote, but if I'm responsible to help you,
government can help in that direction.
Why have you come to America? What you think you won't talk anything? You won't report anything about me, because most of them are trying to come on a trip, using the trip, the diaspora conference to come so they can attend that event. But again, the only select few was given opportunity to come. Other ones then say, well, they started process and then they were not part of it, so they couldn't make it. And like we said the other day, when the people go for a press conference, people write their name down. After the press conference, they gave you, they say, all the who came, just don't need to pay away. So tell me now, if you go write anything bad about the people, you think next time they'll put your name on that list? And that's the problem the challenge they're facing. And it's just, I mean, except you got somebody giving you, supporting you strongly, giving you some support. Other than that.
Yeah, but this AJA convention. This is going to be the 13th national convention of the Association of Liberian Journalists in the Americas. It's going to be held, I think, in Maryland, I'm told, and the Minister of Finance is slated to be the keynote speaker.
Oh, really?
It's going to be from the 16th, Thursday, the 16th of October to Sunday, the 19th. It's going to be this in the city of Greenbelt, Maryland County. So Maryland County.
It's in Maryland County.
In the state of Maryland. Sorry, I'm going back to Liberia. I'm going to be in the city of Greenbelt in Maryland. Yes. So, but Tomalin, with this one, the government cannot do that. They will just have to apply. So those journalists that are invited to this occasion by the sister organization here in the Americas, we just have to go and book their own schedule for a visa, receive the visa, and yeah, that's good. But because there's not a government function, so government cannot write on their behalf on that note. So they will have to individually just write with the invitation from AJA America, and then take it to the embassy to. The reason why government sometimes can write on their behalf when there's going to a government function, like the United Nations General Assembly was a government function. So they want to bring some journalists, they can write on their behalf, then they will get. But this one is 100% the Union of Journalists in America inviting other journalists in Liberia to come. But many of times, some journalists will get invitation, will go and get a visa to be here and all of things. But but the watchdog of the society, you're right. We need to. There was a time I can remember when we came from the war, 2005, when Madam Sadi won the election. The Liberia Journal was very aggressive at the time, very aggressive, very, very much aggressive, and very proactive in terms of they were the watchdog at the time, and they were very critical when there's a need to be critical, and distract the balance at the time. You used to have the talk shows, the newspapers. Even the newsroom, you have Star Radio at the time was one of those news institutions that could really strike the balance. You used to have some tough newscaster and other things, great journalists, great talk shows. You used to have a midnight show on Star Radio called I Beg to Differ at the time. That was one of the shows that used to take the evening time. It was a midnight show and all of. You used to have Joey Kennedy, Moses Wenyu. But Summer George, Joey Kennedy on that Back to Different thing. It took some time in the country at the time. So those guys were more or less very popular. But now journalism, we still have some very forceful, but they will have to ask the hard questions sometimes. And to this time that we don't have information as to who is constructing something that's close to $1 million in that part of the country, it's just concerning. And the guys. Remember when we started constructing those condominiums in Painesville, in no time the Unity Party guy they flooded that on social media. So I think the CDC also has to be proactive. And I said something to someone today. I say the next election's coming. Before the past elections, Mr. Boaka even told people if an attempt for anyone to cheat in these elections, there will be a no Liberia. Right? So to sit, if the CDC would think, or all our political institutions would sit and think that they would just sit and watch, fold their arms, and watch the Unity Party, they will rig the election big time. Close to the election, they have to be clear and tell them, say, if you see the election, we'll check out the country here. Put it that way to them. It will be the same thing they did. You have to put that and be serious about it. Because listen, no one is going to sit and allow any bunch of people that didn't manage power to come and rig to say they're going back to power. No, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Nobody going to sit and allow that happen. So now I expect the CDC also to be very proactive. We should not only be the people saying these things. The party also has to be very proactive. The political leader has to be active. Expose those things. They did it to you, Mr. President. You have to be very that part of the country. Almost 1 point something. I mean, how many $1 million to put in there cost $1 million? There's nobody talking about it, and the opposition is not even lifting it. We are the one even talking about it. I will hope I will hear something from the CDC tomorrow. It's good that the former vice chair of the CDC is here. I don't know his role he played.
The national vice chair.
Okay, sorry, the national vice chair of the CDC is here, and I believe I respect him a lot and all of him. But I saw him in a more, how do you want to call it, fun trail with the former CDC deputy speaker.
The man at deputy speaker.
Deputy speaker. But you see, that's the difficult portion of it, and all the time. So I don't think he will have the laissez-passer to talk about this now. The fact that he didn't criticize when the man built that rest center. He didn't add where the money came from again.
Let me say something.
So I don't think he will have the laissez-passer now.
What rest center you talk about?
Let's stick on this.
The rest center that Father built in.
Let's stick on it. $10 million project.
But I think on the issue of individual lawmaker, there is some. I think normally in the budget they give them those.
These are big money that should be accounted for.
But guys, let's issue, right? And right now, Seleke, you raise an issue that people are now is trending now. People are saying it is true. No, the journalists because what happened? If you notice, even in America, right? Anything that's trending, the minute they get a word of Trump, right? First they put forward.
Of course,
even if Trump, like if you notice. Trump was speaking about the Gaza issue. The people forgot about it. They say the government shut down. Okay, in the next 3 hours, the federal government will shut down. They run out of no money. That means some government employees won't be working. Some services will not be available. The Democrats and Trump they never came to any agreement. And so that's where they are right now. So by 12 midnight. If you own you're working with the federal government, if you're not an essential person, you'll be on a job because of the government shutdown. But you see, after Trump then talked about the whole issue about the Gaza something, he and Baby Netanyahu, the minute the journalists got a chance, they put the issue of the government shutdown business. And like you said, Seleke, by the time the president got into the first question taking him to the president, the issue about the project in Lofa.
I took time to I took time I'll pay attention to the press conference because I was rather hoping then I follow up again to the church, hoping that at least some kind of way that issue would have been addressed. But like I said, we those of us who on platform, quote unquote, journalists or whatever that whatever title we find ourselves, we ourselves got some responsibility. And like when the president comes from the country, I hear people talk about one journalist asked the question, which was very difficult to say, what do you mean when you say Liberia still represent Africa? What isn't that a common knowledge that everybody know that Liberia is one of 5 or country that was how you do when you get really serious issues in the country? You couldn't even read that thing on the news 24/7. And that would have been the best person to answer the question, not no deputy minister, not no minister, but the president himself. What is happening in your country? But nobody.
But we're not going to. Tomalin. Tomalin. You know one. But on that note, on that note,
for your issue, we shouldn't give up. Use your
contact. Tomalin, you're right.
Use your any connection you get. Try to get a bottom of it. And
this
man. You put that man picture up, he will keep on answering the question.
Tomalin, go back, man. Let's go back to this issue that Seleke raised. For me, I see it from a different perspective, right? Seleke identifies something that is border around the quality of journalism. That's what I see right there. Because journalists are trained to identify news of interest. They are trained to do that. If the journalists are following, educators are real journalists who understand how to get the news out of the newsmaker, and that issue is in their domain, they would have raised it. But again, what kind of journalists do we have at the airport to cover the arrival of the president. I'm not trying to denigrate them, but I think we have to upgrade our standard in every career or field for ourselves. Because look, if anything only had raised that question, that would have been, like a point of recognition of that journalist quality. But nobody raised that issue. It is important to raise it. That's a friendly issue in the country, especially so information coming from the president's home with regards to construction of several structures and houses. But again, the journalists that were there did not see as a or they did not see or they didn't recognize that they had that information, or they were not able to ask the question, or they don't know what to do. I mean, it just speaks about so many things, and like I said, it border around quality in terms of your professionalism.
So let's start the analysis from our own house. We had our reporter there. I don't is he the one? Let's ask what was it? What if you could just give us an idea? Because sometimes maybe journalists were teleguided. You can't answer it. You can so I don't know if Myers, if any of them were if they covered the program, maybe they could give us some idea what happened at the airport and why you think
So,
questions
so
not
let
being
me let me come to that issue. Normally, at the program where the president will be, there are certain group of people that is announced to be able to ask the president question. And before you ask the president question, sometimes they will review the question that he wants to ask the president. And then if you give the question, if the question is not
What?
necessary, they will tell you, oh, this question is not necessary. You can be able to take another question or pick somewhere else. That's how it goes. So like today was something like it's just an ordinary fee wherein everyone was at that point, but they were restricting to whom they usually ask the president question. That was what went on today. Yeah, man.
yeah.
Yeah, I heard
Yeah,
you,
but
No,
man.
but that's a bad practice though. If they will teleguide journalists in terms of the question to ask, I mean, I will understand. Sometimes they want to be able to something, but I don't know. But I think question of of that nature about that construction, I think it's a fair question. I think it's a fair question, assuming a journalist had it on the paper. But
Well, that's it, gentlemen. So I will drop off shortly and join you guys later.
Oliver, please send out some picture from that building. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be there maybe the next 2 weeks or so. I will
So
try
Maya,
to.
what's happening? What's happening? What else happening in the country?
Are you hearing me now?
Maya,
Yeah, are you hearing me?
yeah, I'm hearing you.
Yeah, so today we like Mr. P have already announced like today the Minister of Justice and we saw the general from the armed forces of Liberia. They were all at the site where one of the police officers were killed by a taxi driver allegedly. Then all of them were there to show their sympathy to the Bewee family and the Liberia National Police. And also today, the Liberia Maritime Authority had a program today at the ministerial complex where they brought together maritime security and the entire maritime domain where they have successful program today. So we've been following the president arrival, where there are so many things that were getting out there, where others view the former president arrival, and then they also look at the president arrival today, where others who went at the Rabos International Airport today to await the president. Some of them never knew the intent they went there for. Some of them never knew what exactly they went there for because we asked them the question, what exactly you guys came here for? Others were saying we came here to our father for our benefit. What benefit you came for? Some of them said money because they were paid to go at the airport to be able to await the president. and then Liberia's attention was drawn to that video that was circulating on the social media, wherein if you look at the former president arrival and then you look at the president arrival, there are two different things that went on. So I think the Liberian people make their own view on it, and from today you can clearly tell how 2029 will be like in terms of the political arena in Liberia.
Keep him in the deepest part of your cell until I say otherwise. He's a criminal. You have nothing to worry about, sir.
So I think I have my colleague sir from here who I think sir, if you have any development, you can just.
What did I do? Now, why they put you here again?
I think someone background. I think someone background is. Let me see. Okay, I think I'm Mr. Pewee. Yeah. You are muted. You are muted.
Let me ask you before Sir comes in. There is this information about the court. I don't know which one of the courts, but I've asked for the arrest of the former justice minister and the former lands mines minister and a few other persons.
Yeah, on that court issue, right?
The diamond stuff, yeah.
Yes, that exactly diamond issue. So for that issue, we've been following that issue, but not closely on it because it just something that came out this afternoon, and then we've been doing some follow up on it to see how best we can get some proper information regarding that diamond issue, because sometimes when information comes out, you don't verify it properly, and then just give information. Sometimes it goes wrong. So we are doing our own investigation on it to see how the case is going. Then we'll be able to come out with a clearer view about what's going on.
So, Pewee, I just want to ask you.
Am I on mine?
Yeah, you're right.
So for that diamond issue, it been like 2 years now, 2 years now since that particular diamond issue or kick off in the country from Babolu. One upon a time, I think 2 or 3 people were digging a diamond on a diamond mine, and then they found this big diamond. You know, when you find a bigger diamond, you have to come report it to the government through the Ministry of Lands, Mines, and Energy. So before before the reporting of that particular diamond, there were confrontation in Babolu. Another party were claiming, party X were claiming the diamond, party Y were claiming the diamond. So the Mines and Energy back then probe in the matter, seized the diamond, and begin their investigation. So investigation unfold throughout the years and more. It came a time the court ruled in favor of another party, which is the legal owner one Muhammad Kamara. The court mandated the Ministry of Lands, Mines, and Energy to turn over the diamond, but unfortunately, from the court ruling, the diamond is nowhere to be found now. So they have ordered, the civil law court has ordered the arrest of former ministers, including directors of Lands, Mines, and Energy, and former president of the Brokers Association of Liberia, to find the whereabouts of the diamond, so that the legitimate owner can receive his diamond. It's 53.34 carat diamond.
You're trying to say something.
He talking to the deputy speaker.
I think it's me there.
Say so so I was wondering, do you think that's the standard where they will have the minister, they need him for question or for arrest, and will also go down to deputies and assistant minister. When, of course, when the idea about the superior person being held, now that he's already there, why would you want to go down to perhaps the assistant or the deputy when the minister controls the ministry and perhaps the people might have been acting under instruction from him?
Yeah, but basically, if those people are people that play some major role, we invite them in, but we still have to call them. So it's the assistant ministers and other directors, then directly involved with it, they can still bring the minister. Now, the reason why they're bringing the minister is because he's the head of the institution. But if those people play very critical role linked to that issue, they'll have to call them at the same time. So everybody can be called simultaneously also, so that to just allow the investigation to get all the facts that they need to move the case forward.
So here's another thing. The man who is representing the defendant or the UNO was the Solicitor General, Republic of Liberia. The Attorney General own argument per what the court said was that the diamond was deemed government property, and so
Yes.
decision as to its usage, seizure, and possession was from a government point of view. So now that the Solicitor General, who is clothed with internal secret and operation, now become a defendant, don't you think that is a serious conflict of interest that at least it should have taken to go on such a case? Because I think in some part of the world, when you serve, you sign that at least up to 2, 3, 4, 5 years, you cannot do direct business involved with that particular institution. So it's because you are close to direct information, you know what I mean? Considering your role. So I don't know.
Yeah, again, that's one. So we have to know first and foremost if a said case will have to involve that, and that's a point you strike there is very important. But it's almost 2 years down since they left. And when did it happen? Do we have a statute of limitation about that, or in terms of your involvement? At what time you can, like in other areas, if you work with in other areas, where you work with the prison, in most probably in this country. If you have to leave the prison 2 years before you start to interact with any of those, maybe past even prisoner that was released and all of them, before you can start to deal with that. So yeah, there are rules governing these things. So I will hope that because the father himself as Solicitor General and now the principal lawyer, there will be some conflicting aspect of the law. But again, we have to dig into it to see if he can do that or he cannot do that. But if he cannot, I want to believe his counterpart, the other people on the other side of the current the prosecution will live that seriously against him, and they can use that against them in court. But this is a serious thing. 56 point something carat of diamond. It's not a small feet of diamond we're talking about here. So I think the state will have to put on. But a lot of things. Now, the last time someone we spoke about the mountains having a secret airport in this country. If that is true, I don't know if we've been talking about that. If it's true, the landing picking up in somehow the forest in Kitma, then they have to concern the government to investigate. But a lot of our underground mineral leaving the country in the most surreptitious manner, the smoking these things out of the country where the country is not benefiting from. And despite of putting into place the Tomalin process, the Tomalin process will have to certify most of these things is diamond. They will have to go through the proper procedure and through that before they can be lifted. But despite that, because the reason was that during the Taylor time, there was sanction being placed on most of our diamonds coming from Liberia and Sierra Leone, because most of those things are considered blood diamonds. So that's how we came to this Tomalin process about trying to go through that, and that would certify the entire thing to make the stool legal, and it will go through all those transfer processes and other things before it can be clear. But now they have lifted these things. The process is moving on, but we still have a lot of shady deeds unfolding in terms of the ministry. And at the time, that ministry was controlled by just one man. One man controlled that ministry, and in your government at the time, and was just one man controlled that ministry. It was the then pro tem. He had a lot of control. I'm told that he still got a lot of influence there. I don't know. So a lot of things been unfolding. Clear to see. I'm sorry, Abachi been controlling that ministry for a very long time. He deployed, almost appointed everybody in that ministry. He controlled the mineral resources of the country. So there's a need that we, as a country, we have to allow certain sector to operate and removing certain group of individuals of controlling these things in the country. And that, trust me, the country would just get those things and just handful of people will enjoy them, and they'll sometimes will come and parade as they are this, they that nonsense. And the country will have to begin the process of doing that. And that's one of the roles some will start playing soon, not to work in government, but get planted in the society to open doors to ensure that certain people in the country get appropriately sanctioned. This time, if they are sanctioned, they'll push the Liberian government to act on them. If they're sanctioned, if there are any lawmakers, they force the Liberian government to remove them. That's the kind of role some of in our new role in this country now we're going to start to play. Because if we don't do that, many of our people will just, and sometimes someone will come and they will consider aside the Zad, the this, the that. No, it's not a way to do it.
The new progressive want to take a new approach.
Yeah, that's what we're going to do. We're starting writing communication to lawmakers, going to places in at the Treasury and other areas, start having conversation with people. Seriously, we're going to start to do those things. We'll go in the country, get some information, do some documentation, and we'll just report certain people that we believe that have been milking the country terribly. And they still try to do those things. They'll have to leave. And this time around, the way we want to do it is that if they nail them by sanction, prevail on the Liberian government to get them out of those areas. Because if you still just do these things and nothing is happening from that, it's a problem. 56 point something carrier of diamond is not a small field of diamond, my brother. It's not. It's not. It's not. And then that'll go. And all the mineral being, all the diamonds being quite. I mean, I took a time 2015. The New Progressive, I visited somewhere it's not in the better side, but in the Bayama area. We went there. There's a lot of illicit mining camp, huge. They got a whole town.
Wow.
Where folks are people doing business. People just mining. You see this pit, different sort of pit holes and other area. It covered an area of more than very huge, like very huge. If you are driving distance, it will cover more than 15, 20 miles just walking.
So
huge.
Wow.
Businesses in that part of it is between Dopoh and Bon County.
Wow.
We went to one of the camps that the old man was there. We met with him. He took us in the area. He offered us. The man said they were cooking out of bush meat. The man said we should wait and sit. Jungle Gene. You heard about Jungle Gene?
Yeah, I heard about Jungle Gene. He's still there.
Yeah. Met Jungle Gene. He told him he had a lot of. He had some young girl. He had about 5 young girls, beautiful young girls sitting behind cooking. Other area that he hot. The man got his son in there sitting also out of man in the forest. So listen, and there's part of in another camp when they were almost all Fulanese. My brother, all Fulanese. Those are guys that will carry the money, they will carry other machines, and they will bring those goods. See some people sitting area just smoking, drinking. Yeah, drinking up the balls and money, different pit holes and other. I was there. That I think that trip I went with Musa Kane. Now he's a lawyer. He's a lawyer now. He's a work with 2FM. Musa Kane myself went on that trip in 2015. Yeah, Musa Kane was a journalist.
I think we don't pay a lot of attention to the lands and mines aspect of
it. Don't. And that's the bit. They were the guys that milking, my brother. We don't pay attention.
We don't pay attention to lands and mines. We just focus on Freeport, LPRC.
That's it. And there where the money is.
Those things.
One man been controlling that area for a very long time now. Abachi, the former pro-tem. He been controlling the place. Even Myean, he appointed almost everybody over there. Everybody. He recommended him. He controlled everything. All the assistant ministers, the assistant minister of mine, assistant for operation, everybody. The director of this, do everybody. And he still played a very major role. I don't know now how it is now, other things, but he still got his fingerprint all over the place there. Guys got their own money area across the country.
I was on one of our regular trip across to the southeast. We were in Sano that night. I think one of the the biggest town before Greenville, but it's a diamond mine. And you listen to the boys at night, sitting there just let you know. Then you thought yeah, but the kind of gold and diamond, in fact,
Oh yeah,
that the guys will talk about. Then you see the road, my man. I'm like, how can this
terrible,
people be so rich and the place so poor like this?
very terrible. And I
And the
mean,
guys
when we
talk
went
about the
out there,
gospel, but they kind of gold coming from their place, and the people who coming to take the
my
gold will not
brother,
even.
I fucking say, I mean, I know it's a curse or so.
Yeah,
Listen, we have to park in Dopoh City, in the capital city, and we'll go on motorbike, going on motorbike for almost 1 hour 30 minutes. Went to the first major town from Bayama, then we go on the back again, took us in. Now on that 4-path road, you gotta be jungle something wrong. We took 2 backs. Yeah. So
yeah.
that's
The
it. The road
richest part of our
terrible.
country tend to be the most underdeveloped part of the
Yeah,
country.
yeah. And
The
that
people
part
to
of the
take the
country is
log, to
rich.
take logs from those
Yeah,
places.
forest, the log there, they got a
Yeah,
lot of.
then in a single road. I mean, like, I don't know.
I mean, my brother, the day we would take some time, just go across the country, and you see
No,
how
but
rich
you
the country is
know,
to
guys,
develop, and the people are suffering in those areas. And the
you're talking
person,
about this.
people
You're talking
get
about
to
this.
like I'm sorry, the full Ghana getting medals of that in the country, big
You're,
all the thing all the time.
Yeah,
you're
in
talking,
those areas.
you guys talking about this, but the reality, look, and again, we got to get serious. Last year alone, 2024, $1.6 billion were taken out of Liberia from our resources.
Oh yeah.
And you know how much went into our national
Johnny
account?
got some.
130 million went into the national account.
What?
130 million that went into the our national covers, because you got foreign guys coming to the country. They bribe our officials of government. They bribe our ministers, our lawmakers, and they take our resources out of the country because for little or nothing, and the countries get ripped off. I repeat, until Liberia can get a transformative leader, Liberia will not go nowhere, because the leader alone will set the pace. Okay? But again, too, talking about the lawmakers too, you think if the sanction the U.S. government put on these guys, you think if the sanction was hurting these guys, you think it's hurting these guys, they will try to run? First of all, the minute the election ended, Nukwe and Chair were trying to run for Senate pro tem. The U.S. government hit them with sanctions, they withdrew. But guess what? Today, they still control everything. Our chair controls the mining industry, he controls it. Trust me, I mean, he controls the thing. He had a president, like for instance, like my brother Sefa Dick said, he said if the president is serious about the Liberian Diaspora Conference implementation, where he will start from. The first thing you do, you will say, every government supplies, everything will come from Liberian made, Liberian entrepreneurs, Liberian factories, wherever in Liberia. You won't order it from abroad, from any country. Start from there. The president has said today, say, look, Jackie, for our conference and Mr. Minister of Finance, beginning in the 2026 budget, make sure we won't buy no supplies from any foreign donor anywhere besides our Liberian own. Then we ready to serious business. But my brother, people can say you're too tired.
Tomalin, I get a different about the sanctions. Why it is true the U.S. government will interpret it as a tool for correction. I rather don't think they tend to impose it on the basis of achieving the ultimate goal. I think they just do it as a means of influencing the policy, the politics of the day, and not necessarily to really seek correction, because sometimes they become selective. For example, and not to justify anything, but let's be honest, 5 or 6 persons doing this, we are went on a sanction for some of the allegations that were visible in the early time. For example, when you have a government who runs 66 bogus concession, how doesn't that affect the people generally directly? Yet
Well, Hamed, let me just interrupt you. Okay, on a serious note, right? Okay, when we had Michelle talk about they had Riva were the lobbies, right? I think she was taken from there. And then, you know who they put there? Bakari Salas. The man up for Labra one day. Number two, when they came to engage the U.S. government, who are engaging? You had a Democrat or Republican or Democrat in the White House, or you're engaging Republicans guys. You know nothing was going to get done. Now, if you are serious, you look. And
But
if you don't,
Timali, my point I'm trying to make is it doesn't have to be that way. You don't need to. You don't. So. The most important, we don't need sanction to curtail behavior.
I agree.
People, we have laws. The president, the leaders of our country must be intentional in upholding our laws and implementing it. You don't need sanction to come and tell you, "Oh, the man, we do." No, that's so disgraceful. Because we have laws in the country that you can hold people accountable for actions, for things that do wrong.
It comes back to my point. I said we need to look. Seleke, let's be frank. You are been in the politics from high schools, university. We went through auditing it. Seleke, until we're gonna get it start with the leader. I'm not kidding with you. If the leader is not the person who will put their feet down and to say, well, this is what I'm going to do, we'll just be talking every day. Look, honestly, you think like on Sunday at the town hall meeting, they asked the president a question about you were bragging about what he been doing. He said, I'm not playing. And I brought on a move. We do something, we'll suspend you. I agree. Suspension. But the thing is that, look, with all the propaganda, all the accusation they levy against the past administration, today, why nobody? When you push them under, they say, "Oh, the court is the one that delaying them." But because if you have a good case, you go after you put it forward, you go after to the prosecution. But it's like so the person you just lie on the people for nothing, just the kind of power. Because you had the evidence, all the things you are talking about on these people, you're bringing forward. You see, the Democrat got mad with Maryland. They won't hear about that guy they call Maryland Garland, the Biden Justice Minister, because they say he delayed so much on the town caught up with them. They not going to do nothing, got nothing straight. You see, Trump? Why they shoot that Trump is doing retribution and everything, going after the political opponents? Or Trump told he told the Attorney General, he said, Ben Bunny, what wrong you? What's it too much time? You want me indictment now? What's it that? And that's the woman she indicted the people and the people. And what's happening? So until we get our president, and I will say again, Liberian people, if we serious to transform the country, you will sit and examine your conscience. But you think that because you are playing that tic-tac-toe, it's up to y'all. Trust me, up to y'all. And we all are aging. We're getting old. By the time after 2029, next election will be what? 2030 what?
35.
35, right? Okay. For that again, it will be 2041. But after that, we have money really chilling now because now our time finished now. Then the generation after us now, they have nothing to see because we live in nothing for the generation that come after us, nothing. So as a result, what they get serious. And we'll say every year they say every election they say there's a more consequential election. 2029, if you in your 40s, your 50s, 2029 is the most consequential election for that group of people. Don't take it for a joke. Because if you screw it up, forget it. So it's up to everyone to get serious, get involved. And that's why I encourage people to go Liberia to go invest and put their money there. Because when your money is invested in the country, you won't want to see anybody just become president. You get involved. You got to get in join a party, but you get involved. You because Johnny, honestly, Johnny, if your money is invested in the country, Johnny, you won't just want to see anybody become president or lawmaker. You want to make sure that you influence who become the leader of the country.
You know, Tomalin, thank you. And I heard you, Pewee, and Seleke talking about the mineral sector, and I just already try to get involved because this is one of the area. And I mean, Tomalin, it can get bother me. So, what are we doing here? What is our leadership about? How do we identify our asset? There's something I studied way back called asset mapping. So why not sit down as a government or as a leadership? What do we have as Liberians? How value is it to us? How can it play a role to transform our country, to transform our life? How can what we have as our asset be the source of our existence? I heard something about Sano County and and my brother people talking about Lofa, I mean Bapuru. No, those areas are natural resource regions in the country. The place you call government camp in Sano County. I was there a few years back. It's in a district called Jide. From there, then you go beyond there, go to Jidepo, which is the global district in Sano. Jide. My brother, the road then to go to that place, that gold rich man was so terrible. It was so terrible. It's so scary. Look, I was on that trip on that vehicle, hoping that if I go in, I wasn't a friend because I already into it. But I worry, how do I come back? So, I mean, too many, like you, is already scared. I can see your favorite scary man. You can't go on that road. In fact, you should the first bridge, you should turn the car around. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? You remember too many, but no, I'm a friend note. I'm a friend note.
The man,
Go on, Chile. Too many, go on, Chile. I was in that place for 3 nights. I want to go do some, NGO work there. Too many, 3 nights. And like every night like this, I will sit out from my room and be observing the movement people. Can you imagine Bokon Chile? I saw a group of men with water in the bucket with sponge, rubbing against the foundation of houses where I was residing. The huddle lost me in. So I asked the guy, Jeremy, what's going on? They my people hustling today. We're not able to go in the field, so we're hustling the town. I said, hustling where? They for go. I said, in the town like this, oh, don't worry. All the hustling here, they got the building house with go inside. Those guys were with the sponge, with the water in the bucket, rubbing against the foundation of the buildings around where I was staying. And for sure enough, I'm very curious when because I'm a research person. I said, I will find out what you guys doing, what I do. The next morning, I identify them. Because not knowing the house I was lodged in, right opposite me is where the guy they go focus stay. So they all come to come sell go there. So I was trying to explain the money to the guy. The guy said, "Oh, my beginning will come." So one beginning said, "Oh, my baby, we don't want your last name." I said, "So where your brother?" He said, "Go with bro from going around." I said, and when they got gold dust, small powder small, like kind of like paper, wax paper. So I said, "For long," I said, "So, but then the whole town is on gold." The guy said, "That's why we got law here in the town. When you sweep your yard, you throw the dirt in the creek. When you dig well or you dig a toilet hole, you throw the dirt in the creek. Because if you are allowed to dig well in the town or toilet hole into the dirt to watch it, you will find gold and will lead to the town it will lead to the town breaking down." That same policy and law I saw that happening in Westwa when I was doing something in Westwa also. They say in Westwa, we don't dig anybody who dig toilet hole or any kind of hole you dig in the town. They will watch, they will send watchmen over you to take out there and go and throw it into the creek. I like in Butu or Wegbini. Because two creeks that surround Westwa. You got Butu River and Wegbini. The two waters surround Westwa and then enter into the river. You understand? So the country has endowment in mineral. But I don't know whether we have interest in managing them properly in a way that it will benefit us. So
Johnny,
Sano County had that kind of mineral coming from there. See the
Johnny,
classrooms. See the no, listen, look at the classroom in that very environment, the school building. Look at the health facility in that same place. Where the go come from? The people say way back doing something this. This will measure go from that place in cup, Simon Cup. For that same go camp called Bukon today. Now they call government camp. They call that place sitting in the jungle, my brother Tomalin. When I was there that time, we had no current moreover, basically. That whole town is lighted up 24 hours. You drink cold water. Anything you want to drink is as cold as 0 or even -5 degrees in that town. When I went to that place called Bukonjile Government Camp. Come back to Baburu. What are you talking about? God, what Ome is Jongo G is. Beyond there, there's a place called Monokole. I think that's where Jongo G is, around where the people spoke about. That area is also another. In fact, in Baburu, the guys called themselves mineral soldiers. They're moving, they get marooned by reading the forest, going to from place to place where they will find once they dig small sample, they found piece of gold or diamond around there, they can build a camp in that forest. That whole place will be there for about a month. When they feel that place got nothing better, they move on. The guys are moving from region to region in the forest. They don't have nothing to do with it. When the guy in north, they come to town, sell, go right back. And most of them got agents in Monrovia that are relying on them to bring the goods to them. So what is our policy on mineral exploration,
For me,
mineral sale?
I will
What are
come
we
back
doing as a country? We're looking at
I'll
a
come back to
mineral
what I
is good
said
for us.
earlier.
Nima County is also not rich mineral county. They got
I'll come
diamond in Nima. You
back
know,
to what
I
I
mean,
said
almost
earlier.
every country has some deposits of mineral like diamond or gold. But what is our policy? B
Our
Mountain is
policy.
mining gold out of Liberia, right?
Okay.
B Mountain mining gold out of Liberia. What is our benefit? Only royalty?
But
What, so why
I,
don't we nationalize these institutions?
I
We
mean,
should
like
nationalize these things and have share in as a
what my
country.
friend Gaia really is saying. What Gaia is saying, I agree with Gaia. He said, I propose the nationalization of all gold and diamond mines, introduce a Liberian gold board, follow the model of Ghana, follow the model of Burkina Faso. Enough, I think it's enough. I agree with you, Gaia. No joke about that. But they start from leadership. It will not happen until you get a president of the country who will do these things. So look, we can talk.
You're right.
The laws are all on the books. Look, the laws are on the books. They said like the issue about they work permit. You by raising the fee, it doesn't matter. But if you tell the man, say, in order to bring employee to come and work in your company in Liberia, for that person, the fee is $50,000. What you do, you end up start finding Liberians to do that job because he can't afford to bring expertise for that amount. So look, you get a president who will
So
take country
so
serious.
Tomalin,
But
let's be sincere now, right? On the mineral side of what we're looking at, UP government failed us 12 years. CDC, wait for me, I'm coming. UP failed us 12 years. CDC come and fail us 6 years, the same mineral sector. But then we are still discussing CDC and UP as alternative.
No.
What are we going to move to?
That's why, and you know, you brought a good point. The problem is, so our friends, there was somebody we can't agree. They will tell you, you tell them right now, they will talk about, oh yeah, that the situation now. No, in that situation, you the cause, you making it. Okay, because you are agree that'll be our that's Liberia portion there to settle with two parties. No, okay. You have opportunity to right now. The debate now is CDC they better than you. You're not doing better than CDC. You're doing worse. CDC the debate right now, and everybody involved in that debate, and that's the problem the country will face, continue to face.
Yeah,
Because
and we failed now. So we failed. The two groups failed us in the mineral sector where we are discussing now. And we believe that the mineral sector is key to our economy. The two groups failed us in the mineral sector. So where are we? You know?
The telling can coming. The problem if we continue to play the game with it, enge penge.
No, the issue about Liberia.
You just say, Hamed, let's support John Brown now. Let's try John Brown. Tell you say.
You see, that's the thing. You're talking about try.
Okay.
No.
So
listen.
He trying, but you want to do the existing one. That problem.
No.
Oh, but wait.
What we first of all, we have all identified the problems in our country.
I stay on the show that way. No, go ahead. I'll be talking.
We identified the problem in our country to be lack of active leadership to assert control, to implement our laws, and to take the country working very seriously. People way to approach that is to say, look, let us bring an alternative. We want the best person to lead the country, but the truth of the matter is that I do not see that alternative as an attempt to provide any new vision. What I see is that either they see people leave on CDC, leave on UP to go create an alternative. So what's the difference? So until there can be something concrete that will convince us that it's different, then you bring a conversation for us to start talking. But you can't just sit down every day and say, telling. What is the telling offering? That is fundamentally different. So at my level now, having had the opportunity to be around the political team for over 20 years, I can't just make political decisions on the basis of excitement. even within my own arrangement, an attempt to seek a re-election would demand of me what new are you putting on the table for which you want to be re-elected as a patriotic person. I will ask those things to be convinced about it. So I pass the stage where I move on a bit of excitement. You know what I'm saying? I will ask the tough questions, but we're not seeing it. So I'm not one person who, okay, I think this won't fail me. My party too is a mess, so let me join. No, I can't do that. I can't do that. I must ask for. I must ask the hard questions. So how do I start asking the hard questions from in my own institution? Look, you had an opportunity. We had an opportunity 6 years ago. I mean, 2 years ago, we did this. We did this. We did this. First of all, do we acknowledge our failures and wrongdoing? Because to do that, not necessarily to say it's sign of defeat, but to say, what do you want to correct? So if those acknowledgement is not forthcoming, there is a serious problem. Then it seems as though the approach to power become an approach of entitlement and not one of transformation. So under that context, under that guidance, I even guard myself like that. That even within my own party, I must demand or I must also advance, concerning I'm part of the leadership, I must also advance something concrete, something that is fundamentally different from what it was before. Commitment must be must be believable. The vision must be very clear, and all of those things. That is why some of us become very sensitive on the minimum mistake that we make, even in opposition. We become sensitive to it because when social will tell you when you start to practice something over and again, it becomes a habit. Okay, so having guard myself in that approach, then you say to me, let's go to telling. How do I just immediately join a telling? I'm at this point, I'm not in a newbie to political study. I'm not new to politicians' lies. I'm not new to people creating stuff for their own aggrandizement. I'm not new to those things. I've seen it over and again. And so if I am to align myself to anything, it must be something more tangible. Now, things that I overlooked earlier over the last 20 years, that I wouldn't overlook them again. As Steve Asa would say, when you see the red flag, when you see a ping, when you see the red flag, don't say, oh, maybe that ping. No, call it as it is. So that's my approach going forward. So
Okay, Seleke, I like the point you raised. And clearly, you made very salient point with regards to decision making when it comes to politics and leadership for Liberia. And I just thought to maybe ask you the question. What do you think about Clarence Molina?
well, Clarence Moluba,
Monimba.
Moniba, I think he has a lot of theoretical, he has a lot of ideas. I see him express ideas during the campaign. I didn't give him 100% of my attention, but everybody say he was one of those person who expressed some ideas. The only thing is he has not been tested because you see sometimes it's simple. Like I can stay here and theoretically design for you the Liberia that we all aspire to. But being tested as one thing. So I need to now go beyond what Harry Modiba said to see the different transformation he has executed. Not necessarily big ones, but just the small ones in his different area, even his personal life decisions I think. So some of those evaluations become critical because, like I said, it's not sufficient for me. I can do research, go on a campaign space, take an airtime, and present to you what every Liberian wants to hear. It's simple. Those models are there. Anybody can present it, particularly so when you're very eloquent. He is an eloquent guy, he's an educated guy. He has the capacity and ability to tell a story. He knows how to make a narrative, convincing one as well. It's a good thing, it's a plus on a political trail. But it goes beyond that for me, in my case. Now, Mobile will impress people who haven't been there. I'm telling you, 20 years actively involved in the process for 20 years. 20 years. I mean, I've dealt with, I've been in every cycle you have seen politicians. Some of them shock you. Some came with the purest of heart in terms of what you thought they were. That it will change the country. You believe it. So I'm saying that after 20 years, it's sufficient for me to be critical in terms of giving my commitment and support for the sake of our country. For the sake of our country. So since I'm a part,
And Seleke, I like that point, and I'm very hoping that you can say that continuously in terms of
but that's how,
Liberians.
but that's
Liberians should begin to be more critical
but
about
that's how.
how to make decisions.
But I'm not saying on the show because I
So
want to answer
my
your
question
question.
is,
But that has been my position. That has been me all along. I
so my
believe
que-
that. Yeah. So I believe that. Here's it. I believe that you can be committed to a political philosophy, an idea. For example, let me use CDC. I strongly believe that CDC has a very great manifesto. The majority of those people who support, who form the base of CDC, the ordinary people, what they aspire to, for which was captured, they want a very good country. So in other words, the implementation of what CDC says, what a document stands for, can transform Liberia. That's a fact. So I started the process with slogans. I started the process with believing. I started the process with commitment. Now I'm at a stage where I am more of a critical man now going forward, because whether I like it or not, we don't have many more time on the scene anymore. So we must be critical now so that if we cannot transform the scene, but we must leave a foundation that those coming after can transform it. So I cannot just, I'm not an emotional driven, slogan driven politician again. I am a party member now with a very critical view, to the extent where whoever sits as standard bearer of my party and will have to go through very serious conversation, to the extent where.
Okay. So you go through the conversation and the person tell you say, I will do X, Y, Z. So
So
then,
you see, you're reducing me to say.
no, you say
No, you're reducing me to say.
no.
When I tell you, I come in, Tomalin, at my level of understanding government, my own experience and qualification, I just said with even a person say, oh yeah, I'll go face the play, then I get worded so that what the person tell me.
So
you must answer questions. You must answer
if you
questions.
answer your question, they tell you what you want to hear. Then what next?
If some of those questions, can be answered, because it will involve real serious technical evaluation, placing it with your own value, placing it with the examples you have set, placing it with giving explanation of why former actions were taken this way. If those things can satisfy them, well, of course, because of course, I do not expect an injured to come having to leave Liberia. That I don't expect. And I'm not also looking for a perfect human being. No, I'm not looking for a perfect person.
Let welcome Sarah B. Dopoh. Sarah, welcome to on the show. Okay.
Thank you, guys. I'm just here briefly on my break to give my own info and get out.
Yeah, so we'll give the floor. I'm saying you're on your break. Give the floor.
Yeah, the diaspora conference specifically, I wanted to mention about was a
Did you
total
attend
waste.
the conference?
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay.
It was a total waste of time. I was listening to the replay of your program yesterday, and Robert made a salient point, and even Tevi Cole made a lot of points. Our taxpayer dollars should not be used to come abroad and take pictures that will show it to the Liberian people. That's not what the taxpayer dollars is for. The conference could have made a very big impact, like Robert said, if these people have come with, just like this, sometimes they go to these meetings and things, they don't carry any proposal. And at the end of the day, they go back with their hands swinging. So if they had come out yesterday with a tangible proposal or working document that everybody would be on the same page with, then we're talking. But you come, you're pressing the president, you start telling all the different things what the government doing, and we can see for ourselves that nothing going on, the government is not achieving anything. And you come with all the charade, it was just a waste of taxpayers' dollars. I'm sorry. Yes, commendable. They made the effort to come and engage diaspora librarians, which is commendable. But what do you come with? What do you have to offer our people? What do you want to do moving forward to engage diaspora librarians to go in there and invest? We spend, like they said, we spend a lot of money to our people. to help them out in Liberia. If all of us come together, put our resources together, like other countries have done, we can do a lot of great things for our country. But that's not the case. These people came to show up, to show pictures, to the president showing job at where is not, and where is should not be your focus. The
What he
Liberian
said?
people should be your focus. Go by and
What did
listen
he
to him.
say?
Don't go by and listen to him. Don't come ask me yet.
No, I didn't listen to. I didn't. No, to be frank, I didn't listen
Okay.
to. I didn't.
But Tomalin Johnson explain the thing here, and then you can ask me what he
I was
said.
on the
Go
show.
by and
I was on
listen.
the show yesterday. Just tell me briefly. I
I'm
ain't
not
got the
telling
time
you
to go listen
nothing.
to all. I ain't got
I'm
the
not
time to
telling
go
you
listen to
nothing.
all that
Young,
stuff.
give me chair. Let me talk my own. Okay, it was a big charade with nothing to
Let
offer.
argument business.
Sileke will tell you. Sileke will tell you. Sileke will tell you.
Yeah, please. I
Yes,
just
yeah,
want to.
Johnny will tell you. I'm gonna hear briefly. I took my break just to come here. It was a good thing for all of for Liberians to come together, to pull heads together. But what do we come together with? What do we come to offer our people? Something tangible. What is the working document? What do we want to see achieve? 1 year, 2 year, 3 years. What do we want to see achieve in our country? That was not something that was on the table. Everybody come explaining all kinds of tabata that they want the Liberian people will eat, spend all that money, and then they say, oh, they got. I'm pretty sure the government did make some payment towards the establishment of this program. Not that me say the government people joking over there. It's like all of the government ministers and people were at that program. The same thing they condemn the previous government for. They're doing worse. Where do we go from here? Nowhere. We right now we don't know where we're going. Okay, so I just decided to stop by to say that it was a commendable program. I mean, the efforts are commendable in a sense, but just as they get up from here and go to other countries with nothing to show the people that the same way they came here again, nothing. I'm sorry, we're going nowhere until we can have that mindset. Pour politics aside, work together as Liberians. We're not going anywhere. I just decided to drop it in there. Thank you.
That's a very serious point. I think.
Thank you,
I
Sarah.
mean, sometimes I know sometimes when we say these things, and to be frank, there are times we try to be non-partisan when we evaluate or become critical of the program. But to be frank with you, the guy said to us repeatedly so much that sometimes some of us thought whether these guys were saying, well, maybe they think the guy taking that true. When they said that the last government was just a mess, it was a failure. Sometimes you look around. For example, let me just use my guy with whom I was very close. He might have all his issue, but this was a guy who really wanted to see something happening in the country. To be frank with you, unfortunately, he became one of the most attacked persons. However, the propaganda of this guy was so effective to the extent so that you look at yourself and say, damn, we're really messing up. We made that point to say now that they came out, giving an opportunity, we don't expect them to maybe build skyscrapers or build the road. But what we had thought we would not have done was to just do almost the same or just more than the
Hey,
same.
I'm not interrupting you, Johnny. I just want to say sorry. I saw your stuff in my WhatsApp. I will respond to you. Like I said the other time, I didn't because people can come and go and do all kinds of things. So I wasn't sure whether it was you. But I did see it, and you and I will talk behind the scene.
No, but I will say this.
Thank you, Sarah.
I will push back.
He's a Republican.
I will push back. For you to say the diaspora conference was a failure, I disagree.
No, okay. All right, let me hear from you.
I mean,
what did they achieve?
Well, they achieve a lot. Now, all
name two.
Implementation. Okay, implementation. It started from somewhere. So come to bring people together to start this. You can be critical about it.
What did they offer? What did they put on the table? What do they want to see us do? What do they want us to see us do 1 year, 2 years, 3 years?
Yeah, no, but they want Liberians now to start to come together and do something, to come together. So let's go and change the system. Go say, you know what happened? Like for instance, like this brother Dualu. You think Dualu is pushing? People already start criticizing the guy. The guy is saying, "Look, get up. We in America, we got money amongst ourselves. Let's put money together. we carry maybe $5-10 million as that group of capital evangelists and go and invest in our economy. Do something like Ethiopians. They started in the diaspora. They got an Ethiopian Airlines. They all in that group of Ethiopians that own our airlines. They get it there. They're flying from America to Liberia. I mean to Ethiopia. Addis Ababa. They even helping us now in Liberia. Okay, so okay, that come together. So let's get Liberia Airways too. Let's put together. Let's come together and do it. But again, we'll start on a money each other to carry on that stuff. So a lot of investment we can do. Take control of our economy. We are clear. Let be bold about it.
Oh, Tomalin, I'm not cutting you. We have to start from somewhere. We already, in order for us to start from somewhere, this government must be a government of unity, reconciliation. Dwalo is a partisan. How do you encourage other non-partisan? How do you encourage? When I say he's a partisan, I mean he supports the government. Okay, but how do you encourage other people from other parties to be a part of it? If we have to do something together as a nation.
There are people who
are discriminatory against other people. It came to power, they started getting rid of other people. So where is the credibility? Where is the trust that somebody can trust their God to say, okay, let all come to their power?
That's why they're not in the hand of the government. So they will do no. That's why the Liberians abroad should take responsibility and go together and do it. If you think that right now, okay, if you're trying to invest, or say you want to go in the mining sector, so anybody now, from what it said in the conference now, it should be easy to do it. You go and submit your documents and so forth. Any kind of hurdle you see, you because they are showing us, they get all the information on the website, are all there now. Go on the website, anything. In fact, if you find any problem, you raise the issue. People will talk about. You bring it about. If you find that you receive some bottlenecks, then you say okay. But right now, I think we should test the system. Let's test it. Let's say okay. Since they say all these things.
But that is already ongoing. It's ongoing. People are investing. People are doing business like Liberia. It's ongoing.
But
so that's not be so. Listen.
Liberians are
my brother.
Like I give you example.
No, Liberians. I know about a Liberian. I know a Liberian who is involved in the rubber industry. I come in the rubber industry, right? He ships not less than between 5 to 10 containers every other week from out of here. A Liberian, and I know what I went through to get things started in this country going. You know what I'm saying? A Liberian, he's doing that now. He just went back for a vacation to see his family.
Johnny, I'm not cutting you off, but I see you, regardless of you being a Lofian, I see you to be very authentic. I see you to be someone, regardless of the fact that, because I've seen a lot of people it seems like tribalism has taken over our politics now. But I see a lot of people who seem to be authentic regardless of where they come from, and that you are one of those. I listen to you very keenly, and I want to. Yeah, you want that true. Lawyer Unho.
So you give from Lofa, eh?
Of course.
Okay. So
you give from which town?
I'm from Bagadu, the puppet of my uncle.
There you go. They better get uncle.
But I mean, Nadi, you have been in a race for as long as I've been there, and I never.
You know, so we need a mindset. We need a reset of our mindset.
Reset, you got it right.
Reset. All of us. Yeah. I'm not taking myself from there. All of us need a reset of our mindset. Move from there, man. You're making he said he put $1 billion post up. We are coming to America to meet stakeholders. We're gonna do that. We're gonna do what is stakeholder like not me.
I represent.
Inside he taking picture where you are posting it. You stakeholder?
I stakeholder. So wait.
Let me speak me one law post.
So wait. So the
he coming me. I thought the man come to go me lawmaker and because he's a lawmaker like me, fellow compatriots and talk about something tangible. You got me to make it put picture on to make it be more.
No, listen now to the man. The man came on the president's delegation. He could not be meeting senior government official that was not under the president's program. He didn't come.
So then why you put that long post? So it was very deceptive.
So whoever
was deceptive.
No, whoever the president met that was part of the delegation, Johnny there.
Johnny,
The man part of the president delegation.
I'm not denying that. I'm not denying
No,
it.
but
But
Siliki, no,
For
Siraka,
example,
Siliki, 1 minute, right?
the man met the people from local county association. Those are
man, wait,
stakeholders.
man.
Siliki,
They make it stay, they make it run
look,
some wires and meet people over there.
Siliki, this man, Siliki, this is what we do. We don't do things by way of stand up. Look, you are a senior government official, a deputy
Thank
speaker.
you.
You were informed maybe a week or two before you are going to be on a train to America. And so, what do you do in your capacity as that person? You start to, for example, call Siliki, I'm coming to the US. How can we, make
Tony.
some appointment to meet one or two persons, other business people, even now politicians within American politics, right? Even business community in our state or
Of course,
the
I'm
state
very
government, for
deceptive, my
example.
brother.
I know, bring something up. No, my brother,
You see,
look,
I
Siliki,
just want
Siliki,
to
one thing,
correct something. I just want
Siliki,
to
no, let me end
correct
my statement,
something.
and you correct me. Let me end my statement, Siliki. The point is, all of us Liberians, when you are giving a duty to sell Liberia, let it be your Bible, like a praying to that. So I'm doing this. How do I achieve this? How do I succeed? How do I make impact? How do I perform in this capacity in the way that I will impact society, the community, my village or something. But if it's all about ourselves, my brother, just me, myself, and I eat all the burger all the hamburger, grow big stomach, ride the best car you alone, enjoy it, the country will not make progress. And you'll be ashamed of yourself tomorrow. So I'm saying to you, Siliki, for a brother, the brother would have called you, Siliki, you in the state. What country have with business communities? To meet Lofians in America, that isn't difficult. I can be there and call them as I come in next week. I will meet them in the state I will be in.
But then
But
you
I'm
know the
saying,
state to come miss you and many people like why you got busy with
Okay,
that.
so let me
You think they
let me
poking
get.
them me and
You
there
see
black
that
way, right?
approach, that approach you gave me is so undermining that is deputy speaker of a country we can't intern, then start fighting to arrange for meeting to meet people. Your deputy
But the
speaker,
man said he must be fighting. The man told you that he
wait
must
for me,
call and make arrangement. That
wait for me.
what he
I
said.
was
So
saying,
who
that's the
will
point
call
I
and make
made.
arrangement?
let me
Amen.
conclude now. I gave you a chance to speak because
No,
if
but
I was
Siliki, you
deputy,
going off track. That's not
no,
what
I'm not
Tony
going off
said.
track. I'm trying to say to us, we cannot be let our country like that. I don't want to speak on it because further, I will not deal with that man in his deputy speaker capacity. Because when you are doing a deputy speaker work to the All Liberia Conference, I didn't go there. When he wanted to deal with me as a brother who that we have our partner with, he came over and we did that. But what I'm saying to you is this. When you come on the president's delegation, you fall within his protocol, within the people he will meet. If you were to arrange a meeting outside to meet other senior government officials or senior business, it must fall within the president's protocol or arranged by the foreign ministry.
Yeah, I disagree with you.
No.
He came from
So
a
how do
different
you,
Ziggy.
branch. He came from a
wait,
different branch.
how do you come on the president delegation, then you leave and then you say you're going to have different meeting with
No.
this person? How
So
is that?
Let me say this, Ziggy. Let me
I
say this.
agree. I agree. You shouldn't be doing that, but
How is that? I said,
necessarily.
I don't see. So it's a different thing when Fala comes, for example, he is as deputy speaker. He writes the deputy speaker of the Library of the U.S. Congress, I'm paying an official visit. He comes there and asks for a meeting, or he goes to the foreign ministry and say, line up this meeting. But this man coming as a president delegation who got things to achieve, said, you gotta go as my delegation to be there to give me the support that I would need to show my government raging against the eye.
Yeah, if I may, I think you correct from that angle. To be very frank, he came with the president delegation. Despite from a different branch, he should fall within the protocol of the presidency. But again, I would say this in terms of meeting. I know folks will want to see our officials from different sector of the government trying to push into and tap into the powerful country on earth. If you were to come here to meet this kind of town, salon meetings, meeting good business people and all of things. But you see, I have some time to study sufficiently the American business group, the American government institutions, and all of things. They will start opening up to people on the basis of researching on them, to meet them, or research on them, have some history about them. And then even the president found it difficult to even have a lot of major meetings. They have much about deputy speaker that's nothing much is known of. Now, he's not known in the country because he got some money from the system and other things, but he's not known outside the country, so nobody will be waiting. Which business institution, what platform? Because these people to meet with you, I didn't understand that until 2018 when I was part of the Minister of Foreign Affairs delegation to Washington, D.C. When River, at the time, a very powerful lobbyist on K Street in D.C., Tim started to explain as to how these people can meet people. They do some research. We sat in Congressman Ed O'Rourke's office. He's told Bezonga, before you came here, I read about you. You are a farmer. You this, you that. So they get to, even if the lobbyist is talking to them, they want to build interest in you. Now, if you are one person that your name is in, even former Senator Jeff Flake said that to us in his office when we met him. And also, so yeah, Sarah, it's important that they will have to meet people, but again, it is based on
so who are the stakeholders that they met? Because I only saw the brother taking picture with you stakeholder.
That's what I'm saying.
I keep telling you.
He came with the president. There were
that post was very deceptive. That post was very deceptive. I see no stakeholder the deputy speaker.
I do not know how many people.
And a major stakeholder in the country.
Because the expectation, that was the expectation when you make a post letter, you give people expectation.
I do not know. I do not know how many people have visited them or who are they meet as government official or the delegation. I do not know. But to signal Father as meeting stakeholder and leave the president.
I'm going by his post.
Now, if Father had come, and Pewee, the point you are making about our officials of government coming here and finding their how can you, the senior government of Liberia, leave your country to come to America before you say you come and meet people? Don't say you should be a repeat. Pewee, from the political side there. Molo, I entered the State Department at some high levels. It wasn't so we came to America and start looking for meetings. Those were meetings that were arranged in Liberia with the embassy. 3 months arranged to do that.
But at the same point, I raised about Tomalin. He was informed for
because we wanted to have it. I'm saying to you, if Fala had left the country, came to America, and say he's coming on an official visit. And he came on an official visit and decide to just go sit down somewhere among his family. That's a different thing. Because why would you leave Liberia on an official visit and have nowhere official to go to? Because you could be sick and come to America and just want to take it and do your treatment and just want to be quiet. That's a different thing. So the point is, the mentality that every time our people leave here, they will ask the question where they carry back. If to say the other country gets something in the cover when you came on Tyson. So we create that begging syndrome in our country. We must go beg all the time.
No. I mean, you take it from a different angle now, and I agree. I don't agree with the begging syndrome, with the syndrome of dependency, right? I don't subscribe to that.
Oh, guys, we got some breaking news on the FUYA project. We got some breaking news on our FUYA project. So
let me conclude.
We're coming there to talk more about it.
Yeah,
FUYA project.
Let me conclude my thought before I sleep. So. We don't have to come here basically on the dependency syndrome to come and beg or so. No, it's not the intent. And that's what I said. And you said something about the State Department, you guys making some very good move in the State Department and arranged back by the U.S. Embassy. Correct. The tendency, there's a pattern bureaucracy they have. The embassy will do those things for you when you are not on the spotlight too much. And part of the reason why most of our officials, even high-profile officials, find it difficult in getting the embassy to do those things for them, because if you start getting on a lot of scrutiny, a lot of public scrutiny related to corruption, related to some things manipulating the system back, it will be difficult for any senior official of government, even the embassy, to lobby on your behalf to do things here. And I agree that, it's not. But no, the major thing here is that not to come and beg, but to come and seek some partisan intervention. Partnership development is key towards our foreign policy instrument. We talk about in our foreign policy, let me remind you, Ahmed, that we have economic diplomacy. It is not about coming and begging, it's coming to see possibility of potential investment, where you can tell investors that, hey, we have low-fat candidate.
But
let me conclude, dear brother. Yeah, let me conclude. Low-fat candidates in Dow, or Maryland's in Dow, or Riverside's in Dow with these things and blah, 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 blah. Come and invest. Then you have constructive conversation on what we call partnership development vis-a-vis relative towards the economic diplomacy. It is not to beg necessarily, but the
Yeah, but
reason why we struggle.
the reason why I use the word begging is this, and I don't want it to sound like I'm trying to defend, but how is it that countries from all over the world assemble at the United Nations to address that ceremonial event? But in your interpretation, that visit, the purpose of that trip was to come to the UN. That visit,
that's the purpose of the visitation.
Yes, so that visit now should be one that should turn into go and meet this other stakeholder, go and meet up, because those things require planning.
But
I raised the issue, right?
One would tell you that the Ghanaian authority came in. Let's say, for instance, the Ghanaian president spoke very well. I listened again to his speech today to the United Nations. Very, very well he spoke. Very well. One of the African leaders that I really took this time around his senior. But they didn't stop there. That was a ceremonious thing to the General Assembly. But thereafter, what happened? His Minister of Foreign Affairs announced via his social media platform that the United States government had reversed a visa restriction, and now Ghanaians would start receiving 5 years multiple entry. It's not only that. There was another partnership development they did. They said there will be some doing some investment in the east, the eastern region and all of things. So that's the kind of a thing about having Salam meetings.
So no, what you're saying to me is
our 2019 before you come in, our 2019 General Assembly we came to. With Besson guys, we had a Salam meeting with the what's the European country? I will call the name. The capital city is Budapest, and what's the? I will text that they're sleep in the country, but we had a meeting with the foreign minister on the sideline, and that how we got the 50th scholarship with the $50 million to from what's the name? This strong European guy, the president of that country, man, one of Trump partner. He's the president of the country. I just slipped in the country name, but it's one of the. So that's it. You have those sideline meetings, and there's something coming up from that.
I don't think Salam meetings as a result of coincidence. I think Salam meetings at the level of presidents now.
No, in some cases they are playing.
I don't think Salam meetings at that level is one of just coincidence with Boga with their lectures on it. I think those are conversation planned because it goes on the president's schedule. Okay, at the UN, President Weah will meet. President Weah will meet the French president, will meet there, we have breakfast with this. Those are things on the schedule that planned by protocol because the president don't move. I'm not talking, I don't think you're referring to Salam meeting as one that because you're in a hall and your lecture. Is that why it is?
No, it's not that. It's not that.
Okay, so I'm saying,
that is tete-a-tete.
Okay, so I'm saying
that Salam is impromptu tete-a-tete.
Salam meetings are not one that just evolved as a result of your being in the hall. It's a result the planning stage of your foreign people, your protocol, they arrange all the different meetings. I would think so. So sometimes when these, for example, you said the Ghanaian people announce those different things, it's not just as a result of attending the UN meeting. It was just announced when he came to the UN meeting. But I want to believe strongly that those are work that have been ongoing in between exchange of emails, conversation, review of policy, giving reports, justifying why, and all the kind of things. Then perhaps because he was here one time, so it was used to announce. So I think that's how it could work sometimes. But it's not like
So I'm making that come in now. So the point I made is that look, government when you're going on a trip or on some kind of meeting, you gotta have a briefing among yourselves. We are 10 going on this mission as a brand government. What are we going to do? Who does what? Who does what? Who does what? Lay down tasks. Okay, like in the case of the deputy speaker, right? It's a high profile doing. I'm sure you were informed probably a month ahead of time that he'll be going. You'll be part of the president delegation, and we are working as a team. Like he's always said, he's working to support President Walker's agenda. So that clearly tells me that they are working as a team of unity, a leadership of unity. So it would have been something that said, look, I'm going for. How long are we going for example? If they say the trip going for will be for 4 weeks, let's say he came around with the president since September 8th, and they all came back just today, right? So that means you assume you'll be there for 4 weeks. So what am I going to be doing in Africa for 4 weeks? Ask yourself that question as a person with level-minded person. I'm going to visit with the president for 4 weeks. What would be my role there as deputy speaker? If possible, go to the president. Mr. President, I'm traveling with you on this trip. I honestly you'll be there for this period of time.
But what will I be doing specifically as deputy speaker there? Then, or and maybe president will ask you, what do you mean? Mr. President, I have some other thoughts. I think some will be there for the premier. I'm thinking about how we can arrange, how can I arrange meetings with some people, but how can I work with the foreign ministry or people on the ground to take my time on, because what is the wise, what mean, how do you wisely use the idea of going to stay 4 weeks on taxpayer money?
Johnny,
That's the point I'm making. So for example,
Johnny,
you would have even, well, let me end now before you come and you have a time. I was starting and allow Pewee and you to talk. So for example, you are one of your closest friends, right? You would have asked me, man, I'm coming down, I'll be there for 4 weeks. We start going to a general assembly, probably for a day or two. The rest of the day I'll be free. How can we arrange for me to get involved with some discussions or meetings on the ground while we are in the space of New York or other places? I mean, my brother, 20 plus days to taxpayer money, you cannot give account.
Okay, Johnny.
You cannot give account on the 20
Johnny,
plus days.
Johnny,
That's a problem.
Personally for me, I would not have arranged any official kind of meeting for the Deputy Speaker of the Republic of Liberia. I do not go in that protocol. The reason is simple. At a meeting of that nature, honor your auspices. Anything will happen.
Let's welcome Mr. Nagbe.
Yeah.
Mr. Nagbe, welcome.
Hey guys, it's good to be with you, man. I'm listening and following the discussion. I'm hoping that Ahmed will get to that point where you explain to us what the purpose of the deputy speaker was on the strip. So I'm listening. But I'd like to also welcome our audience as well. Please share the show.
No, I think that question should be asked by Joseph Boaka.
And also too,
I think that Joseph Boaka should answer that question.
Before we leave the show tonight, we have some news on the FOIA project.
But then let's go back to the FOIA project.
Okay, the FOIA project, right? Now, see, it's good to be on this show. Okay, here is it. It's been confirmed from our source that the properties are owned by President Boaka. The contractor is his nephew, Joe Malba. He, the contractor, owns a private construction company and is also the president's advisor on infrastructure projects. Now, he's advising the president on which construction project to initiate. He's selling the contract to his private company. Now, the funds for that project are borrowed from investors who want a mining license. Some also come from the Central Bank of Liberia. So this is what we are getting, and we're going to push it. So the government is under obligation now to answer this question. Who is Joe Malba? If he's the one that undertaking that project, is he related to the president? Where's his construction company? How he got that project? How he got that contract? We got to find all. And we're asking if they don't come clean, we'll be talking it. We'll spread it around the world and let people know that this is what's happening. So we're not going to let it go free. We're going to be on it. So we're getting the information. I want everybody to continue to push for it. Who is Joe Malba? We'll use all the necessary means to get to those involved. And secondly, before I leave, before I end my talk, I know I mentioned Dualu, but what I got issue with Dualu. So Dualu now can answer this question. The venture he's undertaking is very good. The capital is to invest in Liberia, getting Liberia. But the problem that people raising now is that you cannot be on class, you know that, and a political show for the government, and then ask people to join you in that venture.
Dualu that always on TV.
Yes, so now Dualu, you made a good presentation. I support the initiative, but now.
But he was here too. Your uncle said too before.
The two arguments people talking from, yeah, after have made a decision. But here's the problem now. Dualu, if you want to take it serious, you can't be on class, you know that. You can't be and yoke with the government in bed with them, then you won't do that project. Then that's a problem we got. So with all of these things, we got to take it. I have a problem now. I wanted to join, but now I will distance myself from it until you can distance yourself from the government and clap if you do that. Yeah, then we can support that project. But go ahead, guys. I want to make it clear. I want to bring this to the body.
So the news you broke.
Yes.
If that be true, that is of course the end of. That is, of course, then the rapid end of the Union Party hold to power. I mean, that means they should just forget it. They should just forget it.
President Gayman must come clean. He must come clean and tell us. He must break his silence on this. You can't be a president and even link to this thing. Break your silence.
Listen.
Break your silence on what?
The information you guys say is credible, right? It's factual.
It's credible.
Right?
My soul is credible. But I will not repeat my soul, but it's credible. So the president want to let them tell me whether it's not Joe Morba, the guy who's constructing that place is not Joe Morba.
So I'm saying if that
Joe Morba,
as you said, if that information
the
is
contractor
true,
for that project in Foya is the president's nephew.
well, I'm just saying if that information is true, that the president owns those buildings as his private property, it will come back to haunt them, and that brings the Unity Party hold to power regardless of whatever development they do to an end.
We don't challenge information. All you need to do now, come clear, bring the documents, bring the truth. Yeah, bring the truth.
Well, I thought you get it too.
What?
I thought you got it too.
No, but if they want to deny what we're saying, let them come with the document, come and debunk what we're saying.
But let me ask a few questions here related to that, Tomalin. Because the way you sounding nice.
Yeah, I thought you already had it. And then
I'm gonna get my soul. No.
It's not about soul. It's not about coming with your soul. Listen now.
So if
you sounded that way in terms of giving,
then like you wanted to talk, you're not too sure, but you wanted to talk.
I'm sure of it. I'm sure of
it. No. The way you come about the information, you don't have to call your source.
Yeah.
You have to come. I mean, you don't have the facts on hand. Then I mean,
facts there.
If you get a fact,
the debunk what we're saying.
Okay. So when Tomalin, let me just come in briefly.
There will be a way that
briefly,
that will structure the facts beyond. Now,
because I stand by my source until the government can come and debunk my source.
What's your source saying? Okay, what's your source telling us? So the videos of Boaka, right?
Yes.
And is your source telling you how much the contract is? I mean, the worth of the contract of the building.
Is it what?
Is the source telling you how much it's using the amount?
We'll get information about.
But the source seems to be not be very, very good. Honestly.
Okay. That's what you say.
But Tomalin, for me, I'm not asking you. Tomalin, I'm not asking you to reveal your soul. It's
not to reveal the soul.
What I'm saying to you is, you just came up with a breaking news as someone who controls the platform, meaning you have obtained credible information.
Yes.
What information are there? But let you there talking. If you're lying, you're going to come with your soul. I have to say, you gave it a bit. I'm coming now. I come in, wait for me. Nobody have challenged your information.
Okay, but you're challenging it right now.
No. Your presentation is what I'm challenging. You came up with a breaking news.
Yeah.
This property is owned by Boaka. It is $10 million. It's being run by his cousin. You said that. That's it. On the basis of that, we are saying if your information is so true, then it will cause a serious electoral effect on the Boaka. Then you leave that to say, but if you're lying, you'll come out with the true information. It will suggest for me to give me a bid.
Yeah, so I mean, it will count if I say, okay, what you saying is not true, is this.
Yeah, so
Let me tell you something, Gaji. The last time I came up with something from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Finance, right? And I told you, I didn't call the name. There's someone inside told me that. I didn't call the name, but what I said, I said everything about it, and I said, I respect my source, I believe in their source, and why it's saying that it's actually something relative to the assistant minister, how the whole thing happened. First, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Vice President met to iron out the whole thing. The thing didn't work up, and I told you they were going to. The president had even planned to fire the assistant minister, but the Vice President intervened, and they came that for to resign. If you come up with a source that way, someone gave me the information before that the news came out, and I came out clear. And eventually, what happened? They fired. They came out and said, okay, the assistant minister resigned. Everything that came about that was very clear. But I would not consider if they think they lie. No, then I mean they are not respect that source because it's someone from inside saying to me. That means it's clear. So if your source is telling you that the building,
I think we should roll with your source information. Then you need them to.
No, you're wrong. I was say on the platform, everybody get it. Everybody entitled to that. When you
no. So now on the platform, you get so you believe in it, you can say you're wrong way.
No, because you guys are trying to they saw somebody for inside giving information. I saying it. Then what you're saying? They source what else you say?
No. Your second question, your own source.
Your second question, your source.
So my
But
thing
you
is
said
that, and we put it up there. So if
You
the
say if they
body
pay a
comes back and
line,
say,
when
well,
people
they're not saying true. Let them bring the documents to the building.
just
Look at
the
the
last
information
time
on it. Be
when
transparent.
people
just
get
the last time
breaking
when
news,
CNN said that
Everybody
there's a
get different
source
one,
that
different one, your own.
there's a source when CNN said there's a source that James Comey will be indicted.
Yeah.
It's a source in the next 48-24 hours.
So
And for
tomorrow
sure,
the government
and they
is to do
respected that source.
let them do the right thing. Say tomorrow, look, yeah, this billing, that billing,
They're not about doing the right thing now. If they're so safe for Bwaka, they can't do the right thing
Somali,
for Bwaka.
you already get information that the building for Bwaka.
They are not
I
doing the
say
right
about my
thing.
source now. What you say?
Okay, look, gentlemen. So, Ahmed, let's try something, right? For the purpose of conversation, let's scrutinize Tomalin's information because the public is also listening to closing argument, and they also use closing argument as a reference. So let's be mindful. So, for example, if Tomalin say his source say X and Y Z on the panel now, let's try to critique it and see how reliable his source is that we can take along or the public can see some level of evidence. For example, this project in Foya has never been announced by the government as a government project.
Okay.
But we never heard about this project being having a groundbreaking ceremony. It not been the news. The project is coming out as a result of they say hearsay, people picking it up and bringing it on, right? So on that basis, is the project a government project on a basis? For me, if I put it in the metrics of elimination, no, I remove that. It's not a government project anymore. So just anyone here believe that project is a government project based on the circumstances around this project. In my mind, I don't think it's the government project because if it was, by history in this country, it would have been announced long time as a major project ongoing in Foya in local council that,
So
the media will carry the groundbreaking. So, for example, on that basis, I put it into the formal elimination to say that it is not government project. Secondly, who owns the project?
Okay.
Who owns the project? Let's go to the next one. Who owns the project?
Okay, listen
Now
now.
the news is coming out. Foya, I come into my let me my point to my name. You come in. Foya is the home of the president, right? The Minister of Internal Affairs also come from Foya. The Deputy Speaker comes from Foya. Right? These are the three people I know so far in the government, high profile, that come from Foya. How will such big project be occurring in Foya and these three individuals have not spoken about it? They have not told us that we have a project ongoing in our home. We had a lot. I remember when President Bokar went Lofa recently, Tomafala had a project there, Sajusa had a project there, and they asked the president to do groundbreaking. When we were doing road maintenance in Foya by Sajusa, President Bokar went in Foya, he used a shovel to do the groundbreaking there. When Tomafala had a Sajusa has some medical equipment to supply to the hospitals in Foya, in Lofa, in Pontiaman, President Bokar was asked to do the presentation. But this project now in Foya is ongoing in Foya. Not only high profile, if I phone us, I just said, Tomafala, Minister of Internal Affairs and the President. These four high-profile people are from Foya. None of them have spoken to the public about such event taking place in Foya. Now, through the rumors now and through the information coming from Tomalin, it is now linked to the President. And looking at the value of the project, can it be owned by Tomafala? Does Tomafala have such money to spend 10 million? Or can it be owned by Sir Joseph? Does it have someone to spend 10 million? Can it be owned by human? Does it have 10 million? In my mind, no. So by elimination, the arrow is pointing towards the president. And that is why I like the question you asked today, Ahmed, that the journalists at the airport should have made that question is number one question to the president.
President, you don't have 10 million.
Of course, yes. Oh, he is. He has the opportunity. He has access to money. He has access.
No, Johnny. Johnny, let me come in, Johnny. Johnny, let me come in. The thing, right? They asked the deputy minister, and he said, MRU project. Right away, we contact another MRU. I think I put it the response, send the response. I put it in the chat room. They put it that way. So what they did, they were not definite. They didn't say they're not true or not true. But they tell people go gather information and bring it and before they come out. No. So now people are not giving information out. The burden is on them. We said, look, This people are telling me they say the project is owned by. So who own the project? Who own the project?
So Johnny,
But Tomalin, when you put a
Johnny,
brand on the name of your source, it's not correct.
Johnny,
Man,
Johnny, Johnny,
who own the project?
Johnny, and so we should respond to Tomalin's presentation of his own.
Yeah, when you said the
There's my own thing I
But,
can say. What?
Gentlemen,
Because I'm
there
concerned
are.
about the network, I said initially.
I'm gonna explain the project.
Tomalin, hold on, my man. Tomalin, wait. I said at this point, at the level where the project are gone, to me, it doesn't matter who owns it.
No, it matters.
Let for me, let me learn. Whether for Bwaka or whether for the government of Liberia or whether for MRU, the manner in which the project was being operated under secrecy defies open government. Will I even say it was MRU project? Government announced all to MRU. It still does not answer the question, why was it done in that level?
Somebody get those in background and let them mute.
So Johnny, so my fundamental issue is at this point in time that the manner in which the project was conducted, even if it were for the United States government, it still defies transparency and accountability. Why would you want to go and open a project in the cover of darkness?
You're right.
How is it that all of your ministers, the information minister, the data minister, nobody have anything? How can such a thing happen in our country without anybody knowing what's happening? So it leaves room for suspicion and speculation. On that one, you can't fault anybody who will come out to say that project for Bwaka West. Project. You can't fault anybody in that direction. However, I wouldn't make that speculation because of where I sit in politics. I can only say I think accountability was murder in the process of that execution, regardless of who owns it. I believe it was not a transparent process, regardless who owns it. And I don't think that is an open government, because if such a thing can happen, let's say it's owned by MRU, unknown to the country, it happened. What else could be happening to the country that the citizens are aware of? What if MRU are also taking diamonds and taking our oil reserve from here secretly? So you cannot run a government in secret. So that, for me, I think they have passed the point of justifying anything. No,
it's not, Seleke. I disagree, because right now, we don't. Everybody just they keep on saying MRU. MRU sent an email today and say, they clear with the email what they put there. They say that's what happened. They didn't say no.
So what are you disagreeing on?
Oh, the issue is that you're saying that, right now, they say we are part of justification. No, in past it yet.
No, I said for me, even if that project, if it was for Bwaka, even make it worse. But even assuming it was for MRU as they claim, or it was for the U.S. Embassy, it still, to me, it still violates a serious fundamental transparency process, because it was done under secrecy.
So now the government of Liberia is on obligation now to come forward with the truth, to say, look, speculation, all the things are happening now. There's the reality. First of all, there was no time we knew when the project was started. Nobody knew about it. When was the groundbreaking? Everything. Nobody. We just heard about this thing. We started to find out. So that
I agree. I agree, but I don't need to speculate for that, because it's clear. It's clear that the government did not inform anybody. I don't need to speculate. I need to say that the government was not transparent with this project. It lacks accountability because the citizenry was not informed. If it is a government-owned project, there was no information about anything when it comes to public bidding, all the kind of stuff. We don't know the cost. We don't know whether the misapplication of funds to that, or whether it was money was budgeted for that. We don't know. So I don't need to speculate on that, because those facts are there. Those facts are there, and I'll just speak on the facts.
So tell me, Manarua, you have 4 countries: Liberia, Sierra Leone, Cote d'Ivoire, and I think Liberia, Guinea. There are 4 countries now.
Guinea, yeah. But again, the whole thing about that thing saying, so how did we get to the amount of $10 million? For me, listen, we all love to report on stories, but I hate to speculate on these things. Number one, to report, and that's the reason why I've been a little bit tap-lip on there, because that amount of $10 million is not small one. That thing, it don't look like $10 million project. It don't even look like $2 million project.
So then take security from there and let people have access to it.
It don't even look at $2 million project before we say 10 million sport. But I want to be one of those that will go more deeper into that, because if the Monroe
Yeah, on that case, I will put it through behind.
if the Monroe Young Basin is trying to establish a headquarters, the first and foremost, before the headquarters will be in Freetown, Sierra Leone, they thought of moving now into Liberia. There will be the 4-member country, because we're first 3 countries. Africa just joined recently. Cote d'Ivoire joined recently. That would be a kind of a way they would tax all members countries to do that, right? But to say that that building of that structure in Foya is the MRU building, we all will not. Now that's the reason why we can push on the government, and the constitution of the country is clear. The government should inform the people of the country as to what is unfolding. I don't think we have to invoke the Freedom of Information Act to get that information. Who own that property? The government will be up to push. The fact that people are now speculating, they've been speculated in many quarters that it's owned by the president, it's owned by this person, it's owned by that person. We're going to get the information soon, and the information will obviously going to come out. It is for the president. Then we're going to ask question: how did the president derive here? If it's for Thomas, someone say, where would Thomas Father get that? If it's for Father, then we'll ask the question if it's for Father. If it's for Sir Joseph, we'll get to know. Or if probably maybe that bidding for me, I don't know. So
but Pewee, my question I'm asking, or my problem I have is that does it erase, assuming the government come up tomorrow and say, oh, here's a government hospital, does it still not undermine or erase fundamental issue about transparency and openness? Do you have to wait for the public to raise today's concern before you talk, before they get to know what's happening? So does that erase the poor governance approach when the government announced about that where there's a hospital for the public?
There will be serious accountability problem. There will be serious integrity issue. There will be serious problem that this person is not transparent and other things. Listen, it will be a terrible mistake on their part, and they're where they're going to be caught between the hard rock and the hard ground. It's going to be a terrible mistake if they were to revert to saying, oh, okay, we slipped, we didn't inform the public, we didn't break ground, to carry the bidding that level. Because there's no government project that grant is not, they have to break ground for the government project. They will have to tell us, number one, if it is a government project, that project will have to be accounted for in the budget. You saw the Minister of Finance just saying the University of Liberia issue, the university wanted him to spend on outside budget funding, right? And he said no. Then why not will come and say that would be a massive blow to the Minister of Finance himself? That would be a massive blow to the president in terms of accountability and the fight against corruption. They will have to take some time, and this is going to be a major challenge to them. Now, are they going to link this thing to saying that this is a particular individual project? If they did that, they're embarrassing that individual. It's just that the country, we don't believe in accountability and transparency. But it's going to be a problem. They will have to come and tell us, maybe the Joseph Boga Foundation is doing that. That's what they're going to end up telling us. Is it the Joseph Boga Foundation doing it? Then they will say to raise some money. Johnny, you laughing? That may be the
Pewee, wait 1 minute, Pewee. You know what? I'm sitting here thinking our Liberia. We are in a complete cycle of being repetitive. Just we have situation in the first 1 year of the regime, the same issue was raised about the houses he was building in that place. In the same period, for 1 or 2 years, right? Then we have another government again that has come with the same kind of situation, the same kind, may not be the same amount of houses, but the same issue that was on. We had 2 years in the first 2 years, the same issue as you unfolding again on this government the first 2 years with building places that have speculation, dubious information, all kinds of things. So that tells me that the country is not making progress because we are in a cycle of being repetitive of the same problems, the same thing we're doing over and over. Okay, like everybody saying, I agree that it's not government project, it's not a private thing, but it's calling people attention. Why not speak to it? Why not talk about it? But even if they talk now, what change it will make? Speculation has gone already. That is in this for a man.
But let's say that thing was for Boyka. I was in Bay, was in Foya, only when he became president, then you need to Bay. So
you see the issue?
He got something in Wasanga.
What I'm saying to you is this. If we are building those houses, I'm not trying to condemn the Bwaga because we had did it. But if we had did it, it was considered wrong. If Bwaga did that thing, that is what we consider a scandal, a big 419 scandal. Because simple, Bwaga had condemned that acquisition of properties by we are under that time. He condemned it. So see him making the same mistake or doing the same thing, that is very offensive. If that is Bwaga, I'm loud on you, bro. If that property is Bwaga's property, in my mind here, he would have lost the moral authority to remain as president of the country. Because those are things he vehemently argued against. To see him repeat the same thing, and as you rightly said, in the same time frame, they're not curse on the country, I swear. They're not curse on the country.
Few things gonna happen here. We're gonna hear that that thing, few things gonna happen, and that's what I'm saying. They will find means to link it either to some individual or say that Bwaga Foundation building it. They are raising money from all over the place and other things, and they're not gonna get accountability of that. But if that's the case, it's still gonna heavily embarrass the old man and his administration. So they have to be very mindful. It's difficult. The fact that they started this building. Now, if I were advising them, I would have told them, say, hey, number one, you can do the thing. I said, we're raising some money for Bwaga Foundation to build something here. Announce it. And then after some time that you start the project, you say, okay, we have raised this amount of money. That's all you're going to say. But now they're going to find means to say, well, if they're not for Bwaga, it's for someone to say, okay, someone that's linked to the president is trying to do this for Bwaga Foundation. That's what they're going to do, because it's going to be an embarrassing situation if they were to say it's a government project or it's a FOIA referral hospital. They will say it's FOIA referral hospital. How come you didn't inform us that's a hospital you're building for the people of FOIA? It's a good thing. It's development. Even if you're to twat there, but it's going to be a problem. The Liberia is so unurged now, to the extent that it's tick for tack, right? You do me, I do you. You're very aggressive on the past people in things today, and you say it's part of it. And the reason why it's going to be more tough on you is that you remove these people on the need, that kind of propaganda names, right? In terms of, oh, they did this, they did that, and everything they did. Yeah, you criticize yesterday to the airport. He said when we are thinking about porn and pageantry, the things.
He said out of it. You said what he said? I didn't listen.
I said no. Everything the criticize. I said we are this. They said Unity Party people said it was all about the porn and pageantry side of it, right? And when we are coming to the country, everybody go to the airport. They do this, they do that. Now today we saw the women coming, everybody almost, more. They start pushing people to pay them to get on buses to come and do these things. So the same thing. You're not doing the greater thing, the governance issue. You spoke of the governance issue, and now you're not even focused on the governance issue. Times are tough. Things are unfolding the way they're doing. Then you're bidding. I don't know, someone said $10 million, but I don't think that's $10 million. But even if it's $1 or $2 million or 500,000, you need to account for it. That's the problem. A lot of things, but everything would be, that Liberia now, when on my side, are into it. When you're not on my side, now you can see some people when it comes to this thing, even if the person are partisan, if they're wrong in saying some things, then some partisan will come and say, no, the defending that person can like the same thing. It's just something that will happen on the basis of that. But sometimes we have to remove ourselves for certain things and just be love to see some things done,
Yeah, but the fact that this thing is whole thing is honor secrecy, so honor this cover of darkness and thing. If even Uniracket Sound know that something is wrong.
But that's what I'm saying.
Uniracket Sound say something is wrong. The fact that they think is honor the way they're doing it because security there. Okay. Security there. Why all of that? Why all of that?
State security? You got state security or private security?
What opposed to private security there?
I'm asking you.
Are we sure that state security first and foremost?
Now I'm asking Tomalin.
Y'all be doing what I want, but we're gonna.
No, not but y'all be doing what I want. Tomalin, you don't.
I just want to know.
I'm not gonna because they won't come clean. People will look. In fact, we can't talk the plans.
So you are speculating because they won't come clean.
I'm not speculating.
You're being speculative, right?
Somebody from within the system just send me information. Let me tell you. So let me just say that.
But it's my phone. That's going to tell you even then you'll be very definitive on it.
So is that state
I'm telling you, when you
security?
say you're the one trying to discredit my source.
Nobody discrediting your source. You trying to perforate your own
I'm not
source.
discrediting your source.
You
I believe
perforating your
for me, I
source.
don't need for me, Timali, I don't need your source to know that what is
This
happening in
government have a
is suspicious.
choice.
I don't
Have
need
a
your source on
choice to
that.
decide whether they want to be truthful or transparent. They have a choice. We would not accept any attempt to undermine the public trust. No way. We'll not accept it. Not. We don't take that for an answer. No way. No way. No.
Why the Kimberly say that Ahmed will come and say that Lofa Cap the project, is superintendent project.
When they bring all the facts and then when they say, look, yeah, the facts are there. If it matters, we'll say, okay, yeah, we'll take it, but you gotta come clean. Break your silence on it. Break your silence on it.
For me, you're looking for who? I'm saying to you, as long as that project, except it is an individual project, one man bury a horse, folks will come out there, one man get a company, accept that. But if that thing get any connection with government, be it for government owned, president owned, or government related owned, once they get any of those connections, for me, it's belated in terms of upholding being transparent. So I'm not moved if government came out tomorrow and say, oh, we were building hospital in 4 years. I'm not moved by that. I would still be disappointed just the same, because I believe project of that nature should not be secret. It should be public knowledge. If there's somebody private project, that's fine. Even now, assuming it is Bwaka's private project is home, then it still brings into question what standard did he use to criticize we are when we are build those houses, that he would do the same thing around the same time. So there's no way they can be that. That should just be for some kind of diamond broker or forest person in Africa that will get no connection to government. Yeah. But it can be for government. And then it tells it for government. I ain't want to waste time for stuff. And I think our lawmakers should know, because they pass the budget. They should be able to determine whether Timali, as your source, get that information, go in the budget too and see if any money in the budget was there for that thing.
Okay. Yeah.
Under the Ministry of State.
There's no money in the budget for that.
The prices of basic commodities are still high. Government should review the prices. The price of a $1 scratch card is still $200 Liberian dollar, and the rate is down. If the exchange rate between the U.S. and Liberian declines and things, prices remain unchanged, all Liberians are the ones who suffer. Bishop Cotto Brown, former president of Liberian Council of Churches, and not easy. Everybody talking now. They call it one of the bread and butter issues.
But like I said repeatedly, in our country, people can be fighting for second term, third term. Your ticket to second term, you must create job, you must improve the lives of the people. That thing Ellen was one who was lucky to have got that second term. It's not going to happen for anybody. If people go to the next election under the same condition they find and saying, just forget it. They find anybody who can say the things they want to hear and give them hope they're going that way. There's no way. So
I wanted to chime in quickly, right? As we all know, the world over, presidential projects, they never ever get started while the president is in office. We all know that because of the obvious conflict of interest that comes with that. You are the president of the country. You have tremendous power to pressure business people who may intend to do business with the government and sway them into giving in all kinds of ways. And so we all know presidential library, presidential projects, all of these projects usually take place when the president leaves office. And the code of conduct should also, I believe, carry that. I don't know where the ombudsman is. I hope he will. One day, he would have returned from China on accompanying the government there. to say something about this. Whether this project is being undertaken by, the archive phone or whatever it is, the whole process is fraught with corruption. First of all, individuals do not undertake projects of this nature for government. We all agree. Is it not going to be GSA or the Ministry of Public Works? I don't think any of these agencies is anywhere near this project. And then, as you are saying, all of the secrecy, this is shrouded in. Nobody seems to know, when and how this project originated. A project of this magnitude, $10 million. That is a project that we all should know about. What is the source of funding? Why is it being undertaken? We all rail against for the condominium, breaking down the building on 9th Street in his first year in office. The same UP people today, they're doing exactly what they criticize, And this is why we continue to push and to let our people know that we have options, And I hate to sound like a broken record, but these two institutions don't seem to care. They come into office to enrich themselves. They don't care about the ordinary people. They come there under the pretext of caring for, pro for development, whatever that is. You built 48 condominiums in your first year. Is that a pro project you're undertaking? Now here we are, another rescuer in his second year in office is building a $10 million project. Where is the money coming from?
It's not established yet. We're not definitive. The show is not reporting that he's building it. The state's trying to find out who's building it. We don't want to say things that tomorrow we'll be defending it. Other things. It's not established. We'll be
and for full disclosure, I'm not speaking on behalf of the show. I'm speaking as J. Victor Nagbe. So I would say,
but it's not even established. Just say that. So when you say,
so let me say my own, my brother. Whether it's established or not, let me say my own on my own.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm not tying what I'm saying to the show.
Oh yeah, I'm making a disclaimer. Now you can go ahead. Yeah, I'm making a disclaimer. The show is not saying that. Because the way you sounding that we said that it's definitive, no. We don't know the amount. We don't know who got it. So we putting pressure to find out who building that.
Well, I know one of the CEOs of this show has already come out to say he has a source, who is in the presence of Chief Nyenwolo Tomalin George has indicated he has a source. But I was going to say, we all know, even before this president took office, the fire incident in Salada or whatever it is, he gave, I think, $200,000 or whatever he gave, $10 million Liberian dollar, whatever. Where did he get his money from? It is the same tradition that is ongoing. You come into office with so much promise and you proceed to do exactly what you criticize. I agree with all the calls that this person, they need to come out and clarify where this money is coming from. I mean, this has been reported by almost every major platform now, including their own phone network. I'm shocked the Cloud Real is not discussing this, but this is what we're talking about.
Well, Mr. Nagbe, my question to you is this: how does telling us now who owns the project negate the fact that it was even done under the law of secrecy? If the come out say is for government or if for MRU, how does that erase that trust, that level of dubiousness that it at the completion of the project to tell the country, oh well, it was a government, it's a government hospital, or it's a military barracks, or it's a MRU joint project for MRU? How does that mean anything anymore for a man who championed to be very transparent and all of that?
No, I agree with you. It doesn't do them any good as far as transparency and accountability are concerned. It will only affirm to us that this government is up to no good. They came here to enrich themselves on the pretext of coming to rescue our people. I think that's the point we're trying to make. But yeah, I agree with you. If they came on an ethos of, accountability, probity, integrity, what we are discussing here, if the president is listening, it does not in any way come close to integrity. This is a disgrace. You come into office, you say you were living on loan, and all of a sudden you're building $10 million project. Where is the money coming from? Even if the president were paid, which we know his 2-year salary does not amount to $10 million. Where is he getting $10 million to build a project like this? Where? And everybody's talking about it, and there is dead silence. Crickets. That's what we're getting.
Yes,
Go
but
ahead,
again,
Mr. Pewee. Go ahead, sir.
we want to set the record straight. On the Gongano is saying no, we're not emotional. We're not based on gossip. We say it's allegedly speculated that that building is being constructed. We asking a hard question.
Okay.
But Cyril here is saying some things also, Mr. Nagbe, that Mr. Weah didn't build 48 condominiums.
Yeah.
You getting the number mixed up again. I don't know. So Cyril, it's not 48.
I wish you would come up because when I was logging in, she ran off and scuttled away. I hope she will come back on and set the record straight. But I am saying what I said, and
I don't think it was because of you logging in when she came this. You're going to be here
no.
briefly.
I'm just.
Yeah, she said.
But I'm going to stay with my numbers. I'm going to say.
For me, I'm not speculating to say that I'm not calling price. I'm not calling ownership in terms of government or Bwaka.
Right.
I'm saying the manner in which that project is being undertaken, except it is a private owner who is not in government and has those money, except that. But if that project in any way ties to government, whether it was for $2 or $3, if this government could announce the construction of police booth, how the president took the booth down and dedicate, then you want to tell me you build anything what more Ali had or hand pump, he announced it 1 month that he carry hand pump to carry water before he carry the hand pump. Then that project of that nature. So I'm saying to you, the standard that has been set, it still does not satisfy it, even if they came up tomorrow to say, oh my people, they want no stay.
It's gonna be a difficult thing for them to manage, and that's what I'm saying. So they will need to, and that's one of the reasons they would delay. They would take some time. Two things I'm suspecting here. They are going to say to us that project is a Bwaka Foundation project, or they will link it to some private citizen and say, okay, somebody is doing this kind of thing for the Bwaka Foundation, or because any way to come out, it would be some integrity problem, and it will have a dark cloud on the government in terms of that. I see Gongano is trying to say, oh, this and that. Gongano, this is not about gossip. This is about if you see political pundit, commentators, journalists, private citizens, and the rest of the public see these kind of projects that create some suspicion. It is their own responsibility, and let me say this: not only ordinary, but fiduciary responsibility on their part to ask a hard question. And Gongano, I know you are obsessed with this government. I know you are very dogmatic in terms of your support to them, unreasonably sometimes. But the hard question will have to be asked. We're not saying definitively that it is 10 million. No, for me, I didn't say $10 million. We are concerned about the amount. I'm concerned about the amount. I'm concerned about this. So when you are writing out here that this is based on gossip, no, it's not based on gossip. It's based on what your party did the past time with the immediate past government, right? So if we are to hold you accountable for your stewardship, you have to give some answers to the people of Liberia. And if you don't, and that's why a greater philosopher said, in the absence of accurate information, you leave the public to what? Speculate. And when people start speculating, the speculation will become twofold.
Yeah.
They will massively lie or say anything they want to say, you know. Gongano say, "Well, Pewee, take that with you." No, Gongano, you know you are a comrade. I know from Liberia College. They better hold me now.
So now wait, Pewee. So you see
what my buckets, brother. Go ahead.
You see what Gongano doing? Of course, it happened. You know, sometimes people you support institution, and you know what is happening is embarrassing.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I think the best to do is to be quiet. You don't have to come and defend such an outrageous wrong. I can't.
I think he's missed getting the point. We can build 2 buildings. It came into office in 1 year. Even if you build 13 buildings, Where is he getting the money?
It was the optics, and I agree.
Exactly. It is
the
the optics. He missed getting the. He said lazy, poor lazy.
Mr. Nagbe, I agree. I agree with you at the time, right? At the time, and this what one thing I did at the time, right? There was a debate we went to.
I'm sorry.
I was on OKF. I think this debate came about. But what I did that day, the father I knew that Colonel Jackson invited me on the show. Colonel Jackson invited me to go and discuss the whole thing. But I knew that they think about the Benin were going to come out. I didn't go on the show that day.
You think I'm going to allow us
were not good.
Yeah,
so Myean may have gotten his own money. We have got his own money, but the optics matter a lot. If you just came to the president and said, banning those things, that powerful man said, they will say, oh, two things they would say. Either the man, somebody get a man money, or somebody ban the thing to get some contract benefit from the government. That's
either way, it is bad. Yeah.
Even that
you talk about responding to Nagbe, I'm not going to make what Bouaka doing.
You know,
to come back to adjudicate what we are. No, we're focusing on what is happening. I'm not want to talk about whether our 30 condominium, 48 condominium, 50 condominium. What we are saying is that Bouaka established a standard. Bouaka criticized the past, and so to see it happening now is what I'm going to focus on. I'm not saying that Bouaka is doing wrong because we are doing wrong, so it's wrong. Assuming we are not done it, it will still be wrong. So that's the point is.
I was never a blind loyalist. We said, probably you don't know, I'm not a blind loyalist.
What is happening? What is happening?
I'm not a blind loyalist. Is it Pewee? With all due respect, you all were the same during the CDC government. Too many blind loyalists in Liberia. Did you criticize we are for building those? Listen, and again, let me say this to you, my dear brother or Mr. Wisa also. But yes, what I would say. In terms of criticizing government when you are in government, there's a kind of a peculiar outlook of bureaucracy. Yeah. It's just like I want to believe you are a traditional person. It's just like you in the zoo bush, you cannot be in the zoo bush and criticize the chief zoo. But there's a way you can have conversation, and that you can internalize your conversation. But there's people like me, I'm not a blind loyalist. And I may have my own weak points, and that side is from a different angle, but I'm not a blind loyalist, and I'm not a sycophant. I'm not a kind of a loose opportunistic element. I seek for opportunities, but I tap into the right kind of opportunity.
So you see the difference?
So that's the point that my dear
brother. You see the difference between the guys in Unity Party and the CDC in terms on a particular issue, if I may talk about it. The guys in CDC, I didn't do it, but they knew that the property was for Myean, and they tried to defend it. Josephine, he has the capacity to procure them.
To build them, yeah.
You understand me? They knew. Defending it on the fact that that man was a millionaire, which of course, even at that from an optic point of view, was not right. The difference with the Unity Party guy, they are so blind, they don't even know what's happening. Exactly. They don't even know where the brother get it, and they get embarrassed. They are not going to get the source of the thing.
You struck a very important point, General Ahmed, and that was my justification at the time. I said, yeah, this man was a millionaire. But I came quickly to end to the conclusion. I said, no, the optics still will not be good. I said, right, but he's a millionaire. He can afford this. He can afford to do this, to build these things. But the optics, what the people in the street there, what the ordinary people would say, and other people would think, they say, no, maybe somebody did, maybe the lonely guy did it for the man to get some government reward. That's the optics. But it may be they're wrong. Yeah. You know, and that's the point.
So that's the difference. And I think that was the line a lot of citizen partisans came from to defend Myean's project. For me, from a political side, I thought it was not necessary, even if he had the capacity to do so.
But how the story started coming up there?
How
the whole 4 thing started coming out if he did?
I think been up for a while now.
Yeah, the same process do coming. And the thing that would be a little bit difficult, the woman has said he was living on loan before. You don't have things in the gun, you don't have that, you don't have that, you don't have that. Trust me, I'm few things we're going to hear. They either link this to the Bouaka Foundation, or they link it to some private. But if they were to move and mistakenly go and push to say this is a government project for a government thing, Trust me, it's a serious integrity problem.
Well, how can the Boaga Foundation, at what point Boaga Foundation get that capacity?
Oh, and they said they were raising fund before. They did some fundraising thing. Trust me, I may not be on the show that day, but you'll say, "Oh man, yeah, you'll say."
I'm telling you,
they'll say this, they'll say that.
Those who, if they think become finally connected to Boaga, those who seek to be president in 2029 need to step up their game. He's done. Boaga will not escape that.
There's a debate we hearing now today, Mark. I think I just saw the former foreign minister on live with on Scalasco page. But just speaking with the former president today. The former president just turned 59. Today's birthday. Some group of people gathered outside his house. Mr. President, we want to say happy birthday and best wishes to you. But we hearing something, Ahmed, and you within some of our sympathizers and of the party and other things, but you play a very major role still with the party as a partisan, as a party zealot and other thing. And we hearing this. Now I'm hearing that somebody, one of the party executives came out with this. I heard it on the news saying that Koga should contest for the vice presidency. My question to you now is: will you support Koga running on the ticket with George Weah to be CDC running mate?
Well,
and as a matter of fact, Alvin Wisa is the one that's saying encouraging Koga to go for the vice presidency. I heard this is a serious thing coming up. Encouraging Koga to go for the vice presidency. Yeah, so will you support that, Ahmed?
Well, my approach to who occupies the position of standard bearer and vice standard bearer, I come with 2.1 from a correlation perspective, wherein you have to build a correlation and sub and say, look, to support, we do this. So that's one. The second one will be that the person is within the party and enjoy that aspect of being nominated to go through. Now, I wouldn't think that when we said he will personally support Koga, from my calculation in terms of creating a roadmap to win, I wouldn't think Koga could present that as the best option to win, because then we'll have more than 2-3% there will be a divided vote. Then what do we leave other counties that are just as big? So I'm not too sure it could provide us the mathematical calculation that we might need to win. So maybe except I talk to Alvin to understand what mathematical formula, because that should be, at this point in time, that should be the basis of which a vice president should be selected. The vice president should come on the table.
But my dear brother, you still got the option. Nima is huge. Now, if Koga, and his point is that Koga is a traditional Gio man from Nima County. Traditional Gio men have been in the Nima parties for a protracted period of time. The Nibayan saw Koga perform the traditional ritual that they did during the funeral.
So here's the thing. You take Koga and you take Kun from Nima, both of them from the county. Koga is traditional, so it means that you as a presidential candidate will be fighting to divide a vote of a county when, of course, you could get an exclusive one from somewhere else to compile. Two, what narrative do we tell the other people that we think is only?
So let me take you back. Name one of the biggest candidates you think you can go and get now. That the way Bon County behave, are you sure you can go Bon County and get all the vote from Bon County? Do you not want to just go and fight in the area and just stop someone from?
Right now,
Nima the cause that why we didn't win the election.
You see Bon County, right? Look, you gotta be strategic. You know that over the last 20 years, you got the legs of Prince Moyi then who have held onto the county. They are influential. All the guys that the county like Bon, because look, for Nima, I would tell if you advise any political candidate right now, Nima will be a hotspot where the vote will be divided there. Don't put your hope on Nima. Okay, even if Kun is the candidate for UP, the fact of the matter that except where if Kun, Yantwine, and Koga, honorability, it all unite and say, okay, we'll be on the same side. Then that's a different thing. But if they are all divided, don't factor Nima in the equation, especially if an Niba is on a ticket. The country you should watch. If no member of the country is on a ticket, you watch Magibi, watch Bong, and you watch Magibi, Bong, Kema, and Basso.
Why you book Kidman? The Kidman out. Kidman do nothing.
So,
okay.
Pewee, I want to go more technical.
You watch Magibi, Bong, and Basso.
Yes.
Because if they say Nima is
I agree. These are the three candidates. I agree.
If you don't follow the three candidates, you invest in candidates now, you have a problem. Because I can tell you, if somebody is taking somebody will carry Manaware on a ticket, or Koga on a ticket, or Kun on a ticket, that means that the vote was split. Like the how to call it, the VP. I remember doing the election with Edith and Koga. And he said, I don't care what happened. That certain district we can never win from Edith. He was clear. He said certain district will not win Edith in those district. So that means it's like they already see that the district, right? And so forth. Whether in a national election, we wouldn't know about that now. General election is different from a senatorial election. But I can tell you for a fact, if the Nibayan people, they are on tickets, you get 2-3 Nibayan on a presidential ticket, then don't put your hope there. You can win Liberia, the presidency with all Nimba County if you have 3 Nibayan on a ticket.
So the other thing you can do if you want to support a vote, encourage Koga to run as a presidential candidate. And then endorse you later so he can share the vote. But to say you, and besides that, let me be frank with you clearly. If Koga and we are ticket as president, and now a good ticket for our country.
Oh,
let me be clear with you. Koga and we are for Liberia, for our country development progress. Mama, Koga bring nothing to help the president about. The president, vice president, must be somebody who brings substance on the table to help him. I really don't think. Maybe because I know him from afar, but I really don't think Koga bring that level of substance that will assist the president. If we are coming back to the
why the intent is that to get
for me small. If we has the opportunity to come back to the president, you know why he's coming for? He's coming back to establish legacy. Legacy first being established with the team you take to go and do it. If you go and take Fia Momo and all the kind of things and get carried in there, brother, it will only be winning the president for winning the presidency. You leave nothing there. You do nothing.
I agree with you on that. But
you leave nothing. So if we are, it's intentional that look, I am this man who grew up humble, wanted to always do great things for my country. I had a chance. I did not utilize it as best as I would have. I'm asking my people to please give me a second chance to do so. If he ever get that opportunity, that should be something. He take that so serious to the extent that he should look at the very people from the vice president to any other person who served in his cabinet should be people who are proven to, because he will be living his legacy. He will be living a path that if it goes wrong, it will affect not just him but his generation forever. So
we stay 4 years away from the elections. If I were to ask you, as a party fit for, which of the 3 candidates to money name you think would be the best place to hunt for a vice running mate? And then besides hunting for the vice running mate, a candidate that you believe, if another candidate guy, anybody was very good substance, bomb.
But if you can be looking at Koga to be a substance, then I mean substance people many.
That's what I'm saying. I do. I
think
I took you back to those 3 candidates and other things. If I would add you some names,
Mangibi.
I think I don't know.
Mangibi is a conglomeration of a lot of people, of a lot of things. I mean, because Mangibi has the capacity to affect Bon and Basso, because there are people from those countries residing there. So
because the intent is to offset the number in Nimba, and Bon County is going to be the second to Nimba. I mean, third in ranking. From
but Pewee, if you got 3 Nimba on a ticket, then you need to offset. You got to divide the vote, split the votes, depending on it.
Honestly. What kind of ticket are you talking about? The 2 major tickets you're going to be seeing, there's going to be We Are Boakai.
Yeah, but people can vote, but listen, elections
No,
are
they're going to have
local.
a
No,
divide and
I
control. Boy,
coming. Pewee, don't dismiss it. Elections can be local. So, for example, Koto was in the election. He may not have influenced national politics, but he influenced the politics in Nima County.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm saying a son of Nima County may not be able to may not have national appeal, but 3 or 4 of them that they could have it on the base of the tribe, the different counties, and so as Tomalin said, 4 or 5 presidents from that area, because the Nimbane they are always tied to their root, and that becomes the first place from which they launch out of their political ambition. So if you got Musa coming from there, you can dismiss him in terms of whatever influence he will have there. If Kun will be coming from there, I don't know whether Ide will be running, but you have that factor. So how you will want to forward and leave all the other counties? So let's say.
Okay, let me say this, right? Okay. Mike, Pewee has a good question, right? But let me say this, though. We should not forget, since 2005, the late Prince Johnson have been involved in our election. And take it or leave it, he has influenced almost all the 3 elections, the 2005, the 11, the 17, the 23. He influenced all those elections. So now, with him not being in the picture, okay, and the Bayans are still trying to fight for who is the leader of Nima, okay, and everybody trying to fight for it now. And like I always tell people, a lot's going to happen before 2029. I'm watching to see them fight with Yantuan and then with his caucus there on his Asala Metas and watching all this stuff. But that people said, my Gibi population is 304, more than 300,000 my Gibi population. Don't forget it now. The more than 304,000. By the time you reach 2020 or 29, it will increase. People, it may be to 400,000. You can never tell. Because those who come in to vote now, new voters, our Liberian population, you found that more than 60% of the population are people that have been below 30 years old, right? So now, if all the people coming to vote, first-time voters, look, I can see, and as I end on this, I always tell people, all elections, presidential election, it's not the same. It's not the same. Election we had 2005, 2011 were different. 2005, CDC dominated the election. Okay. 2011, UP got in power, they dominated the election. Okay. End of the day, CDC surrendered, said they couldn't go second round because they said about cheating. But because I think CDC knew that Prince Johnson already endorsed, he promised to endorse CDC. One time came, he said he endorsed the OMAP, so CDC said that was our time because the election already gone. The guys gone endorsed and they will take the election. So the CDC withdrew. 2017 was a tough one. The president, you know for a fact that she was not supporting a vice president. Not at all. She wasn't even looking at that vice president way. Okay. End of the day, there was a tough election in the first round. Second round, President we have 60% of the vote. Come to 2023, you saw what happened. Okay. It was a close election, were decided by less than 20,000 votes. Prince Johnson will factor into it. For the fact that he's dead now, will be the first election Prince Johnson not involved. Let's see what happens. Okay. But again, you cannot overlook Magibi, Basso, and Bonk. These 3 counties may be the counties that will call election.
Okay, so Pewee, you asked Koga. I just want to give another assessment of the Koga thing. You know, I have nothing personal against him. Well, if Koga were to say he wants to join CDC today, I will be there to welcome him, and henceforth I will treat him as a partisan. But this is my suspicion of Koga. Koga is using CDC as a bait to gain leverage with Jeremiah Kun and the president. That's how I interpret his move. I don't see it as one genuinely believe in something because you don't just switch overnight. You understand what I'm saying? Koga move, in my view, is being moved by some other motive, which I would interpret as he believes the most serious political threat to Kun rise or to Bwaka maintenance of power in his definition is George Weah. He doesn't think he has been given the courtesy, the benefit he deserves as a senator. And so he thinks to get the attention Having cried and you think they're not listening to cry is to go to a person who you think they fear. And as a way of bringing him back, as a way of making him not to go further, they could make concession to him. Koga, who believes in that Nima County stuff, who will eventually go in Nima County will say, look, here's where we want you to go, will not make an ultimate decision as to whose side is supposed. So that's why I'm cautious about him, because Kun did the same thing to CDC. Kun play us. Kun, after to say he would have supported CDC, he was with CDC. Most CDC lawmakers say sometimes that some of the benefit Kun enjoy under the CDC regime, they never had access to it. And then later on, what happened? He switched.
So let me ask you, Seleke and Pewee and Mr. Nagbe, let me ask you. So do you guys foresee the Unity Party alliance that took them to power in 2023? Do you see that alliance splitting? And do you think that come 2029, it will be if they will start seeing alliance to hold together and the same ticket will emerge with Baka and Kun? Do you guys foresee it?
For me, absolutely. It's going to be. They're going to be suicidal for the Baka to not maintain that ticket. They're not going to maintain the ticket because they like Kun or whatsoever, but that's the only best bet for them. Now, if Baka was exceptionally performing as the president of Liberia, doing a lot of projects, doing a lot of things, and all of things, then you will push that, say, okay, then they could be. They could get insulated and say, okay, let's move this. We can take the race and get rid of Kun and bring someone more palatable to the Liberian people or to our quest to move situation forward. But not the case. So they want to rely on the gigantic power base of Nima County to structure that base, or have that base with them as a means of protecting them to the presidency. So in an attempt to say you want to part ways with Kun at this time is going to be suicidal politically. Now, and the only way the Unity Party can try to, and the reason why they will still maintain most of the forces that collaborated with them, they are the ruling establishment. What they're going to do, they're going to use the state machinery and the architecture of the states to ensure that they co-opt some of these guys. Now, most of our politicians, our actors, political actors, most of those that are politicians, actors, and other things, they have basically broke. They have brokers. They are all broke, no money. So they will co-opt most of them. They will incentivize them with jobs, and those that will benefit from the government largesse will continue to get on that path. But here's what's going to happen: if the government does not perform very well, you bring Kun. And because the way for Kun, only chance of becoming president of Liberia, only chance of becoming president of Liberia is for Bouaka to win the presidency 2029 and give it to him, or God forbid Bouaka is incapacitated and resign, and then Kun can clinch onto the presidency. That's the only chance Kun have not to be president. If you are to have elections, wait for 2029. Bouaka said, okay, I will step aside, and then Kun gonna go and contest. Trust me, they will beat Kun like the evening Dopoh. You know the evening Dopoh, they can beat him, I will beat him. But if Bouaka say he can perform a little bit, he can contest. Bouaka is a more genuine face to win election back than Kun in terms of competitive electioneering issue. Quickly, yeah. And if that did not happen, and you put Kun, Bouaka, you put Kun on the ballot, George Weah or whosoever strong candidate or most ability, let me make Mr. Nagbe to smile a little bit, because I'll be asking some question about.
Better get be cool, man.
That's what I said. That's what I said. I said about ability, they can beat him. But we'll be asking Mr. Nagbe some question about the CMC thing, and the other day when AY about what they didn't want to tell what happened to CMC, but why focus on who went to why, who wanted to kind of but that's going to be my focus.
Yeah, but also best CMC is spotlight.
When you're ready,
but we end on that. It's Mark to end on that to get the issue. Unfortunately, the issue of tie, and some of us we don't have our feelings. The CMC as a political institution, we have to man up and have some structural changes in terms of winning people over. Right? You can have people that are one-sided, that are dogmatic in doing things, and just believe that you want to target other people. You other target other positions. You have to change the mindset. You have a good leader. If the leader is good and open-minded, you have to have people that play major stakeholder role into the party. But to leave that and want to be this and personal and want to go for attacking and making mistakes, attacking people, attacking. You not see Diego attack Tago. And at the problem, the unfortunate thing, deer come to attack Tago, or the rat come, the mouse come to attack the cat. it's not cataclysmic. So it's also sometimes we have to change the face mail to how we want to do things, right? But I think the party, the political leader is good. So we want to hear, we'll end with you. Want to hear something that you did this weekend.
So, Mr. Nagbe, you'll be the last to talk. No, let me come to
yeah,
you.
so then we'll come to
Mr.
that.
Nagbe, for me,
but yeah, but better can be cool. I may want to hear that.
Mr. Nagbe, let me ask you though. You are in charge of the program of the weekend, and your program was planned, I think, months ahead. And but what were your expectations going to that program? And do you think you got the? Let me tell you now. I was way in DC there, and people that said to me, they said, Tomalin, I said, what? I said, I'm way in DC. They are sending me program what happening in Pennsylvania. And after the program, they said, but the program is you think it's going well attended. I said, well, I don't know, I'm not following it.
We have to fix that YouTube thing, or YouTube, everybody complaining. Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Expectation before the program, do you think you guys got the desired results?
Well, first of all, as we're coming here, we're getting news that my friend Myean Kesely may have lost his mother. Lenny Kesely, we all know her. Former civil service director. So our heart goes out. My wife and I and the family want to extend. I'm sure TCA would also want to extend sympathies to Myean.
The former maritime boss.
No, from the former maritime boss, Myean, yes.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
he been a very good friend to the TCA and a very good. We extend our DPS. So it's out confirmed already, right?
Well, he's in the Cardinal chat room. He's in there, and it was confirmed also by my friend Edward Thompson, himself a priest. I am sure. Yeah, I think it is confirmed. Of course, I hope it is not true, but I think it is. So
if it is so, we actually extend. But she also played a very major role back in the country. We want to thank her for her service.
She did.
And apart from her son's role she played a major role, I believe, in Liberia history and other things.
She did. And, she had a miracle like me. American. She was American, but she went back to Liberia and immersed herself in the society there.
Mrs. Kesely was American?
Yes.
Yeah. She was.
Liberian. She came from this actually played major role in Liberia. Yeah.
Just like 9% of the she had an organization throughout. I remember doing the Dopoh administration. She was national president or something, I think.
Yeah, you're right. I'm forgetting that, but yes, she was just the Midre Dean. You remember the Midre Dean of
she used to
Yes. I think she's so, but they went back to Monrovia and just made Liberia their home. But on the question of also the counties, I think you guys, your analysis are quite dead on too. I think NIMBA is very much in play. NIMBA has been, over the past 4 elections, Tomalin, as you indicated, has been a force because Senator Johnson has been a larger than life force for NIMBA. He has been able to rally, the votes in NIMBA. But I'm not sure right now on the landscape that there's any one individual who can say the same thing about. And therefore, just like you said, everyone is jogging, trying to position themselves, as the influencer of votes in NIMBA. I mean, and also you're also right. Almost every election there has been at least 1, 2 or more candidates from NIMBA in the race. Even the most recent one, Councillor Gongloe, was in the race. The VP was also in the race for this current government. And so I think Mark Giving might be very, very interesting to watch. Bong will be interesting also, even though the vice president to President Weah, even though that just one election cycle will go, but sometimes people want to say, this other county it's time to go around. Although we remember Nukwe going with the current president when he ran the first time from Margibi, and so it'll be interesting. Or Bassa, I think, will also be interesting to watch. But again, as Sylvester indicated, we're 4 years away. I think things are kind of tightening up. We will see. As to Nimba and the CMC, look, we know that we're not going to get as much share as the senator got from Nimba, but we'll take our share of votes from Nimba. We have people in Nimba who we can rely on, who will help us deliver. I mean, if you notice here, Ability won District 7. I think his tribe is like 5% in that district. This is a district that even Senator Johnson has never been able to win, and yet he was able to win that district, which is 95% predominantly of Nimba, of Mano Gil people. So we think there's something to be said there about that experiment, and we intend to extrapolate as much, analytics out of that and try to extend it over, Nimba and see, if that formula is going to work for the rest of the county and the rest of Liberia. But we'll see. As to whether we got what we wanted out of this program in Pennsylvania, yeah, I mean it was a coming out event. If you remember, back in June we were in Minnesota, and then in August we were in Canada, and so in this month of September, we came to Pennsylvania. Basically, we're trying to introduce ourselves to the communities. As you know, Minnesota has the largest concentration of Liberians in the states here. The next state is Pennsylvania, and so.
But like you've been to England, you've been to Canada and Minnesota. The people came from those people show up from there.
I didn't go to England, but we had people from Minnesota with us. Since the trip to Manchester, no one has come from Manchester to join us here in the States, even the program in Minnesota and the program in Canada. But we've had people from Minnesota join us in Canada. We've also had people from Minnesota join us in Pennsylvania. And so we are planning on now trying to touch all the major cities on the eastern in the seaboard. We're trying to get the CMC out there, and so to the effect that we achieved what we wanted to. Absolutely, we got the word out there that there is a new group around in town called the CMC. It was an opportunity for the Honorable Ability to come in. He joined us there, and he explained again what the vision of the CMC is. He took some questions, which I think he dealt with very, very sufficiently. He didn't have to use the paper. He didn't read from any paper because, he embodies the CMC, the CMC embodies. And so he just went out there and he was living in natural. And he was talking to the people. We got very, very impressive feedback from the people there. We intended to use it as a fundraiser. We decided against that.
But Tavi is asking the question on a scale of 1 to 5. How will you rate the success?
The success, Tavi, without any fear of contradiction, I'll rate it a 5.
5?
When you come on the show, you can ask me why. Look, we hit all of our targets that we wanted on that show. The environment was good, the food was good, the music was good, the crowd was good, the crowd was nice to us. They were attentive. They stayed to the duration of the program. We hardly had anyone leave. It was raining and people came in. The fact was not lost on us that there was the government's program happening right next door in DC, where most of the people were going, and even the leadership, the Liberian leadership in Pennsylvania, did not attend. They were in DC. I don't think they sent representation, and so we understood that we had so much we were competing against. There was also a NIMBA program happening in town, which we attended after our program. Our program ended around 10, 11. And then we just went over to the NIMBA program. And that program, too, was also drawing crowds. So we had competition all over the place. But yet, we believe we hit over our targets. And therefore, Telvi, I'll give it a 5.
Wow. So it was a fundraiser?
How many did you raise?
No, we did not raise any funds. We did not.
But you guys intended to raise funds, right?
We intended to, but we
why are you saying 5? Then why you say 5 or 5? If you tell the raise point, you didn't raise from minus from it.
So why you asking that question when are you not member of the CMC and you part of the executive council?
Let me
You
address
just
one
want
of
to
the
spark controversy here. You know that
So
I told you
the fundraiser
reason
was not any.
I'm disengaged.
The fundraiser was not any of our targets. It was something that was suggested in the final stages of the program. We decided against that, and so it was not one of the tools we're going to use to gauge the success of the program. No, it was never.
Mr. Nagbe, I'm going to be very honest, right?
Yeah.
Honest. Okay, let me say this. I'm sure you have heard criticism about the reason why most people are just not gravitating towards the CMC.
But Tomalin, were you at the program?
I was in DC.
Oh, you know your man program?
In DC, the TC or in DC. Okay.
But I mean, did he attend?
I didn't even know what happening though.
You lie, you knew they were on the chat room, so don't say that.
To be frank, I didn't follow it.
No, you want.
But listen.
Did
you hear myself? If I follow it and Raya, Musa, my man, I'm gonna go there.
But you should have gone there because you're all what Mr. Nagbe went to everybody.
To be frank,
yeah, it fell for me.
I'll tell you this, right? I'll tell you this.
I had a major family issue to attend to.
If
I had concerns, so I didn't go. I didn't go DC. So I couldn't go there.
Going forward. On your CMC,
yeah, I got the flow now.
Yes, sorry. In the US, I beg you. There's a way you can sneak the email to me also about general chat room.
Mr. Nagbe.
I will come. I can even ask the CDC USA chapter people to also attend. Eventually, we hope to see some future collaboration. So there's no problem.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yes, sir. Yeah. I agree with that. But go ahead, Chief.
I'm sure you have heard the criticism of people who are trying to distance from the CMC, some people are being clear and bold. Okay, people have problem with your leadership, your leadership in the diaspora in the US. They have problem with it. Let's be honest, and that's the reason why I think if you want to be honest, to know that have you guys taken into consideration all of these things that I'm saying now?
Be a little bit more specific. What do you?
I'm calling as your leadership in the US and the diaspora.
I am part of the leadership. So tell me.
But you think Nagbe will come and let me hear from you. You saw Nagbe yesterday.
Pewee, if you have known me over the few months we've been together, Pewee, I call it like it is. Look, if you're talking about that courageously, if you're talking about that,
but Nagbe, before you come here, Chief, Nagbe knows all of the problem, but Nagbe will I know you want to be an institutional president to see the role and support it, right? Too many you don't want to put it in straightforward. For me, I will be clear. Nagbe saw in the chat room yesterday, somebody's comment from the chat room yesterday, right? Some of the comment from the chat room from somebody that should be.
Somebody is scary.
Yeah, somebody that's scary, man. You don't want something off of
scared, man.
You saw, and I want to level too many, right?
No. I'm not scared, man. Right? I'm just a person who like to always.
No, but no, it's not an issue. You want always.
Somebody, if you know you want to raise the issue, don't raise it.
Don't raise it.
No, maybe. You tell me how
exactly. I don't get it.
Okay. Let me end it now.
Issue now.
My question is,
why you ask that question? What happened? Then ask it. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, Mr. Nagbe, the issue, the leadership, your leadership in the US and the diaspora, people have been expressing concern about it.
Do you have a problem there yourself?
When I'm part of the party?
No, but the people. Those are people are not party people.
But who that the leadership get involved?
Pewee, I said in the chat room, when Musa launched CMC, I told him, I said, there's no way I can even go near the party.
Why will you say that? Why?
He on the leadership that he put where he party. I was clear with that. I have my own. I was clear.
So the leadership he got.
The US leadership.
No way I can go near that leadership.
So I mean, you don't prefer people that not in leadership.
Let me say this, right? Even though Tomalin, I think I understand what you're insinuating. You're not specific in what you were saying, but I understand what you're insinuating. Let me say this. Look, we are not going to allow the perfection to be the enemy of the good. We are working with what we have, and we're doing perfectly well. What we have works well for the CMC. You guys who are not in the CMC, just start worrying about what we are not doing. Notwithstanding, Your observations, we take those into consideration, we respect your observation, and we'll make the necessary tweaks. But as to who is expressing what about the leadership of CMC, that does not bother us.
No, but
We are doing what we were supposed to do, and as far as our numbers are concerned, we are exceeding our expectation. I can tell you that.
No, but I met at the conference. Let me say this. At the conference in Washington, D.C., I met one of the leaders, the initial leader of the CMC, Mrs. Beverly Gall. I met her.
Yeah.
I asked her.
Yeah. Did she attend?
She told me. She said when she came from London, she was done with the CMC. She said,
"Yeah, I heard
Yes,
I heard that Beverly has some concerns. You're right about that.
Yeah, she told me. She said when I came from.
I did speak with her while we were in.
There's a need to overhaul that thing allowed. And Mr. Nagbe, we're not going to say that there's a need for serious overhauling.
But who are the leaders of CMC in it?
You know.
How will I know about the party?
Oh,
I'm not part of the party.
The CMC USA head should not be CMC USA head.
Why is that?
Grace Garguah should not be head of CMC USA.
Why you say that, Sylvester?
I'm saying that from what you saw yesterday, part of the reason that you're trying to, you're struggling to defend some of those things.
Yesterday, I was not
no reason whatsoever. Right? Listen, we need to be clear. If you try that kind of politics in Liberia, they will not only that they will heckle you and boo you time to time, but they will distance you and isolate you and excommunicate you from the body politics of the country. Nobody wants any leadership structure to be overly toxic, and then you think people are going to come around. No, that's not going to happen. And then you try to shift blame. You know that you are progressive, and that's also now I get disappointed in you, big brother. You are progressive. You play most of the role in terms of galvanizing people, in terms of the amalgamation of different forces politically. You have to be you have to have kind of a thick skin.
So you want to
you have to be
no, so you want to take over
no, not who going to take over, but I think he will be
let me say this. When I ran the streets,
I don't have myself when I want to do things. I said it clear as I want to say it. And
when
that's
I walk the
why
streets
some
as
of
a
us,
young man, when
we're not one of those people that live on politician and other things. And so we'll be glad to say what we want to say, how we look at it, how we see it. And that's how we're professional. This level live, we don't have to live like Michael Jackson to be comfortable. You can live your comfortable life and be at ease, as the military was at ease. You be at ease, right? And that's the way to do it. But respect, mutual respect is very pivotal in politics. The neutrality of the respect matters a lot. The neutrality of the respect matters a lot. But if you want to be so condescending and believe you can have it done the other way around, because you believe the leadership, that's the problem.
Condescending, I don't know if I agree. Look, I understand.
People,
I understand some
talking to grown men and
of the
women, responsible people, married people saying they live with people, they're doing
Sylvester, some members of the leadership may have been brash at times, but condescending, I don't really sure if I disagree with that.
These are the condescending tactics.
But look, let me tell you this, and I will say this again. What we have for us right now is working for the CMC. We are doing well. We are recruiting. It is working. We came here to disrupt the status quo, including the way I even did my politics 10, 20 years ago. This is not your grandfather's party. No, the political landscape right now that we are working, we have a leadership team in the USA, in the diaspora, that is working for us. I understand your concerns. Many people have expressed different concerns about the leadership. I myself, people have expressed their concerns about the way I conduct myself on the CMC matters. I understand that.
They say you can be emotional. You can fire.
All right, let it go ahead and cut it. Let it go ahead and cut it to black.
You see,
but I'm gonna move on.
When you ready, so now you can just when I say something else, you just come for me. So you hit me.
Is it that you guys are so?
But you had the last time. When the other people were attacking,
Professor, let me ask you. All the time you and I have been on the show, have I called you anything before? You call me.
No. You can't defend me.
Puppet. That's what you call me.
I call you what?
You call me a progressive puppet. That's what you call me.
Do
Have I ever called you a
you care to take it back? Take the words back?
Have I ever called you a nameless show?
If the intent of me using that word that day was in any way to have you disrespected, I immediately withdraw that statement that Mr. Nagbe cannot be a progressive. Papa is a progressive.
Of course, I felt disrespected. Am I going to hold on to it? Absolutely
No.
not.
On a serious note, no.
I told you that day that as far as
you
I'm
felt
concerned, I
disrespected
did
that
not
day,
need a validation from a Sylvester Pewee to validate my progressive pedigree. I will never need one.
But Mr. Nagbe, you know what you said.
Pewee, I want to ask you a Tomalin a question. I want to ask
before you ask a question, Mr. Nagbe, that day you keep on to predict that you hate. You know what? The misa were in the midst of the.
I know it was. Yeah. We were
right,
in the moment. Again, I get that.
But you trust me. I respect you a lot.
We were in the moment, but yet,
yeah.
I
respect you. I respect you. But the party structure will have to change. You guys have to do something. I'm not saying you'll change the people in the party.
They said that the likes of you and Tomalin are people who are so opposed to women leadership.
Look at
that you're just
look at another woman. Look at another woman comment. Look at another woman comment here.
Wait for me.
Comment here. And you see, and I think you're trying to, and where would I like?
Let me get your
story. Ask my question.
When I let you
learn, to address Shelby's comment. Is this the appropriate comment that she's making right now?
We're not. No, we're talking about men now. We talk about we are men. It's not about women now. Listen, my dear brother. I'm one of those that
because for Tomalin to say he believes in a vision of Musa Berede, but because it is being heard about.
I told you, Jana. You see, don't put my mouth.
You say you can't come to it. No. You said
I'm not saying I believe in my vision here. Don't say that.
It inferred that the only reason why you
don't say inferred because you ain't. No, don't put my mouth.
Oh, but you said because the people that heading the thing now, you can't go there.
As I can go near it, I told you that. But
because of female.
Let me just help you there first of all.
Is that issue of the nomenclature female? No.
Let me just
the individual, not because
you know something. On spoon. I took Francine religion on spoon. She would never. I took her on spoon. So get it clear now. Kind of women. I'm against women.
Because you need a woman's face. Once again, you didn't carry her there because you felt woman can lead. No, you didn't carry her there because you felt woman can lead. You carry her there because you wanted to increase the value of school. So
I took her on spoon. Number one. Number two, when we got on, in fact, even on spoon, we'll tell you, happy birthday and Ben. Even who again? Even Matu, Muna, all of them. I took them all of them there. First of all, then we came to closing argument. I brought Jackie on closing argument. I brought Grace on closing argument. So why you tell me say I give women leadership? I mean,
but the question, the role you turn now about leadership as well coming to get a female voice. I'm not saying you don't let women to be a part.
No, but you said I'm gonna give women leadership.
Yeah, but the role you say you call it a play, not leadership role. That they got to validate the different network. You want a female voice, you want a female perspective.
Sileke, when you work with people, you make an assessment on people. Then
so based on your assessment, you don't think that woman can have a major political party, right?
Don't say who. You say who? Be specific. Where question?
You had Geraldine Do you told her from there. You
Geraldine from there. You want to do
Geraldine Do left the party.
No, you want to do from there too.
We didn't force her to Geraldine Do senator.
No, you want to do one of the me person. No,
for that. As two a Geraldine Do again Eugene Nagbe when she wanted to be senator. Geraldine Do decided to leave the party after UP won and she was senator.
No, you're running again from
there. I mean, that woman I laid back. When I be talking about
but history.
But let's talk about currently. Two of you are two female who they had. You got one president for the America, you got one who the diaspora. You got a vehement opposed because not because you're here, not because you don't think they qualify, but because you think that in your traditional man of woman leader, we can't make it.
No,
you see, you're contradicting yourself now. And let me say this to you before, right? When Madam Sali was president of Liberia, one of those that are very passionate about her leadership as president. I love women leadership. And number one, the reason why we love women leadership. Listen. The reason why we give room to women leadership because we all have women associated with us. I have a wife, I have girls, children, other things. I believe in the ability for women to have the line to explore other possibilities. But wherein you have the system, if you are engaged in things, listen, my brother, it's that because some of us we do things out of abundant level of respect for women, right? Even on the show, even when we are on a show, and that's one of the reasons why sometimes we exercise, and other people will take out a big cow or weakling. Sometimes it will exercise out of abundance of caution to say, okay, this woman, Tavina is here today, all of them not doing the
Exactly.
show.
Tavina's a
I
comment
was
is
being
knuckle.
attacked and insulted. All of them told me to exercise restraint. I didn't go on. I will go on the show. I'm a female insulted, not even her convention. We went to the issue insulted, but I exercise restraint. So I did that out of the mark of respect for women, right? So the respect for women is there. It's not going to change. But can we differ with them if they don't do the right thing? Of course, we differ with them. If you have a leadership where your woman is playing a leadership and the leadership is not correct, you're going to fear people, scare people away. What do? You take the necessary approach to remedy that situation. You course correct and move on. If why you think Mrs. Mrs. Is it Yekessin? Mrs. Beverly Yekessin Gore. Why did she left? There will be some other reasons. If you find out the reason again, it may be me. It may maybe be in line with what some of us been saying. Why you think some of us step aside? Listen, you have to be very clear and want to enter a process that will be collective.
Who you think
Collective.
Seleke, let me say this, right?
Women leadership.
When
the leadership that is a team playing leadership, and I will have mutual respect for all. That's the kind of thing we believe in.
On left spoon, and then so women were attacking us. They said, "Oh, we're attacking the woman on spoon." You know, one of the women that came publicly to defend us was Tavina. Okay, Tavina came up publicly and on a talk show. She was there on a platform. We're not there. She defended us there. She gave Peabody, Ben, myself, and Kehl defended us because she knew us. So she wanted a woman card, and she's somebody who is outspoken. Tavina and I, we have gone back and forth. She's been critical.
I think Tavina has a personal beef with CMC.
I don't think so.
No. Tell me. Every time we're talking about CMC, she gets really animated and in a very negative way. I gotta say that tonight. Even when she comes on the show, the way she conducts herself towards him. But that's okay. There are lots of people out there who do that. And let me tell you guys this. I understand your expressions, but I'm telling you, as far as we're concerned, the team that we will have is working for the CMC. That's what I got to say about that.
So National Vice Chairman of Operation.
No, Seleke Kromah is Vice President for Operation. My boy Jerome Gayman is Vice President for Administration. This is for the diaspora. Okay. And I got to tell you, we have fun. My boy Jerome came down. He brought his wife with him.
Yeah.
My boy Siku came down. My boy, Mohammed Ansar Dole, my boy Will Kennedy, Eric Don. We had a great time. Yes, we came to hang heads as CMC partisans, but we really had a great time. We got an Airbnb that my son arranged, in a very beautiful spot, good environment. We cooked our own food. We had a lot of fun. And we did some work while we were there. We had a meeting on Saturday afternoon, a very contentious meeting, leadership meeting. We understand we have corrections and adjustments to make. We are not little children. We went there and put everything on the table.
How you get address
Now let me finish talking.
How you get address
let me finish.
But we want to know about your food you cook. We want to know the news. We want to know about the food you cook. How you get address ability?
Yeah, political leader.
Now what you have on the party people?
But I want to say.
And then you're not giving me a chance. Yeah, so Musa came in here. We had a meeting.
Where are you going to convention to? Where are you going to convention?
Where do we go?
When is the convention to have everybody elected now?
Yeah, the date is still kind of,
You're not clear, so you want everybody to be there. I don't go for convention.
No, we are going to go.
I got somebody on the line that won't contribute to the discussion.
I want to talk to Kehleboe right now, so let it be.
No, hold on.
But Kehleboe was there, though. I got to say, he came to, and I.
Yeah, Kehleboe so called.
Let me talk. I keep on the show because I check up on the gym. For your hello, person. You come on, so I call it in. Let me. I won't.
Let me there you go.
You were
But
here.
who's that?
Tamina calling from Texas.
Oh,
Let
okay.
me say this. So Seleke, let me start first with you. Say you ask me who's that. I don't think these gentlemen are against women because they've treated me with the utmost respect, and I see they're not only me, I see how they've treated other women. Those women have put themselves in a place that's the place for people to put them in the category they put them in because that's how they carry themselves. If you disagree with whatever CNC they're running with, they come with a knife, they come with a boatload of insults. They don't come to respectfully disagree, they come to insult you and disrespect you just because you have diverse opinion. That shouldn't be the case. That shouldn't be the case. You're selling bullying or you're selling bread and you're trying for us to buy your bread. So even if we say, but what you get their bread with? I was stupid. The question is, take your time and explain the question, not them. Those people, naturally, they're already emotional. So putting them in those positions is not going to help CNC. I love Musa out of this world, and he knows that. The relationship is personal. But that CMC is going nowhere with the people that got up front. I get Mr. Nagbe say, I got personal problem with CMC. Let me tell you something. If I have to pick any party, which I probably would never join any party, you put me on record. If I had a choice, I would join Musa just because of how long I've been knowing him, and I know his heart, and the relationship I have with him. So I will have nothing against a party that Musa is running. But again, you guys, the people that are running your party, the face of your party, and the how you're projecting yourself out there. Like I said, you're running a 3-ring circle. Mr. Nagbe in one ring, Grace and her husband in one ring, Tracy and her husband in one ring. That's what it is. Throughout the 3-ring circle is circus. 3 circles, and they're all in there. And Musa is in the sandwich. He's in the middle there, and they're running all around him. That's the whole party right there. That's it. Nothing else. Well, what do you not see those people sitting and telling people about the plans and other things? What they do, dancing, CNC dancing, doing all kind of, childishness. We're supposed to take it serious, and you come tell me I said something negative just because I don't sing your love song. So I have something against the party. I have absolutely nothing against that party, but I have problem with the governance and how you're projecting yourself, and you're saying your new party, you're here for change. That is my problem. And as long as God gave me breath, I will continue to express those things until you're shift up or you're shift out, and you're going nowhere. Let me say it over and over. And Seleke, you must not be, I hope that your name, you must not be following the trend of things on Facebook. Because if you've been following the trend of things, you will know how Tracy disrespected Jackie. Of how stupid the question was to her. She disrespected Jackie, and she even went to accept her. Shut the hell off. Grace has been on the costly speech on the social media, costing everybody, whether in words, in writing, costing people about CFC. How people will not like women. And let me tell you, I'm one woman that have gone on almost every platform on social media. And everywhere I've gone, I've been treated with the utmost respect. Nobody disrespected me on any social media platform. TV, Focus Lab, World, your channel. Sometimes I even take over the whole show. And if people just let me have my way, I can be laughing. So no, don't say that. I think you need to move. I know you like Musa, probably you're friendly with some of them, but take off the bias bill and look at the core of the issue. The core.
Okay, just for the record, I've never met any of those women. I don't know them. Putting their full name together, I wouldn't be able to call it.
But how do you make that logical conclusion?
No, listen.
Also, at certain people you be running going after, right? Why you meet everybody now?
And say what? I meet everybody.
Yeah, we after other people there. Don't go because you to go.
Who the people are after?
You know.
Again,
you talking to me?
I would say this. Yes, somebody what they want that carry Tracy on spoon because we the one started spoon how many 200 members they were doing walking bless. We the one talking about big man chest.
Exactly.
Know that. He the one we don't care because I said I didn't want to be there full time. I was too busy with working other things. I didn't want to talk politics. And she sought after Tomalin to carry her there. Sought after him and carry her there. That is the rest is history. We're not talking to us yet. So, but that's my point. But I want on that way.
But can you for me, I'm a writer. Can you reveal some of the history? Perhaps it will inform a decision.
Exactly. Don't mind. Don't mind. Don't mind.
I would have got don't mind. He think play politics with me. Let me tell you that number. They said they got 60,000.
So, Davina, just so you know, I went to make me a cup of tea. Yeah, I didn't run away from you. I right here.
I brought you here. You crew. I crew. I'm a crew now. Pretend crew. Your own. I think that girl said to it. So we crew.
I'm a grower man. When I'm cruiser, I grow.
Oh, you grow up? But guess what? Listen, my man I grow up. So we say we all the same. We spice it the same way.
I know.
You know what? I'm a data person. So I sat down watching the show. I said, okay, these people said they got 60,000 people. Let's minus the European people, the Canada people. If you say you going to have fundraiser and you're marketing that program as a fundraiser, please don't backpedal. It's all on the flyer fundraiser. So if you got 60,000 people, let's minus even that be generous and minus 20,000 in Europe, Canada, other places. What if 40,000 people? Why didn't they go to go see the CEO? The political leader was there, and they knew he had been coming. Why didn't they go to the fundraiser? Most of the people we saw to the fundraiser, I'll be very honest with you. Those were people from Musa Circle. I don't like to be tribalistic, but most of
So,
us.
Davina, let me just say this. Hold on now. Telvi, hold on. First of all, you're making some very baseless assumptions. The program we had was not a convention. We had no intention of bringing everybody in that hall at once. First of all, the hall we rented could only hold 120 people. So why were we bringing 40,000 people? Well, nobody told you we were assembling all of the CMC in Philadelphia. So that assumption is wrong. Wherever you got that information from is faulty and baseless. Now, let me just say this. Let me say this. Hold on now. I listened to you for almost 10 minutes. You talk. Let me talk. Oh, okay. Go ahead, man. I thought you were finished. Go ahead.
But Timothy, you black. You got it. You can't see that.
We can inject. That's okay. Let me get a bite, and then you can inject. Go ahead, inject.
Pravina, come on the show. If you get issues, come on.
I just come on the team. I'm not confident that your show ain't gonna be too long. I just come on the team.
But I come on the show tomorrow. Let's discuss the role of women in politics. The challenges.
The show not for that. The show finished. The show will be finished. Why else make it be long?
Not today.
No, but I think it's a good topic.
We're waiting for you to come from. We're waiting for you to come from the gym.
After the hour analysis.
Yeah, we're waiting for you to come from the gym.
I think we should bring female. I think we should bring female from a different political party and let's discuss female role in politics.
Telvi, come and join us so you can help us
can play a very important role in politics if some females have been very good in playing role in politics. And you see, it's about mutual respect, and that's my angle. And it's about you trying to understand the terrain you find yourself. And there are certain situations about us going more deeper into assessing those that play. Go back to the history of our country, political history, if you will. Go and see the track record of successful female politicians like Madame Salif and all those things. You have to be one that you have to cut across, right? Cutting across and trying to understand the sensitive to other people's plight. Don't be a condescending, be respectful to others and all the rest of that, and try to make a case for them, or to them, if you will. Agree when necessary, disagree when necessary, but justify when you intend to disagree with some level of respectability. And that's the line, Seleke. I believe in you, you believe in me, we respect one another. The mutual respect is where sometimes we differ with ideas. But how can we go along those things and move things forward? That's the way to go about it. But if anyone were to come here and start attacking you, it's just declare the nature of politics. But some of us, we're being to it for some time now, for some protracted period of time. So we do have the means to understand these things and find our way out. So that's the kind of a way, we see things. But again, that's the country politics.
Anyway, let me fall off You know, but you know, it's funny when somebody said, you know, Beverly. So when the time I saw Beverly, I said to Europe, I said Beverly was not fit in the formula here. She would leave. She would leave. Anybody that know that said they would not fit in our mix. That cookie mix, they're gonna leave. They're gonna leave. So at the end of the day, it will be just them, and more people are gonna leave. If you don't do better, listen. Now, you got to dress this thing up. You will dress it, you got to the place that you can't dress it no more.
What am I dressing up? I'm just saying the facts that they are. I was in the program, you were not in the program. I'm telling you what happened in the program, but you want to tell me what happened in the program. And I'm saying that's not true. I'm not dressing anything up.
I watched your whole program. I followed the whole I watched it. Somebody sent me the link. Somebody called me from there.
I know you did. I know you did. I know you did.
I'm sorry, right?
I said,
I'm collecting data now because you know I like to talk from the place of strength. I don't want to be noise because of Facebook. So I like to collect my data, collect my evidence. So when I'm talking from a place of strength. So I watch things for myself. I don't go by DC. You know, that's just me. So I have to watch the program. So regardless of you saying, oh well, that was not the intent, or when I do global conference, it doesn't matter. The political are coming, they branded this thing, your branded AI, or fundraiser. Trust me, my political leader coming.
No, it was not branded as a fundraiser. It was branded as a pathway to change, a gathering. The fundraiser.
I will send you the flyer. I got the flyer. I'm gonna send it to somebody so you can put on the screen right now.
I'm not denying that it was on the flyer. I'm not denying that it was on the flyer, but if you saw the initial flyer before, say about a month ago, they did not carry any fundraiser. The fundraiser was tacked on lately, but then when we got there, we decided.
Stop playing with things. Initial, final. The final flyer is what matters. We got draft report. We go to final report. The final report is the one that hold everywhere. So let's not go there to say the initial. The final one that took you to the hall.
So then you will go with the final report I'm giving you that it was never intended to be a fundraiser. That is the final. That's what I'm giving you. But you are still holding on to the draft.
The final one has fundraiser on it. If you knew it was not intentional, then you should have took it down long before your event.
All right, Telvi. Please go to cmclib.com and sign up. Come on board. Let's do the thing.
I'm a consultant, so if you need my services for governance and risk, you can hire my service. I charge, and you know the money. Go Google it. No free coffee, by the way. I just play.
Go and sign the form, and then we'll talk. But it was nice talking to you. Thank you for your input.
What for? Consulting form? Read the NDA. No, I just looking. Let me lay out my business.
All right. Okay. So, but look, gentlemen.
Let's do our closing comment. Go ahead.
Yes, let's do our closing. You want me to go, or you want me to go?
Wait. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I want to say thank you. First of all, I've been away for a little while. Yesterday I came, I got on around 3 in the morning on Monday. I was really bummed out. Wow. And Jerome is in the Catskills right now. He's on like 10.
I'm talking to him today.
You talking to him today?
Yeah, we'll talk today. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So it'll probably be a little difficult for him to join him, but he's having a good time. We have fun. Thank you for the opportunity to come here every day. And contribute our little thought to how we think our country can get better. Look, let's be honest, our country is in trouble. It is really in trouble. From the day one that this government came in, there has been one scandal after the other. I mean, where do you want to start? The yellow machine, the NASCAR, inauguration cars, where are we going to? Now we're talking another 10 billion, even though my brother is Sylvester, and I admire his what's the word I should use here? His generosity. I think he's been generous, even after Johnny, who we all respect here on the site, comes here and tell us he talked to someone. Then Tomalin Judge comes here and tell us who brings out almost all the facts. Sylvester still wants us to say allegedly. But I'm going to go on my own name and say this government again is breaking another scandal. This is going to be a scandal that will rock this government. And I have to let my UP fellows know they are treading the same path that the CDC treaded that gave them one term. They have to be careful. They're making too many unforced errors. These are mistakes that they are avoidable. But yet, I think the thing was so stupid, we'll forget all of this. But we're cataloging all of these and we're marching towards 2029. I don't wish them ill, but these are mistakes that they themselves are giving us. They're giving us the ammunition that we intend to use when the campaign time comes around. So again, thank you for the opportunity. It's been a great show, and I love my sister Telvi, but sometimes I just can't, I don't want to say the word, but thank you for the input tonight. It's been great being with you guys. Hopefully we'll be back again tomorrow.
Yes. Again, look, it's always good to come and engage. One thing I've learned about politics is that you don't create enemies. People don't understand. Like, for instance, right? We're at that place on the weekend. People that you think that we have different political views with. No matter what, that it was all hugging and fist bumping and drinking, sharing wine together, eating together, and that's that's all about. But if you go there and you having attitude with somebody because you're having differences, you start acting funny, you're isolated. And the thing about it, we come on this show, but people recognize you. As soon as you enter somewhere, people recognize you. Say, oh, the Nagbe can be on the show there too. The Nagbe from the CMC too. Oh, Pewee there. That's how you hear people saying. And so I just want to say, look, we should always express our concern, but we should not do it with disrespect. In the spirit of respect and so forth, and so that we get along. So when I see you up there, I said, "What's up, bro? We gotta sit down, we shake hands, and move on." Because at the end of the day, I would say again, before 2029, there will be wheeling and dealing. There will be cross carpeting. People you'll hear tomorrow and say, "Oh, guess what? You know who joined the party? You know who supporting the person? Oh, that's what you'll be hearing for now till 2020. Somebody coming to the right. What you say? I gave the government up to 2026. If they cannot do XYZ, I call my losses. He said, I'll come up and I will come cut up and I'll be gone. President, I will take my essay and move on. Person was clear. He's somebody who the government considers an asset. So President, I will move on. And that's what I say. It'll be cross carpeting. People will go from
John Malu.
Hey, Mama Yipa. I don't remember. You go call your name there. I saw him married. There is because you put a post on Facebook. The everybody neutral that y'all be talking about that post y'all talk. No,
we post.
You post on post.
I'm not close.
I already discussed. But so no, Nagbe, I respect you. I like your political stuff. You're a man. You were into something. Apparently, you put your whole heart into it. That's by the odds. But again, there will come a time, one thing about politics, come a time when reality set in, we say, well, let's make that call it as it is, But I repeat, we'll not rest. We'll dig behind that 4-year project. Tomorrow morning, over tonight, when I lead the show, I'm making some calls again. We'll dig behind it, we'll get to the bottom of it. We'll not let it go. They will be compelled to come and say something. They will come and break their side and say the right thing. We'll not let it go. No way, not gonna happen. Thank you, guys.
Chief, I know Sylvester and American. Look, this is going to be the open secret, like you're saying. It will bust. And we had this guy come here and they sent letter. They said they're ready to come on. They're trying to close every little hole, but we'll go in there, we'll dig it, and we'll bring it out. Yeah, we're on it. We ourselves, whatever little information we get, we'll bring it to TC and we'll put it on here. It will come out. That pregnancy again go beyond.
So guys, let me just, I think, gentlemen, and our only
and the National Vice Chairman of CDC for Political Affairs.
Yes.
And that convention that brought Seleke the power, almost like a palace something they did because they did it. They did that thing quickly.
Why you got quickly?
You got forced that convention, Seleke.
I got forced. Convention.
No, but that convention was not free and fair.
Why you not free and fair?
It was manipulated.
Seleke was for the diaspora or the whole CMC?
The whole CDC, my man.
Yeah,
bro.
and
We are all
the bomb at the Tottenham Borough Convention.
Today we are birthday. Me have my picture. We are all.
Too many.
People are
At the
picture.
Tottenham Borough Convention.
No, the convention they had that brought
The
the power.
convention that the convention that was required.
But the one they had so election that was there quick and
no, the convention that was listen now. That convention was in fact legally required because that's what qualified the submission of the president name to contest a neck. So you go to renominate the
Today is the birthday of the former president of Liberia, His Excellency.
Are you vice chair for diaspora affairs?
Happy birthday, President.
No.
May God bless you.
Why are you busy?
Development.
And long life.
I'm on treatment, taking treatment.
President George Myean, we are the former president of Liberia. Today is his birthday, 59th birthday.
Happy birthday to the former president.
Happy birthday. And my brother, Jerome Peabody, today your birthday too. Happy birthday to the CEO of the TCA. The Reverend
today Peabody birthday? Dr. Peabody, happy birthday, my brother.
Yes.
And again, happy birthday to the former president.
My president of Liberia, today is birthday. I will Liberia that we're balling to Jamaica.
But the former president you're talking about is my standard bearer. So of course, we are excited about. I just didn't want to make you a show about his birthday, but if you want us to do that, then we can talk.
That man all be in the history of Liberia.
You should have been able to break it. You should have been able to break it. Probably, I suspect you didn't have too much interest.
I'll bring the news by 12 o'clock. I was going to break the news by 12 o'clock.
You didn't have.
Listen. Because today is the 10th. Today is not the first.
Today
is not the first yet.
Today, President, we are brother.
But I'm not speaking from Liberia. But for you, you see, that's a difference between you and myself. I know it's by 12 o'clock midnight is the first on my end. I'll wish you brother. But anyway, show yourself. You can support to be president. You are telling, but you're wishing birthday.
Okay.
I got a fake.
What in the church that you are? Come on.
They got a fake thing. As you hear all the pushing, telling, and you know the man that you wishing brother won't be president. Why you get supporting him?
I didn't tell you. Wait, man.
Why man told me what?
I told you. The man say we're coming back. All the men say.
All the men say what? What you say?
What you say? Don't forget the men to remember birthday. Get him married birthday bar.
Of course.
Cherokee reminding you to play her.
Who's your foreign president? Happy birthday. Let's go now. Say it. Let's go.
But I'm going to say more than that. More than that. I have a post for him.
Okay.
If I can put Koji then a Joey, I'm not getting birthday greedy. I've done it for the last 6-7 years. But I'm just not going to do it like you. If that's sufficient, I must dig inside of me to say something meaningful. I'm not getting political speech birthday to prove anything. I must look inside me and the way I feel about him.
Hey, my man said happy birthday, but you talking plenty.
No, I will express it the way I want to express it. I'm not going to wait say it because you want me to say it and then go behind and say you can't support to be president. If that kind of birthday, if that kind of birthday thing get moving, then he juke.
Birthday, don't put it in birthday bar. We're talking serious about birthday. Don't remember birthday bar.
We're closing now, right? Good night.
Yes, yeah, Pewee.
Yeah, man. Good night.
The men are all close because you want to show that.
No, the men are want. You know, we the floor all yours. The men watch ever watch.
Yes, let me close. I think what is happening in Lofa. I think what is happening in Lofa Pewee is a serious concern. I think that will define the Blanca presidency is very serious. For me, I think is we have passed the point now where who owns it, whether it was ECOWAS or not, I think it is sufficient now to raise enough eyebrow to question the government's commitment to integrity and transparency, because to have carry out a massive project of that nature to the point where it becomes so secret. So whatever justification to give tomorrow, for me, it still become a defining moment, a scale on this leadership that I think anybody wanting to be president should use around 2029. So we look forward to Tomalin investigating more, and we see what happens in the next few days.
Thank you. So Myean, play the top of her there.
This is the time we come together.
Oh, yeah.
I will pay good money for that app.
Facebook, Instagram, the entire line of social media, the National Alumni Association of Tomalin High School in the Americas invite members of the public to its 2025 annual convention taking place right in the first state of Delaware.
Oh, Delaware. Wow.
With the meet and greet on Friday, October 3rd. Time is from 6 p.m. straight up to 10 p.m. The address is Sawyer House African Grill, 150 South Dopoh Highway in Newcastle, Delaware. On Saturday, October 4th, starts with the business meeting that will include the most talked about national election. It's going down from 8 a.m. straight up to 2 p.m. The address is 100 Wilton Boulevard in Newcastle, Delaware. Then the annual fundraiser gala starts at 6 p.m. This is the most anticipated night of great vibes to keep Tomalin High School alive. Come on, come and support the fundraiser, experience great music, good food and drinks as you interact with great people of your kind. The address is 24 Blavings Drive in Newcastle, Delaware. The ordinary people are set to pay $25 US, VIPs $50 US, alumni of Tomalin High School Alumni Association in the USA gets to pay $100 US flat. Doors open at 6 p.m. For more information, give the organization a call through Rachel Cooper at 302-883-1026. The man Washington Door will also be available at 768-843-6817. I'm yours truly, Chief Francis Torgbean. Hey, please make plans to meet me in Delaware. Hey, Tomalin High School. It's the one and only hope we have is right now, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, the one and only hope we have to save the one-time iconic and powerful symbol of education in Liberia from falling from grace to grass is right now. Come on. Get some love and support to Tomalin High School. Meet me in the first state of Delaware and let us support our one and only Tomalin High School.
Love is all we need to make it stand.
So, Mr. Nagbe, ain't you from Tomalin?
Yeah, I am. I know Amos had talked to me about this program. I kind of lost track of it.
Yeah, I just realized that weekend, so I will try to. I will go support Sarah.
Yeah,
Sarah is one of us.
Yeah,
go support Sarah. I'll go Delaware this weekend and go support Sarah.
They say they tear weekend,
yeah.
Tomorrow the first. Today the first. Tomorrow the first.
Oh, so please explain our program. Maybe I may come and say what happening.
Tomalin High Alumni Association, the reunion, the convention.
So normally how the thing can start the first day they get
meet and greet. That they'll be meeting, happy to see each other. I will not attend a meet and greet.
So what's the main event?
Saturday 6 p.m. I think.
Okay.
Then Sunday the cookout. So, but in fact, the new progressive leader he lives in Delaware. So maybe he will make an impromptu he will grace the occasion, I believe.
Sarah try to drop the
Sarah need to come on the show and talk about it more.
Drop the flyer in the chat room there, Sarah, when you get a chance, please.
Yeah, Sarah. Yeah, we should go support Sarah, man. Our sister, go support her.
About CDC parties out, definitely got to be there. I'm bringing the whole Pennsylvania base.
No, I TCA a partner. I go support.
I get that somebody good at the head of a political organization.
Oh yeah,
here one side.
Sarah no politics, man. I can see the girl on Facebook. The guys are back. She fearless. All the guys that she can go after them, she care. And one thing about her, she's not a person who when you there's some Ghanaian thing when they go talk, then she'll drop her nose, she will come with force. They call that I give her credit for that.
CDC knew how to play active role.
No, but one of your national officials in America. Yeah, so should be show tomorrow. That's good, Sarah. Yeah, no, posting that long, man.
Okay, so we gentlemen, we see. I gotta take time. I got something to write up. I need to release it soon.
Okay, yeah, go write up. Go write up. Go put it. Go, tomorrow, brother. We have brother write up. I want to see that true, man. The ball can right. The ball can right.
So Tomalin. Anyway, I'll ask you in bars. I'm gonna put it all here before.
Seleke, as long as we running TCA, I can be for no party. Let me make it clear to you. Yes, Pewee can be for no party. Peabody, myself can be for no party.
No, Pewee for party.
Pewee for no party. Pewee for no party.
But then if you're not for any party, I agree. But then where the telling coming from?
The telling. That was I say telling. You used to be say in telling. I said telling coming.
Well, you see, that was Sarah keep saying to you.
Hey man, Sarah be myself be that man, huh? Yeah, Sarah be myself.
Sarah say you gotta be clear, you gotta be direct, you gotta be bold.
They put up if you say you taking your side right now, the first thing you first matter from that part was about my man. You already got side who coming to you coming down. So I'm not from those side. I'll have a candidate 2029 for sure. But right now, we gotta maintain the platform, so we gotta be neutral. Yes. I see. And so now the post say, oh, you want to Washington DC, they pay your pay. But today see you're dealing with Bagane. We're not for nobody. I keep telling you, for nobody. Yeah, we deal with Bagane, we deal with anybody that can. You see, today, and we have our men now, but now we stood the test of time. Now we defender is he never and cut out. No, he defender his party. He stand by it, you see, and he not miss his words. He was strong. He came strong. Pewee came, but he put back on Pewee. And the Pewee went silent. Pewee are going into silent.
I beg you, don't wake that man up. Let's sit down. What I beg. Yeah, let's sit down. Let's just end the show. Don't scare that man up.
I was never sleeping. I pay attention to the television.
No, they say when I wake you up because we're talking about.
I say you sleeping. I say right now the way
now we push back on you. You went to silent straight. So that was not wrong with the man.
No.
But when you watch on TV right now, you know my feelings are going to the Red October. We made it playoffs. We get a first round bye. My Eagles are doing well right now.
Eagles and the Buffaloes are undefeated so far.
The two undefeated teams so far. Yeah.
You think the Eagle make it back to the Super Bowl?
Oh no, I believe so.
Tell me how. I mean, right now they're shaking. I mean, look how they almost lost. They almost always lose the second half of the game. They got to go back and tweak their coaching, you know. Yeah. And the teams are figuring them out. They'll just win them out, and then third and fourth quarter they come back and roll over there. Baker Mayfield almost came back. I mean, look at what happened to the Rams. They got lucky with the Rams.
That means you can put your money on them.
Yeah,
not right now. Not right now.
Too early.
I went to 2 of Eagles games as defending champion. I was not impressed.
Yeah,
for real.
They're still shaking. I mean, they're 4-0. We get it, but you know, you can't win on luck.
I'm trying to see if I can put I'm trying to see about the Sixers. So on the Sixers,
let's see how they come back.
Yeah, I went to the game with Orlando Magic coming up next Sunday.
Basketball coming out.
Basketball coming soon. Yeah,
I'm quiet. I'm a fan. I'm going to talk some more so I can close up. You know, we are about to close up.
No, go ahead. I finished talking. Go ahead. At your time.
A new progressive. One is the puppet, and one is the.
No, man. I've instructed us even that you want to say now. But honestly,
I mean, this guy is reaching a point. We heard in some chat room that they actually put $20 to show, and yet people did not show up for the president. What's going on?
Where they show up to the airport?
To the airport, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But they carry buses, and they are not being used. Why they trying to carry buses today?
Yeah, I don't know.
The intent of this was to counter what we had did.
I think so. There, because I think
that was the intent. The intent was to counter that.
Okay,
to prove that they are in power, they can bring more of their
Yeah,
pockets.
we are shut down. We are shut down that place. So it's
But to the,
shut down too.
to
But
the
but
contrary,
I watch the video. Cracking on it.
Yeah, to the contrary, the folks maybe they didn't give the guy the money. The folks had many other things, so it was not. And you don't mash. And I will always say to people, you don't mash. We are coming to what is happening. This government,
the man is a celebrity. The man until that man leave the earth, you always draw attention. So you can't
exactly. This government is already very challenged in terms of because they came. If you set the bar very high in terms of what you can do as a government, and you are going to be anyway in October already in Liberia, so we have basically 2 months to go to year 2.
What?
Going to year 2, but
year
then
3.
it's setting the stage. If not,
year
the
3
only if you only want to rely on, and the only major project that they may end would be this Chinese overpass, 2 Chinese overpass bridges, right? But beyond that, and part of the reason I'm sure would have done that project.
Yeah, man, you don't even think we'll get a yellow machines?
Oh,
that yellow machine thing is a fiasco. It's a fiasco.
I thought it said in the country already.
But Mr. Nagbe, things going to get more tough in the country beginning this time next year, right? Things going to get more tough in the country. You're going to have more unemployed youth. The unemployment going to go very at the youth. The unemployment going to be high. It's going to be very unfortunate. You have a lot of university graduating students, no job opportunity.
Sylvester, I'm sorry, I don't mean to call you. Look, some of the hardship that will come, it may not be due to the doing or lack of doing of this government. The stop order from the U.S. government is going to impose that, but they're not explaining anything, they're not tackling anything, they're not even acting like they understand the magnitude of the problem that's rolling downhill towards them. They're still taking thousands of people on delegations. This is what I don't understand. But
at a conference, the Prime Minister reported, he said, before users suspend the project, they had they were operating on how many, I think he said 50 sunny project. Right now they only got 5. Only 5. He said the project ended mostly in the health and education sector. So it's a challenging thing. Look, even I like yesterday at the town hall, the Minister of Education said they have secured $90 million for the foundational, the model school. But then right away, somebody gave me the whole thing. The thing I got a problem with, you should accredit the CDC. Their money was secured. The CDC, they secured that money. Okay? They secured that money, but then you say you're secure. You say we secure. No. The farmer CDC secured the money. In fact, most of the modern schools, CDC were already finished. When they took one now, UP, but they just finished it, but they already finished building it. And besides that, CDC left $1 million plus cash in the education ministry account. Cash. So, give government continuity. So give the credit to where it belongs, give the credit. Even this MCC compact you're talking about now. The Minister of Finance said, he said, would you come and score the goal now? But the boy in 18 years now, citizen not getting everything, let's score the goal now. So I want to have right now. Hopefully by December.
But it was score the goal, they may not celebrate a victory.
Yeah, but guess what now? That money I was told that money will not start triggering until around 2028, almost time of election. So the government that will win the 2029 election. Don't forget now, the 257 last compact that UP got, CDC inherited for the man coffee, you see? So let's see what happens. Hopefully, the new government will be in charge. They will be in charge of it. But, guys, good night, man. Let's call it a night.
Good night, guys. Thank you, man. See you again tomorrow.
Okay, guys. Myean? Okay.